guys for any inconvenience here. But yeah, we should be good to go now.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is LordFluffy, and welcome to A Mistake. Final Fantasy XIV all dungeons. That means every single dungeon in these two tabs that they have released up to patch 6.1. Why did I agree to do this? I'm going to be having a variety of commentators over the course of this, because obviously 12 hours is a long time, 13 hours is a long time. So my first commentator with me is he's a good lad, really good at commentary. He's Froob.
Yeah, hi. Fans of the channel will know me for doing Yakuza, and what's that other thing? Oh yeah, Yakuza.
Yakuza, yeah.
But I've put 85 hours into this game. I haven't unlocked the class that LordFluffy is going to be beginning with, but we'll see how this goes.
All right, so before we get in, there's a couple disclaimers I want to say. Number one, there is going to be a flashing lights warning for basically up until I reach the Shadowbringers portion of the run. The reason being is Ninja has mudras, and every single time I use a mudra, the screen flashes a little bit. So that's going to be persistent until the Shadowbringers portion, because I'll be using Ninja for the majority of that up until Shadowbringers. The other disclaimer I want to say is, what was the other disclaimer? Shoot. I forgot. Ah, well. I'll probably remember it later. I'm here sitting my jelly donut. We're good. Anyway, so the majority of this run is going to be done solo. I'll be using the unrestricted party option to retain max level gear, items, abilities, all this stuff to speed through all these dungeons as fast as possible. I will also be starting with the Heavensward dungeons, going into Stormblood and then A Realm Reborn, because I want to tactically use the Castrum and the Praetorium as a bathroom break, basically, because I'm going to need it for 13 hours, and there's no other way I can interrupt this without just stopping the run in general. So, we are going to start off with the Dusk Vigil, and time will start when the barrier inside the dungeon drops. So here we go. I will say go when we are going. Okay, go. Alright, so there is a multitude of reasons why Ninja is the fastest for the majority of all the dungeons before the Shadowbringers portion, and we can get into those pretty quickly. First and foremost, Ninja has two dash abilities. The first one is a ground-targeted dash ability known as Shikuchi, which I just used twice there. The second is a second ability known as Raiju. You can get two different Raijus, but the Raiju that we're particularly referring to is Forked Raiju, which is a gap-targeted, an enemy-targeted gap closer. So, generally speaking, what you'll see me doing throughout the course of this run is I'll be attempting to reset my Shikuchi cooldown, hold my Raijus for particular points, and then also try and kill enemies as efficiently as I possibly can. One aspect... just gonna have to bunny there. Okay, I messed up. Note to self, everybody. That's something that can happen with mudras. You can rabbit, and if you rabbit, you lose the mudra entirely. And if you lose the mudra, that loses damage. That loses a Shikuchi reset. That loses a potential Forked Raiju. You don't want to do that. You absolutely just do not want to do that. So I will say, because I do have the chat up, if anyone does have any questions and I do happen to see them, Froob, this also applies to you. Feel free to ask them, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Of course, being sitting here for 13 hours is going to mean I'm going to run out of things to talk about eventually.
And one of the other things that you're doing that helps with Ninja as well to get through certain areas of enemies quicker is you're also using the Ninja ability Hide, which obviously gets rid of obviously any aggro on you. But as you saw with one of the enemies going forward just before this bit, Fluffy also used Throwing Dagger, which is a ranged weapon skill of up to 20 yards away. So if there is any pesky enemies that still stick around, you can get rid of them with that. But Hide also has another thing that goes into what Fluffy was talking about before, in that it also restores 2 charges to all Mudra.
Yeah, so hide resets are going to be important for many portions of the run, because something I haven't mentioned is how you get Forked Raiju and how you get Shikuchi charges back. So, Shikuchi, whenever you use the ninjutsu ability, which is the abilities you get from using mudras, whenever you use Raiton or Katon, your Shikuchi cooldown will be reset. And you can hold up to 2 charges of Shikuchi at any time. So, part of the thing that can make you go very fast is efficient use of your mudras, your hide resets, as well as which mudras you're actually using. Because the other thing is, your Forked Raiju, the other gap closer ability you only get that from casting Raiton. Sometimes, like here for example, it's more efficient to simply use a Katon rather than get the additional gap closer with Raiton, because I can get a Raiton here later, gap closer to these guys, take them all out with my OGCBs. Sometimes, you know, Mug doesn't crit, that's fine. You're not gonna win every single time. But alongside using your gap closers, alongside sprint for maximum speed, you also have to efficiently kill your enemies, because every single time you have to cast a GCD. That GCD is the difference between you progressing and you being stopped at a wall. That's up to 2.5 seconds that you're not basically doing anything. So yeah, that's the first dungeon down. We'll be using the menu to leave every single time, and we'll be doing everything in order as best we possibly can. The first dungeon is Dust Vigil, because I am going to be doing a Realm Reborn later in the run to tactically use it, the Castrum and the Praetorium as a bathroom break, more or less. So that's why I'm doing the Heavensward dungeons first.
And it should be pretty obvious, but obviously, for those who don't know, Realm Reborn was the base game of this that came out and has a lot of dungeons. Like an absolute massive amount.
Hopefully that should work. Nice, okay. So, it gets a lot more consistent in what actually it is, but most barriers preventing you from progressing through dungeons are going to have some sort of factor to opening them, whether it be using a key to open the door, killing all the enemies before it, killing specific enemies before it. That first section there, I only needed to kill the Blooming Otrus and the Drakespurs in order to progress through. Otherwise, I was completely free to... Words are hard. Otherwise, I was completely free to ignore the rest of the enemies. And considering a couple factors with this dungeon, the second dungeon, Samal, that was the most optimal thing to do. So this section of Samal is unfortunately an auto-scroller. This dragon here will shoot out the same amount of puddles every single time. He will take... Once he spawns in, it'll take the same amount of time every single time for you to be able to progress through. So more or less, I can just run around, jump around, wait for him to drop, ready a Raiton so that I can cast it on him and fly away immediately, making as good use of my gap closers as I possibly can. Previously, I was using Dancer for this because I didn't have Ninja leveled. I actually only leveled Ninja at the start of patch 6.1. And it's been so fun. Ninja is actually ridiculously fun. It's high APM and very technical in terms of being able to efficiently go through dungeons. Like, you'll see that the majority of dungeons, like, prior to Shadowbringers, will be fastest done on Ninja, with a few exceptions that we'll get into later. And yeah, if you've never tried out a all dungeon speedrun before, I'd highly recommend giving all dungeons Heavensward, the rub first. The all dungeons categories are split up between expansions, because generally speaking, if we said, yeah, you know, all dungeons is an actual official category, well, the problem with that comes in that there's a new dungeon every single patch, so every 4 months, the category would be made effectively... It would have to reset, more or less. So, basically, categories are split up between expansions, with the most recent expansion for all dungeons being locked off until all dungeons are released.
As you can probably guess, the further on in the expansions you go, the harder the content gets, which is why for the latest expansion, Endwalker, I think there's only like 2 or 3 classes that could potentially solo it, but it would be absolutely huge and take so much time and just be very painful.
Yeah, so the only one that I'm aware that can solo any of the dungeons right now is Warrior. And anyone who knows Warrior in its current state knows that its self-healing is kind of busted. So we will be making use of Warrior much later on in this run as a solo effort in the dungeon Paglathon. But for now, we're going to just stay off of tanks, because unfortunately, although the self-healing from Warrior is extremely powerful, it is also a tank, so its DPS capabilities are lower than a DPS class. So here we go. We're on the final boss of this dungeon. We're going to try and kill it before it goes into its invuln phase. We had enough OGCDs already, so we can just be done with that. And moving on. Couldn't you use the trust system for current dungeons? Correct. You can use the trust system for the current dungeons in Endwalker. But they are much slower than using human players who are very efficient players at the game. So when I get to the Endwalker portion, I will have a party of people I have asked to help me already. And hopefully we can speed through those dungeons quickly as possible.
Also, just for those who are new to MMOs and are wondering, GCDs are your global cooldowns. So basically you have these couple of skills, every single class has a couple of them, and essentially when you use that skill, it will be on cooldown for 60 seconds. You will not be able to use it again, for example, until that time is up, and for others, there will have different times depending on the class.
I believe you said 60 seconds.
I did. I'm playing too much Dragoon.
That's fair. Yeah. But yeah, that's one thing to note. Because your global cooldown is so heavily tied to how much damage you deal on most classes, as I said earlier, anytime you have to spend an extra GCD in order to progress forward, that's effectively up to 2.5 seconds that you're losing by nature of, you know, having to wait for your cooldowns before going onward. And yes, correct. Because there is no current all dungeons category for Endwalker, I have simply chosen, rather than to do them solo, to do them with people. Number one, to not waste y'all's time with 40-minute dungeons on Warrior. No thank you. But also, number two, to just simply get them done with, since at that point, I'm probably going to be very tired. That's at least 10 hours into the run. That is the wrong button. Whoopsie daisies. For this section here, these Nidhogg Broodlings are going to, whenever they die, they use an ability called Final Yip. If they're within range of these slumbering dragons here, they will aggro them. Oop, the wall hadn't disappeared yet. Whoopsie daisies. If they aggro them, that does a couple of things. I did not have Kusatsu up. Whoopsie daisies. If they aggro them, that will do a couple of things. Number one, it means if I ever use the all-class ability Sprint down here, which increases my movement speed by 30%, I will get a half-duration sprint, meaning that I won't get the maximum efficiency that I can get from it. And because, obviously, increasing your movement speed makes you go faster, it's fast. The other thing, though, is we mentioned the ability Hide that resets my mudras and allows me to get access to more gap closers. I cannot use Hide while the game considers me in combat. So as long as those enemies are alive, words are hard, how do I use them? As long as those enemies are alive, I can't get a full duration sprint and I can't Hide reset, meaning that I don't have full access to my, to all the Hide resets and maximum dashes that I could possibly get in any particular moment. So in some cases, I will just be ignoring the enemies because it'll be slower to deal with them. But in most cases, you'll see me want to take out as many enemies as I can to try and get access to full duration sprint, to Hide resets for my mudras, just to get as much access as I can. Ooh, nice. One-shotting Nidhogg. You love to see it.
That, if done naturally, that fight can take a very long time because you have to protect an NPC in that fight.
Mm-hmm. And there is also the fact that if the fight enters the ad phase, that is 3 minutes that you cannot skip. You have to just sit there for 3 minutes. So make sure to one-shot it. That's all I'm going to say on that front.
I should also mention, we were talking about the ninjutsus earlier for Katon and Raiton. If you're ever watching and you see not that AoE there, but you're seeing like a fire AoE, that is Katon. Katon has a slight 5-yard radius to it, so everything that is around will get absolutely demolished. Raiton is single target, but does genuinely a tiny bit more damage because of that. The potency is 650 compared to the 350 for Katon, but Katon is very good, as you can probably tell, for crowds.
Once again, the main reason why you'd want to use a Raiton over a Katon in a single target or AoE situation is getting that forked Raiju for extra distance. But it is not also necessary. So for this guy here, I didn't need to prep using that big burst ability, because he will hard lock at 0.1% and finish that cast every single time. There is no way that you can speed that up, unfortunately. So as a result of that, it just doesn't matter how we kill that guy, so long as we kill him before the holiest of holy cast and animation finishes. So here in the vault, there's going to be the final boss. I'm going to attempt to do a phase skip on him. So in Heavensward, and in some other places as well, but Heavensward was like most notable for this, I've noticed. Many bosses have phases where they go like invulnerable, or they go like untargetable, and they do ads and stuff like that. And most of them are related to HP thresholds. Heavensward, like basically every dungeon for the first like 2 patches had at least one boss that has a HP threshold to it that we want to skip past. The final boss, I'm going to want to get him to about somewhere within the 70%. And then I'm going to want to try and take him down from there, making use of the enhanced Mudra ability, Hyosho Ranryu. My guy, you are at 0.1. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, that'll just happen. But yeah, same thing with that boss.
Mechanics of the fight, though.
Yeah, same thing with that boss. He will always go into that cast, which he has to finish every single time. Doesn't matter, ultimately. If you do manage to get him to 0.1 quick, he will finish that cast every single time. So as long as you get her done, more or less, before then, you're fine. Right. Sometimes I forget that Phantom Kanaitachi has damage fall off. I'm like, that should kill it, right? What do you mean, no?
This guy's gonna summon a whole bunch of gargoyles. Not much you can do about that, sadly.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use 1 Mudra, and then I'm going to make use of Tenchi-Jin, which allows me to cast 3 Mudras rapidly to kill those as quickly as I possibly can. And now we're going to head into this guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop a potion. This increases my main stat, which also increases my damage. We're going to hit him with Mug, 1 Throwing Dagger, 1 Auto Attack, Hyosho Ranryu, and didn't kill him. So we do need Hyosho Ranryu to crit in order to do that. Or we need either Throwing Daggers or Hyosho Ranryu to crit in order to be able to do that. So unfortunately, I do have to deal with this ad phase. More or less what this is just going to entail is I'm just going to go around taking out these Holy Flames. And then we can kill the boss after. So yeah, if done correctly, you can burst him down and completely skip that phase. Didn't end up happening this time, but, you know, marathon luck. That's all I can say to that is marathon luck. Alright, next up is going to be the Great Gooball Library, or as I like to refer to it, the Great Googly Moogly Library. The second boss here is going to be the one that has the main, like, important mechanic to look out for. We're going to want to try and do the same thing we did to the final boss of the vault, but to specifically the second boss here. The main thing to note is if I don't pull this off, it is significantly more punishing than the previous one, because then I have to go through 2 straight phases where the boss is invulnerable and I can't do anything about it. And that would be a big waste of time. So if you...
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh my goodness. I was just going to say, for those who are wondering, Ninja is used pretty much majority through... it's pretty much the fastest majority through Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and majority of Stormblood. Once you get to Shadowbringers, you do need something that has a bit more survivability in order to make the most efficient use of your time. But you're pretty much going to be seeing me play Ninja for about 5 hours. Oh my god, my poor hands.
Yeah, as you can probably tell via all the hot bars at the bottom, there's a lot that goes into Ninja. I was gonna ask, like, alongside the potions, do you ever eat any, like, food? Because for those who don't know, you can actually eat
thank
food.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. I forgot.
Well, there we go.
I knew I was forgetting something.
So for those who don't know, different pieces of food give you different kinds of buffs in this game. So obviously there's certain kind of food that's good for, say, casters, for example.
Yeah, so the food that I'm using, pumpkin pottage, is very good for the majority of classes in this game. Increases your deck with your deck. Okay, we'll get back to that in just a second. So this is the second boss. What I'm going to want to do here, pop a potion. I'm going to hit him with Mug, and then I'm going to try and hit him with Kyosho Ranryu. Perfect. And he's dead, so that skipped 2 invulnerability phases and like a minute of my life.
Very nice.
You don't want to spend a minute of your life doing that, trust me. It's annoying. Yeah, so various different foods will give you different stats. The food that I just used from Pumpkin Pottage gives me Determination. Determination just increases the amount of healing you get from GCD heals, as well as the damage you deal in general. It also increases my critical hit rate, which both affects my crit chance, as well as the damage I did not have the barrier down yet. Which also increases my crit rate, as well as the damage I deal with a critical hit. And critical hit is basically like the single best substat in Final Fantasy XIV. Aside from like your main stat and your weapon damage, that's like the single most important stat in the game for dealing tons of damage. And my brain lagged, and I forgot what I was going to say. Whatever, we one-shot the final boss. Perfect. Alright, so now we're going to head into the Ethereal Chemical Research Facility, shortened to ARF. If you're a dog, say ARF. This dungeon is very long, even without... You know, even considering like how long it actually is for casuals, like it is the distance between point A, point B in this dungeon is longer than most dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV. It's actually ridiculous that like most dungeons in the Heavensward take me like 3 to 5 minutes. This one takes me like 7 on average. Maybe a bit less now that I've got it a bit more optimized, but that's die. What are you doing? Sometimes ads just don't like to be nice, Froob.
Yeah, no, and the other trouble, as you can see, is obviously there's a lot of walls that come up with ads that block you off, unlike some of the dungeons you've seen so far that have been a bit more free-flowing.
Mm-hmm. So, early on in dungeon design, there's a lot of places that didn't have walls in general, so you could just run through everything. Oh my goodness. Regular, please. Thank you. But the later on dungeon that you got into Final Fantasy XIV, the different type of design dungeons had, for the most part, you'll never really run into, beyond a Realm Reborn, you'll never really run into a dungeon that just lets you go from the boss to the next boss with absolutely no, like, breaks in between, or no, like, forcing you to take out all these different enemies type of deal. So for this section, I'm going to be very, very purposefully doing some targeting here. So I can so with this bioculture node, it has HP thresholds. We wanted to push it past 2 immediately, which we did. So now we're going to target this cultured boar. We're very specifically targeting that mob because it likes to attack at a distance, where every other mob here likes to come at me in melee range. And then we can make use of the ninjutsu ability Doton, which puts an area of effect damage over time puddle on the ground. And then we can take them out. If we do this right here... Very good. I should have hide reset, actually. Whoopsie daisies. Whatever. I'll just do this. Just make use of Tenchi Jin. Some of these are being a bit slow to get to me, unfortunately, so I have to take a little bit of extra time taking them out. Not a big deal. So something I haven't mentioned is the OGCD ability Kasatsu on Ninja. So that's this button right here. It does 3 things. First and foremost, it lets me use a Mudra, even when I don't have any charges of Mudra. The second thing it does is increase the damage of the Mudra that I am casting by 30%. The third thing is it upgrades 2 of my ninjutsu abilities to better counterparts. It upgrades Katon to Goka Mekyaku, and it upgrades Hyoton into Hyosho Ranryu. And Hyosho Ranryu is the single hardest hitting ability that Ninja has, at a whopping 1300 potency, and that is before the 30% damage increase that Kasatsu gives it. So you'll see me pretty much saving Kasatsu in most situations for bosses. Sometimes I'll use it elsewhere if I don't actually need it. Just to, murderize the boss as fast as possible. Because otherwise, you might have to spend an extra 2 GCDs or so taking out the boss. And as I said before, and we'll probably repeat multiple times here, the less GCDs you have to spend in any given situation, the faster you can go through the dungeon. Fun fact, you can activate the elevator, then jump over here. This doesn't soft lock or anything. I can jump back down, but I just think it's a fun little fact about this dungeon. 1300 potency, what cooldown does it have? It's tied to your Kasatsu, so it has a 60-second cooldown. That's an incredibly powerful ability to have on a 60-second cooldown.
So whilst we're going through this somewhat auto-scroll a bit, should mention, if you're wondering, on the right-hand side above the hotbars, the pinwheel-esque icon and the scroll are the job gauges for the ninja class. Every single job gets a job gauge of some kind, and those are what enable Fluffy to be able to do certain moves. The frog that you're seeing every so often is tied to that scroll and also has a shared cooldown of another skill.
Yeah, so it has a shared cooldown with the skill Bava Kakra, which is a single target ability. The main thing about Bava Kakra... Oh! Wait a minute. Huh. Fun fact. I have never had Igayorum just immediately go into the second phase there. Interesting. I didn't know I could just burst Igayorum down immediately. That's never happened before.
Gotta have at least one of those every marathon.
Every single time.
Also, you're just seeing, again, a bunch of actual mechanics that you would usually see in the dungeon. Those 2 orbs, if you're in a party, you will have to take care of those before they reach the boss. And then you get these orbs on top of you that indicate like where this big AoE is going to stack, and you have to stack the AoE so that no one gets hit. But yeah, some people do, and some people don't.
Alright, welcome to Neverreap. I'm in pain.
Fun fact, I unlocked this dungeon 4 years ago. I haven't even done it yet.
Please don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth the pain. It's not worth the pain, Froob. So Neverreap is my least favorite dungeon in the entire game, and we'll get into why in a moment. Tornadoes, that's why. Frickin' tornadoes, dude. Oh my goodness. Come on. Why do you guys have to be so much stronger? Come on. Always Reap Q. Oh man, I remember back when I first started playing this game, it was like late A Realm Reborn, and I got to endgame around the time that Heavensward... I got to Heavensward endgame, and I was specifically told by my friends, like, okay, you should just wait to do Expert Roulette till next patch. I'm like, why? Because these dungeons sucks. These tornadoes, yeah, they're really annoying, because if you run into them, you get knocked into the air. Sometimes you can get chain knocked into the air. and they never go the same place every single time as far as I can tell.
Oh,
They're
fantastic.
annoying. I hate them. This boss, we want to burst it down before it goes into its invuln phase. Thankfully, Hyoshiran Ryu did 99% of its health in one hit, so didn't nearly have to worry about that. Whew. So for this section, the only things you need to kill are the totems, as well as this one Vundu right here. Once the totems and Vundu are down, the barriers will drop and you can progress through, so you don't have to worry about taking out the rest of the ads. The one thing, again, that this does do is it means I can't use the full duration of sprint. It also means that I can't reset my hide cooldown, but... Oh, I targeted the wrong dude with that. Whoopsie daisies. Because of the way that I manage my cooldowns, I also end up being able to kill all the ads that trail me into the boss room, while also killing the boss as well. So that means that, you know, my sprint is back to normal duration, and I can hide reset properly now, which I will. Oh my goodness. Ninja takes so much focus.
Yeah, I can imagine having to balance cooldowns, using things at the right time, etc.
Remembering to do things like hide resets as
Yeah.
well. Like, there's a lot of places where I will just outright forget, oh yeah, hide's a thing. That resets my mudras. Maybe I should do that.
And again, as mentioned earlier in chat, also potentially having, if not the highest APM of most classes.
Its APM is definitely very high because of the way mudras function. You'll be rapid firing those buttons very frequently. Alright, for this final boss, he has a thing to him where he gains stack that makes him harder to hit. Like, you will sometimes just flat out miss, so what we want to do is kill him before he gets significant amounts of stacks of that to not risk wasting an entire GCD. We managed to do so. Perfect. And now we can move on to a better dungeon. Hello, it's Fractal Continuum. Frac Continuum. What about overheat? Machinist overheat's pretty intensive. That's true. You are going, like, 1.5 second GCDs very frequently with that. Very similar to Reaper's in Shroud phase as well. Ninja, I think, is overall a bit higher because of mudras, but I think its GCD is also consistently lower than Machinist as a result of... Oh, there we are. I was like, where are the enemies? Oh yeah, right. This isn't the next room. The next room is where those enemies are. There we go. As a result of the ninjutsu ability Huton, your GCD is naturally lower the entire time on Ninja, so you'll be much more rapid fire with your GCDs. Alright, so there's nothing particularly special about any of the bosses here. No, like, major phase skips I have to do. So, I'm just gonna go through this pretty normally. Anything you're curious about, Froob? Got any questions over there?
Yeah, one thing, obviously, if you're new to MMOs, you might not know, is that every class has traits, which are essentially just passives that most of the time they'll either, like, increase a skill to, like, the next level and make it more damaging, or allow you, like, extra usage of, like, your job gauge, etc. But there's two for Ninja that come over from the base class Rogue. All Falls, which reduces damage taken when falling, and Fleet of Foot, which increases movement speed. Are either of these actually useful for the run?
Yes, Fleet of Foot is actually useful because you will passively move faster than every single class outside of the sprint. The main thing about movement speed in 14 is it never stacks. So whichever effect gives you the highest movement speed will be the one that takes priority. So outside of sprint, Ninja will passively move faster than every other class in 14. It's not by a significant amount, but it is enough to cause a notable difference over the course of a run. It is also worth noting that although, like, Dancer, Machinist, Bard have access to Peloton, which increases their movement speed by, like, 20%, I believe, the main thing about that is you can't get that movement speed in combat. Whereas with Ninja's Fleet of Foot, that movement speed buff is completely passive. So even when you are considered in combat, you always get access to it. In terms of the other one, the one that reduces fall damage, I think at some point they turned off fall damage in dungeons in general, so unfortunately it does not get any sort of usage at all.
I had no idea they did that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, before they did it, I used to do like Hullbreaker Isle and falling off the words are hard. They're falling off the like big cliff after the second boss in Hullbreaker. That used to deal like all of your health bar of damage. So if the tank was sprinting ahead, they had to wait, otherwise get healed by the healer. I think that's why they removed it, because it just slowed down progression in dungeons to needing your health back. Which makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, K-Man in chat points out a good thing. There is one class that in a solo dungeon setting will passively move faster than Ninja at all times. That is Blue Mage, and it'll make a guest appearance in the Realm Born speedrun later on. Because there is exactly one dungeon where Ninja is... where Blue Mage is objectively faster because of one of the bosses. I'll also be using it at the start just for comfort, because a couple of those dungeons at the start are kind of not consistent on Ninja for various reasons, but that's okay. So once again, same basic deal. The goal here is just to burst the boss down as fast as possible. Ideally, I should be using a potion every single time, but sometimes I forget. I am human. Next up is, I never figured out how to pronounce this, but St. Mokian's Arboretum. I just call it Arboretum. Whew. I only got like 5 hours of sleep. I just like could not sleep last night.
Oh, that sucks.
Still a little bit waking up. I had my tea and coffee though, so we're good. For this first section of this dungeon here, the only thing we need to worry about is the Blooming Ochus. The Blooming Ochus, when they die, will open up the wall to continue forward. So, we'll be making use very specifically to get rid of that. And now we're going to come over here. And we're going to put down a Doton, be able to kill everything here very quickly. One thing to note about Doton is, although it does have damage over time effect for anything in the puddle, there's additional point to it. There's additional factor to it known as Hollow Nozuchi. Hollow Nozuchi, whenever you I have lost my train of thought again. Hollow Nozuchi, whenever you execute specific actions, as well as Hake Munjinsatsu as a combo action, your Doton will explode for some additional damage, and you can trigger this like multiple times per Doton. So especially later on, that starts allowing Ninja to absolutely burn through things. It allows Ninja to absolutely burn through things in an AoE situation. So, well, you won't see Doton like every single time. I got my GCD rolled back. I definitely hit 2 Mudras there. Why does that happen? Why does my connection of 14 sometimes have to be so silly? Fun fact, this is a strat that's actually used to be used in Expert Roulette speedruns as well. So these honeycombs are the only thing you need to kill here. And once you get to the boss room, the ads do not follow you. They get stuck up there. So that actually used to be used like back in Expert Roulettes as well, and they can be applied to the All Dungeons Heavensward category as well. That boss has an invulnerability phase that we just need to burst it past. It's not super hard to do as long as we have high damage abilities. Saint Mocha. Saint Mocha is a good name for it. I might just start calling it Saint Mocha's Arboretum. It's very good.
Considering we're in a hive, do the bees still one-shot?
I don't think any of these bees... No, yeah, they do have Final Sting. Who am I kidding? Absolutely. Yeah, they can still deal a bunch of damage to you, even if you are, like, as synced up as I am. But for the most part, they don't, like, outright kill you at this juncture. If you're, like, 70% health, they outright kill you, but I don't think they outright kill you otherwise. Final sting, dude. I'm in pain just thinking about it.
Good skill. Just make sure everyone's awake during the dungeons.
Especially the healers. It's like, are you ready? Are you ready for the tank to lose 80% of his HP immediately? I don't think you are. Alright, and that's Arboretum down and done. We need more Frog Jutsu. I will try and get more Hell Frog Medium wherever I can. Next up is Pharaoh Serious Hard. This is where I get to show something very funny about gap closers and dash abilities in Final Fantasy XIV. So, when you use a gap closer, you're effectively dashing to a targeted location, whether it be a ground target or an enemy. So the main thing about that is you're dashing along the ground no matter what your animation actually is. This means that if for whatever reason your ground is interrupted, because the game doesn't really have any sort of like coding for it, you just teleport immediately straight down. I just skipped the entire sequence of falling there by using a dash over a gap like that, and it's very funny. This does have usage in the speedrun, as you can imagine, because anytime you're falling is anytime you can't move your character, and especially if you're falling and then doing a 180, being able to immediately do the 180 is super useful. For this section of Pharaoh Sirius, the only thing we need to kill for this first area here, I should probably just sprint, make use of it. I'm not sprinting as much because I'm commentating. It's just so much focus. I end up forgetting something every single time. That's okay. But yeah, the only thing that needs to die is that bomb incubator, at which point you can head to these next set of mobs and just start AoEing everything down. You do need to kill the second set of mobs here, because one of them will drop a small key that is required to progress through the dungeon. I'm losing a bit of damage here. There we go. That's why Doton is your friend, everybody, for the record. That would have saved me. Doton there probably would have saved me like an extra 2 GCDs if I had saved a Mudra for it.
And for those who don't know, when you have to interact with anything like picking up an object or opening a door, if you get hit by an enemy, it resets what you're doing.
My favorite. Yeah, that'll come into play, especially in the Realm Reborn portion of the dungeon, because there's a lot of time in the Realm Reborn that we'll simply try to ignore the ads that are on us and interact with whatever we're trying to interact with. Because accuracy in this game, like your ability to hit your targets, is tied to levels. So if your level is the same or higher than the target, you'll be guaranteed to hit. If your level is lower than the target, you have a chance to miss, and this increases exponentially depending on, like, you know, the difference in levels. So since we're at level 90, and a lot of the stuff in the Realm Reborn is anywhere from like 18 to level 50. Oh, I rabbited. Whoopsie daisies. Well, there goes my Mudra. You will often see me try to just brute force an interaction, hoping that all the enemies miss me. Doesn't always work. We do things as we can take them here in this stream of LordFluffy, playing Final Fantasy XIV, all dungeons. This boss has 3 phases. The first phase is one of those ads. The second phase, the first phase is one of those bosses. The second phase is a bunch of ads, and the third phase is another boss. This one is Mom Mad, apparently. We are going to hit it with Kyosho Ranryu. And now we kill it. So yeah, the optimization of both your speed and your cooldown management, there's various amounts of how much you want to do either, depending on where you are and what run you're doing. So like in a Realm Reborn, your cooldown management matters basically as long as you're using your cooldowns optimally, mostly for movement. There's a couple cases where you want to save things for bosses, but for the most part, like, even just a regular Raiton will one-shot most bosses in the A Realm Reborn run. You don't need to save Kyosho Ranryu for it, and sometimes it's better to use that extra cast of Mudras that you do get from the from the Raiton. Sorry, Kasatsu. There we go. That's the right one. I don't know how to speak Japanese. I just know how to pronounce the words, and even then, probably not great. And sometimes you might want to use the extra cast you get from a Kasatsu on a Raiton so you can get an extra, Forked Raiju gap closer. Alright, welcome to the Anti-Tower. Yes, this tower is entirely upside down. That's the joke.
More like the anti-progress tower until you've taken care of all the enemies.
Ain't that the truth? I love single pole walls. They're my favorite. So you might have noticed I use an additional ability there, OGC ability called Trick Attack. So Trick Attack on Ninja can be used in one of two ways. Number one, you can use it while under the effect of Hidden. Or number two, you can use it while under the effect of Suiton, which is a Mudra ability that we don't use very often because it doesn't deal quite as much damage as Raiton or Katon or Kyosho Ranryu. Come on. So basically, Trick Attack doesn't end up getting a super large amount of use in the run unless we have Suiton available from using Tenchijin, which lets me cast, as I mentioned earlier, 3 Mudras like immediately, back to back to back. Trick Attack can be useful as a damaging OGCD. The other thing that Trick Attack does is it increases the... My GCD got rolled back again. I got a Fuma Shuriken! Pain. The other thing that Trick Attack does is it increases the damage that you deal to the target you put Trick Attack on by 10%. So while that might seem really good, when you're two-shotting bosses, it doesn't necessarily add up to be that much in the grand scheme of things. It might save you a GCD, it might not. You very well could kill it without the use of Trick Attack. And to consume that Mudra to use Suiton is, in generally speaking, not that efficient. So we usually just end up not using Trick Attack unless we happen to have Suiton for any reason. This final part here, we have to take out all the ads that spawn in the particular area. So these centaurs, I believe, are what we have to kill here. There we go. And same thing with this next section. It is, once again, specific ads. Not these ones that spawn here, but the ads that spawn in this section. We're going to focus on taking them down first. I should focus on AoE now that I have multiple targets. Try and drag it closer to hit everything with Katon. Very good. Almost got everything. Oop. Took you so long to realize this dungeon was upside down. That's a bit, well, a bit silly, but I guess I can ultimately understand it. You know, if you don't look up, you don't realize the staircase is above you in the dungeon, so. Ooh. One little thing, don't exit the boss arena before 15 seconds are up, because if you're outside the boss arena for any reason, and that little barrier closes, the boss fight will reset. I have unfortunately had that happen in the past, and it is not a pleasant experience. Why did I do that? Don't activate your potion before your Mudras. Oh my god. Fruit, help me, I'm making mistakes.
Sorry, I made mistakes yesterday with that burger I ate.
Oh god, yeah, I saw that. That looked very greasy. I hope your stomach is okay.
Nope.
Well. Alrighty. Next up is the Lost City of Amdapor Hard. Couple things to note about progression through this dungeon. So this is, once again, a dungeon of specific ads that you have to kill in order to progress through. So to start off with, We're going to save one Mudra charge because we want to be able to kill all these magic crawlers together. Hopefully that hits them all. Didn't quite kill because one of them didn't get a crit. Ultimately, that's just going to happen. Forgot to hide reset there to get an extra one, but no big deal. The first major barrier that is different from the typical kill specific ads or kill all the ads is these unfortunate eggs over here. So I'm actually going to hit those. You might have noticed that I used the gap closer to do that. If you can't reach the target, but you're in range to use a gap closer and have line of sight, you will use the ability, deal the damage, but not travel the full distance because there's a wall in your way. So sometimes that is very useful for maximizing what you can do in a specific situation. It's kind of niche, not necessarily the most optimal thing, but thanks to those eggs being the barrier and just taking them out, we can take them out and then load into the next area, which de-aggroes all the enemies, lets me use my hide resets, you know. Lets me use full duration sprint. Everything is speedy. Hello, friend. Oh yeah, the music in this dungeon definitely does sound like something you can fall asleep to for sure. Man, Masayoshi Soken. Didn't know who he was before this game. He's now like easily one of my favorite composers, period. Man is a musical genius. He's got so much talent in creating so many different varieties of music, and it's absolutely wonderful. Oh yeah, there is a light mechanic in this area. Those beams of light that you may have seen along the way, those beams of light will inflict damage down and vulnerability up, which makes them deal less damage and take more damage to enemies that are there. But we don't end up using it because at this point, those don't actually end up saving any GCDs for the most part. You might save one or two here, one, maybe two here and there. But generally speaking, getting into position to make use of the lights will end up being slower than just killing the enemies otherwise. So we don't end up making use of the lights there. This area is another one of those take out all the ads in the specific area. We're going to put down a Doton here because these guys are... Unfortunately, I had to spend 3 GCDs to kill that light sprite. So now we're going to manage that. Alright, and now we're into the final boss of this dungeon, which has 3 phases. The phases basically do the exact same thing, but more or less, this boss spawns in, we kill it, and it's not dead because it respawns twice. So every time it respawns, it also gets a vulnerability down, which makes it take less damage. So we actually want to save our stronger hits for later on, when it has more damage down, so that we can kill it faster then. So as you can see, I'm saving Kyosho Ranryu, the 1,300 potency attack. I rabbited. I mashed 10 too much. Oh no. And that is the strat for that. Alright. So we're starting to get a bit close to the end here. We're now going to do Sor Kai, which the final boss can either be a very cooperative dragon, Great Worm, or he can be very rude and make my life annoying. So we'll get into it in a bit, but this dungeon is another one of those cases of only specific ads need to die for the barrier here. I'm free to avoid basically all of these enemies as I get over to these Cloud Gardeners. These Cloud Gardeners are the things you have to kill in order to progress through. So I put down a Doton to try and make sure I'm hitting all of them. Once all of them are dead, we can progress through. It also ends up killing the rest of the ads, you know, once again, letting me hide reset, letting me use full duration sprint if that was a factor. And there's nothing super special about this boss. He is a Moogle.
He isn't the king.
Nope. He might have his music, but he is not the good King Moogle Mog.
For better or worse.
Good King Muggle, good King Mog, Lord of all the land. Kupo!
Speaking of
Yes,
that first area, there were. Forgive me if I'm wrong. There were a couple of a couple of enemies that had tornado, right?
Tornado.
I think so. It had something
yeah.
that like interrupts you at the very least, so another reason to get rid of them first.
Yeah, whenever they die, they put down a whenever those enemies die, they put down a piece of tornado, like a tornado puddle on the ground. While this does give you a haste effect, which does, increase your damage somewhat, it does not increase your damage by a significant amount, and it also knocks you into the air before you get the haste effect, so it's ultimately just not worth it. May his palm remain ever perky. True.
Taking care of that boss fast is nice because it can fly off screen and you have to wait for it to do its attacks, which try and push you onto the side of electric damage.
Yeah, that boss was a pain point in, back when I was doing this run in Shadowbringers, that boss was a pain point because it was basically a coin flip entirely related to crit RNG, whether or not I skipped that phase or not. Thankfully, we can burst him much faster now, so it's not really a pain point anymore. Once again, to anyone in chat, I am perfectly willing to answer any questions you might have, so if you do have any, feel free to ask them. This would especially help me if I ever have gaps in my commentary. Crit RNG, please. I need a little more damage. Alright, so, Hraesvelgr. We're going to do something very specific for Hraesvelgr. So first and foremost, we're going to hide reset to get both of our mudras. We're going to hit him with 1, 2 throwing daggers. We're going to activate Kasatsu, hit him with a 3rd, and now we're going to activate Hyoshio Ranryu. Nice. Okay, so what that did is that pushed him past an HP threshold where he would go untargetable. Sorry, not untargetable, but he would go invulnerable and I wouldn't be able to damage him, allowing me to skip through a dive bond phase and saving a bunch of time. So that was very good. Now we can move on to Hullbreaker Hard, which the first boss of this is kind of unfortunate. The first boss of this is a glorified autoscroller. You wouldn't know when you do it casually, but no matter what, it takes the same amount of time to do it regardless, and it is unfortunate. Sorry, only half of it is an autoscroll. You can do it faster in the second half, but like the first half of it is like a certain amount of time has to pass in the fight for it to progress through. Come on, tap target. Unfortunate. But I'm not going to bother taking those guys out. I'm going to make sure I can save my Mudra here. Because this is the guy I actually need to take out. There's Frog. A little bit of lag there. Connection's fine. Yeah, it's just my connection to 14. There's something about my connection to 14 as of late where just sometimes my GCD rolls back. Sometimes I get a little bit of connection issues. Oh my goodness. You're not supposed to live through a Bavakakra. How dare you? But yeah, for this first boss, it doesn't particularly matter super hard how fast I kill these enemies, as long as they're dead before a specific point. So I'm just gonna more or less just wing this every single time. I never do the exact same thing. It's because I don't really have to. And now I'm gonna wait here for a bit. I'm gonna eat some onigiri while I'm waiting. Alright, there we go. Oh, that was the wrong GCD. Why did I think I had the other one? That's okay. Yeah, for these early dungeons, A Realm Reborn to Heavensward, and even like most of Stormblood, the enemies don't really deal enough damage to be any sort of like legitimate threat to you. So you don't have to worry about any sort of survivability at all or making use of any of your defensive cooldowns. Like, I've got a few defensive cooldowns on Ninja, like Shade Shift, which give me a barrier that blocks 20% of my health bars. 20% of damage relation to my health bar. 20% of my health barrier. There we go. That's words. I also have Arm's Length, which if I activate Arm's Length and enemies hit me, it gives them a slow effect, which causes them to auto-attack 20% slower. I also have Second Wind, it heals me, and then Bloodbath, which also heals me every time I deal damage to an enemy with physical damage. But I don't have to end up actually using any of these for these categories, because these enemies, number one, die incredibly quickly. And number two, even if they didn't die incredibly quickly, they just don't deal a reasonable amount of damage to be of any sort of threat to you. It's only until like late Stormblood where that starts to be the case, where you might have to hit a defensive cooldown or two just to keep yourself alive. But starting in Shadowbringers is where defensive cooldowns get very important, and optimally using them can be the difference between living and having to spend 3 minutes getting back to where you just died. So, same thing with the first boss as it is with this last boss. There is an auto-scroller element to it. You basically can't finish the fight until a specific amount of time has passed. So I'm just going to blow all my cooldowns in these guys immediately with no real regard to managing them properly, because as long as I get the boss here to 0.1%, I can cast one GCD afterwards and he dies. So yeah, he hard locks. He hard locks. I can't do anything. So we're just going to put down a Doton. Get a little stretch in here because I'm not going to get many of those. And then the moment he's targetable again, use a GCD, take him out, and move on. Alright, so now we're getting into the final 4 dungeons of the Heavensward section of the run. So this is Zelphatol. This was part of my personal favorite expert roulette the game has ever had, because these dungeons, Zelphatol and the Great Gooball Library Hard, are very fun. They're very fast, casually, and they've got a lot of good stuff. Not necessarily a lot of good stuff, but like they're fast casually, and they got the right stuff in a speedrun to have me zooming on through it as long as I'm paying attention. So something I haven't mentioned about mudras, I've been using mudras to cast ninjutsu abilities, but I haven't actually mentioned how they work now that I've thought about it. So basically, you can cast ninjutsu abilities based on the mudras you cast and in what order. So for example, if I just use any one mudra, I'll get access to the ability Fuma Shuriken. If I cast Chi into 10, I can get access to Katon. If I cast 10 into Chi, I get access to Raiton. 10 Chi Jin will give me Suiton. Chi Jin, while having Kasatsu, gives me Hyosho Ranryu. So on and so forth. There's a large combination of mudras that you can use. But the most common ones will, of course, be the Raiton and the Katon cast, because of the fact that they reset this cooldown of Shikuchi by using them. On top of, you know, Raiton giving me access to Forked Raiju, the Gap Closer ability. And take a brief moment here to make sure that I kill these 2 guys on the side. It's because they take a little bit to get to you, and that can be annoying. You got access to Trick Attack. Beautiful. That was pretty efficiently done there. Doing some of these dungeons, you only see someone actually needs it, and you catch them in the leveling roulette queue. So they can change things up, and you never know. What's... Oh, yeah. That definitely makes sense. So yeah, Kilcannon is referring to Samal, the boss with Frace Felger that I skipped a invulnerability phase. Previously in that dungeon, whenever he did the dive bomb during the invulnerability phase, it used to destroy the platforms that you were on. It no longer does that anymore, but, you know, with how old the dungeon is, you could potentially have played it like 5 years ago and come back to it and then never have known. Especially if you don't read patch notes. I have not been making use of my potions like I should be.
Or food.
Yeah, good point. I got time here.
For those that don't know, food is on a 30-minute timer. Can be doubled if you eat it twice, but cannot be more than doubled.
Yeah, there's also things
like
you
real
can
life.
do. Oh. Oh no. My stomach.
Mm.
I'm thinking... Oh, right. There's only one in this area. I'm thinking about that time when... It's like a restaurant I used to work at had this, like, special burger you could get that was, like, 4 patties, like, 2 grilled chickens, a layer of bacon, a layer of onion rings, and stuff like that. And, like, the absolute fool that I was, I tried to eat 2 at once.
Oh no.
That was not fun walking home after that. How much food does food actually benefit you in the game with all the stat blow from the expansions? So it benefits you very heavily. It can be the difference. Food can absolutely be the difference between a single GCD in late Stormblood. I did not pick up the Airstone. I am smart. Food can be the difference between multiple GCDs in like late Stormblood and especially in Shadowbringers. And it is also worth noting that even with the stat bloat and then the stat squish and whatnot, like, substats are actually even more important because of the stat squish. Like, because each individual stat that you get is worth is worth more because of the stat squish. It means that, like, every individual, like, extra little bit of stat that you get is just that much more important, basically. Should have saved my pot for this guy, but that's okay. I'm not getting the greatest crit luck against that guy, but that's okay. That is Zelfatol down. Boy. I can already feel my hands are starting to get to that, like, okay, take a stretch plate, please, point. And I'm like, hate to break it to you. That's not for another 2 hours. 3 hours, even. Alright, now we're in Greg Oogly Moogly Hard. This doesn't have too much difference to the original in terms of its layout. I did the thing again where I rabbited. Because I always forget. I have to cast it and use nothing else. Otherwise, no mudras for you. Off I go. I just clicked off my food. No! Oh my goodness, I am tired. Froob, help me.
Only tea can help you. I say that as a British man.
That's okay, I'm half British. It works.
Excellent. Does that mean half tea or? Ugh, I just had a nasty thought about half tea, half coffee. Ugh.
Oh no, please no. Please, absolutely not.
So I guess one minor thing that we've barely mentioned is that a lot of the dungeons that you'll be seeing as well over today, you'll see a lot of references to actual, like, mainline Final Fantasy games as well. You've seen a couple of Demon Walls, for example, already. Some are quite unique, like, you know, the giant book of the last one, and technically this one, for the half a second it stays. But you'll also recognize a couple of enemies as well that do have, you know, level 5 death, for example. Although thankfully, you won't see them around long enough for them to use it in this run.
Most things that would have the potential to one-shot me with level 5 def would die in one hit as well, so ultimately not that huge of a threat. Albeit, never underestimate things. Also, fun fact, a lot of things in some of these dungeons are tied to area triggers. It is possible, for whatever reason, with Shikuchi to dash past area triggers. I've had it in the past where I've dashed past the spawn radius for those books there, and stood there very confused when I couldn't progress through the dungeon when all the ads were dead. And that's happened in multiple different dungeons in various ways. Like, for example, on these stairs here, you can actually dash up past the load zone to the next area. I don't know why it's possible, but it is. So don't use Shikuchis responsibly, basically, is what I'm saying. Don't drink in Shikuchi. This is one of those areas where, like, it doesn't super hard wall you. You can come right on over to these ads that spawn here. The 3 ads that spawn at the very end here are the things I need to kill. Once I kill them, I can spawn the next wave. I'm going to be focusing heavily on the ones that spawn here to try and take them out. Oh, actually, I guess I misjudged which was which. Whoopsie daisies. One thing to note about ads that spawn in and aren't already wandering, like if an ad, like, you know, is a statue and then turns into an enemy, it will take a little bit for it to start moving towards you with its spawn animation, with the exception of if you hit it with an ability. If you hit it with an ability, for some reason that causes it to start moving immediately. So that's why I used Hellfrog Medium on the other set of ads that were across from me, to get them to start moving to me quicker so I could take them out more efficiently. So here I'm actually going to make use of Suiton to give myself Trick Attack. And I also used an ability called True North. True North negates positional requirements. I just opened Window Help. Whoopsie daisies.
Windows Help, how do we defeat Strix?
Beat him up. I did it.
Nope, lost count. Couldn't think of it. No, it's gone. Really hard loss.
Well, that's okay. Alright, now we're into Baelsar's Wall. Auto-scroller. That's all I'm gonna say. The second part of this dungeon loves to be an auto-scroller, and I hate it.
We are getting close to the end of Heavensward.
Yep, only one other dungeon after this. So you are gonna see me target very specific enemies here. I'm gonna target the archers, actually, more so than anything. Because the archers like to be very rude and stay very far away from you. And we don't want that. So I'm gonna drag everything all the way over here. Take them all out. We need to kill all these enemies because one of them will eventually drop a key. There we go. I got stunned. I didn't realize one of these enemies had a thing that stunned me. Gotcha. Understood, video game. Noted for next time. And same thing with these ads. They like to spawn a key when you kill them.
Aesthetically, this dungeon is very much like Castrum, but with more grass and water.
Yeah. Garleans like to have very, very specific designs and everything. You know how it goes. So I'm going to blow absolutely everything on this guy, for the record. Like, all of my big hitting abilities, we're blowing all of it on him. And that's because, as I mentioned, the second portion of this dungeon is just an auto-scroller. So we kill him immediately, and we don't have to worry about cooldown management at all for this next section. Because there's very few things that I can actually do to speed it up. Otherwise, it is just, I activate this, and then I sit here. Get a stretch, you know. Pour myself some water. You know, I'm gonna need a lot of that for this. Look at that water. Look at that water right there. Look at it go. Beautiful. Oh, wait, do I have to actually kill these? No, I don't. Okay. I was like, wait, do I have to actually kill these? I'm like, I swear you don't have to actually kill these. It'll just move on to the next platform, right? Yeah, it does. Hello, friend. Goodbye. So I'm going to do something very silly here. I'm going to put down a Doton there. Hopefully what that'll do is it'll get one of the Colossi damaged very quickly. Okay, so he didn't start moving to me like I hoped he would. The hope was that the Doton would damage him, and then he would immediately start moving to me so that I could maybe get a couple AoEs off. Didn't work out that way. No big deal. So we're going to get another wave of enemies here. Once again, same thing. Put down Doton. Take them out. Doesn't particularly matter. Again, there's a specific amount of time it takes for it to start moving again. Some ads do need to be killed. Others don't need to be killed. It'll move on with them regardless. So the next set of ads here are that exactly. I don't have Tenchijin for this. Improvise. Adapt. Overcome. That's an extra DC lost. Whoopsie daisies. Alright. Thankfully, though, that is the auto-scroller section done. Fun fact. Whenever you are moving on a platform in Final Fantasy XIV, almost every single time, it's not actually the platform itself that's moving, but it's the entire environment around you that's moving. It's just the way that it's designed gives off the impression that it's everything else that's moving. You'll be able to see this more clearly in a later dungeon known as Academia Ander. Sorry, Anamnesis Ander, not Academia Ander.
Important difference?
Yeah. I'll be able to show that off much more clearly at a later point. Alright. Another fourth section of small pull. Take them out. Pick up the key. And move on.
You'll be seeing a lot of design like this in the ARR dungeons.
Yeah. For the most part, beyond Heavensward, most dungeon design just turns into, okay, kill all the enemies, the way will open, have fun with that. And that's fine, because it just means that, like, there's no, like, specific requirement I have to fulfill, and as long as there's, like, good ways for me to speed myself through it, obviously not the biggest deal for me. Fun fact, if you activate Doton and then Shikuchi, the Doton moves with you for some reason. Just wanted to show that off here. Because it is the silliest thing that I don't know why it's the case that it works like that, but it is. Welcome to one of the biggest memes in the Final Fantasy XIV community. You're not going to be able to hear the meme, unfortunately, because I will kill him too fast. This is the Griffin, aka Ilberd, aka Sloppy. Anyone who's played 14 knows exactly what I'm referring to. And he's dead. Didn't even get to do a single voice line. I'm sorry, Ilberd.
So many memes of that, like the anime intro song, whichever anime it was, with the S's and then just Sloppy!
Sloppy!
Falamigo!
Ilberd's over-the-top voice acting is very, very good.
Sometimes you need that in a villain character.
You really do. Alright, so this is the final dungeon of the Heavensward section. This is Summall Hard. It is effectively the first, the Summall we did earlier, but in reverse. Great. Dungeon design. That didn't quite do what I wanted it to, but that's fine. That just means I have to spend an extra DCD or two here. Screw it. What's the worst that happens? The Phantom Kamaitachi misses, and I have to do a throwing dagger. Oh no. Anyway. So nothing in this dungeon has any, like, super unique things to it. So everything is just going to be burnt down, basically. Something I mentioned earlier is potions. I didn't really explain them super well. So there's these Grade 6 Tincture of Dexterity, commonly referred to. These type of things are commonly referred to as just potions. They increase a specific stat. In this case, they increase Dexterity. Dexterity is the main damage stat that Ninja uses. Subsequently, by increasing that stat, you also increase the damage you deal for 30 seconds.
If you're playing casually... Sorry, I was just going to say, if you're playing casually, you probably won't have ever heard of these potions, nor really need them, but for high-level raiding and, like, actual, like, speedrunning like this, they are very vitally important.
Yeah, so the main thing about them is they have very long cooldowns whenever you use them. I believe it's like, yeah, it's 4.5 minutes per cooldown, and a lot of these dungeons don't even last that long. So as a result of that, you'll basically see me try and use potions in specific spots to either try and, like, you know, burst a boss past his HP threshold. I screwed my tension by moving. Whoopsie daisies. Mechanical errors, that is okay. We hear it really, really longathon, and I don't speak for them, I'm speaking for myself. We're just here at really, really their choice, hosted by really, really longathon. We here make mechanical mistakes and we shrug it off because it's fine. It's a marathon. Can't wait for Sastasha to give me third try coral. Gonna do it.
I have thoughts and feelings about Sastasha that I will not share.
No, feel free. I love to hear thoughts and feelings about Sastasha.
I've had enough of that dungeon.
That's a mood. When you've been playing this game since The Realm Reborn, you just don't care anymore. Get it out of my face.
Yep. Last year, about like a month or two after Endwalker had come out, every time, I think it was 4 days in a row, my leveling queue and my 50, 60, 70 queue were both Sastasha and Sastasha hard. Why? Why are you doing this?
Because the game hates you.
But yeah.
Alright.
This are the bosses you know beforehand, you just couldn't move forward until you took care of the enemy.
And this is the final dungeon of the Heavensward section of the run. Once we are done with this, we'll be moving on to Stormblood. Once again, if you are curious why I started with a Realm Reborn, or sorry, not Heavensward instead of a Realm Reborn, I'm tactically using the MSQ dungeons in a Realm Reborn as a bathroom break. So that's a 119 completion of the Heavensward section, which I closed Heavensward and then opens Heavensward again. I'm very good at this. 119 completion is actually only about like 3 minutes off my PB, which is pretty good, considering how many like mechanical errors were there. Oh hey, we're on a ship. We're on a ship. This is the Siren Song. See, makes me want to sing a sea shanty almost. So this first section is auto-scrollery, in the sense that
enemies are just gonna spawn in. We just gotta deal with them. Once they're all dealt with, the game pushes on.
Yeah, thank you. Train of thought was out in the.
It is time to concentrate on combos. So you're seeing as well that obviously enemies are now taking a little bit longer to go down, because by going to the next expansion, obviously we're starting to get enemies that are hitting a little harder. They're going to be a bit chunkier in terms of HP. Everything's gone from a max of level 60 to now a max of 70, although you'll obviously be seeing a lot lower enemies until we get to the later parts of the dungeons, like the later half of them. But for now, you enjoy lots of crustacean-based enemies here. More snails, more lobsters, and jellyfish.
I love me some jellyfish. They're definitely going to try and kill me, but I love them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that also does remind me, because I never actually explained this. One aspect of using the unrestricted party option to go into these dungeons solo is the enhanced echo. So prior to Endwalker, your stats used to be significantly higher. However, the devs started to run into issues where like the damage values and other values were starting to get so big that they were like overflowing and rolling back to zero. Like there are some cases in Bozja, for example, where tanks were generating so much aggro that their aggro was completely resetting at a certain point. So the developers in the Endwalker expansion put the game through a stat squish, but they wanted to keep the effective nature of doing unsynced dungeons intact. So they added what's known as the Epic Echo, which gives you a significant stat boost that puts you in general relation about as strong as you would have been if the stat squish had not happened. So, had the developers not done this, the leaderboards would have basically had to been reset because, you know, most speed runs would not have been faster to do in the Endwalker expansion versus previous expansion as a result. But the main reason I bring that up is you actually get a different bonus, as I mentioned, based on what expansion you're doing. So for Heavensward, for example, I was getting, I believe, a 200 or 100% bonus. However, for Stormblood dungeons, I'm only going to be getting a 60% bonus to my stats instead. So that's another reason why enemies are going to be a bit beefier and take longer to kill. Not only are they stronger in terms of their HP values, in terms of their damage dealt, but also because I don't have as much stats on me as I did in the Heavensward expansion. Really probably should have used Mug there for the extra damage. That's okay. Yeah, there's Hide Hidden. Right, so these first couple dungeons, there isn't anything specifically unique. About any of the bosses that we have to worry about. They're all pretty much just run-of-the-mill, do their mechanics, burn them down, nothing special to them. The Siren Song C mostly walls you off with, like, you know, kill all the ads. The one exception is you can pick up these two ads and then come over to this third one here. That does spawn regardless of if you killed the previous two. Put down a Doton for it. And we are actually going to keep this guy targeted because we do actually want to stun him at a specific point here. When he reaches HP threshold, I think it's like 50% or so. So he should cast it after this. Yeah, there it is. Seductive Screen. So if I let that go off without stunning him, he would seduce me and cause me to be unable to do actions. And unable to do actions means I'm going slower by not dealing damage. So we want to pay attention to that and make sure that we are going as fast as we can. Starting with this expansion, you'll start to see me hold one of my OGCD abilities. That's my off-global cooldowns. The things that aren't tied to global cooldown have their own individual cooldowns. You'll start to see me not use one of my abilities outside of combat, outside of boss fights for the most part, and that is Mug. So, Mug does three things. Number one, it makes you more likely to pick up an item when you kill that enemy, not useful in dungeons. Number two, it increases your Ninki gauge, which lets you use 3 different abilities by 40, which can give you an extra cast of Babakakra, Hellfrog, or Bunshin. And number 3, it increases the damage the target you use it on takes from all sources by 5%, and that lasts for 20 seconds. So you'll see me start to use it on bosses, because starting in the Stormblood expansion, that starts to... how much damage you deal to bosses starts to matter significantly more than in Heavensward, and especially in A Realm Reborn, where you can one-shot most bosses with just regular abilities for the most part. Am I winning? I say I'm doing pretty alright so far. I went under my estimate for the Heavensward section by, I believe, about 6 minutes, so that's pretty good. As long as we keep that up, we'll be good. It says all dungeons unsynced minus Endwalker. This is all dungeons unsynced, including Endwalker, but the Endwalker dungeons will be done synced with a freeform party.
Yeah, doing them solo would require warrior and a lot of time per dungeon, which...
Yeah, I'm already committing, like, you know... How much time am I committing? I'm already committing, like, 9 hours to the other parts. Like, I'll just do the Endwalker dungeons, not solo. Yeah, the other problem with doing the Endwalker dungeon solo is what would have to happen is you'd have to enter the dungeons with a party, like a preformed party, and then have everybody in that party leave for you to be able to do it solo. You can't actually use the unrestricted party option to enter those dungeons solo currently. So you'd have to go through that whole process, and it's just like, you know what? I'll just do them. I'll just do them with a preformed party. Am I winning, son? Yes, I do believe I'm winning.
It seems
So
like
yeah,
the theme every time an expansion comes out.
Yeah. That's basically been the same since Heavensward. The current expansion content you can't unsync, but once it becomes old expansion content, you're just allowed to unsync it, no issue.
Makes sense.
This is the Ruby Princess. What we're going to want to do here is try and burst her down. I didn't get it. Okay. So I tried to do something there where I activated an ability and then Shikuchi'd, which would have put me past this box. The box would have turned me into an old person, as you can now see. By turning me into an old person, I would have been immune to the effect of Seduce. For some reason, being old makes you unseducible. Don't ask me why.
The internet would disagree with that.
Apparently. And that would have let me continue on. So ideally, you can avoid... ideally, with like incredibly good crit numbers, you can avoid... any Seduce casts whatsoever, but you need to have like really, really good RNG for that. So it's best to just like plan yourself out so you try to avoid... You try and only get at least one... Sorry, you try to get only one Seduce cast. Unfortunately, I messed it up, so I got seduced and had to see a second one, and that was its whole deal. Not great. Didn't go so well, but we'll be back next time, maybe to do that better. Alright, so, coming up is the final boss. And this final boss, very similar to Hrace Felgar back in Sorkai. We have an HP threshold that we want to push it past. However, we have to do this a little bit more specifically than the Hrace Felgar one. Hrace Felgar one, we had at least a decent-sized window in order to be able to do it. With this one, we don't have much of a window at all. We basically have to run up, auto-attack it, use Mug, and then hope that Hyosho Ranryu deals enough damage. Otherwise, it's not really possible. I messed up. Okay, we're not going to get it. Yeah, so my brain activated Kasatsu like any other dungeon. So this is the thing I was trying to avoid. If you burst the boss to a specific HP, past a certain specific HP threshold, it won't ever do the Thick Fog cast, which makes it untargetable. I was supposed to run up, use Mug, and then use Shosho, hopefully burst past it, but my brain decided, oh, I'm just going to actually activate Kasatsu and then start doing Hyosho without any of that extra stuff, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I deserve this. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I swear. I swear, lady. Thank goodness.
Ooh.
Thank goodness for auto attacks.
Close. Yes, if you're doing it casually, you will likely see that twice. Most of the time, if you're like playing this game casually, you'll see pretty much every single boss's rotation, like maybe twice at most.
Yeah. If your DPS is kind of slow, which if you're newer to the game, you may not understand entirely like the optimal DPS rotations, and that's fine. You're not necessarily going to need to know like how to play your class like spreadsheet optimized.
Yeah.
In the majority of content in this game. The majority of content in this game, especially dungeons, is designed in such a way that like anyone can complete it and then come out of it thinking, you know what, that was pretty easy actually. So me here with almost 10,000 hours, right? You know, I'm pretty knowledgeable about this game type of deal. I've got a good idea of how to play most classes optimally in a like DPS rotation setting type of deal. you know, I will still be able to do dungeons just as well as you can. So there is that definite positive about like 14's design in that sense. There is also the great part where, like, if playing with other people is like a pain point for you, you know, oh my goodness, I don't really want to like deal with other people, which is completely fair. Like, absolutely, that is a huge reason why a lot of people hear good things about 14, but then like don't ever end up playing the game. The developers are currently working on making it so like the entire main story can be done without interacting with any players in any dungeon. So, for example, this patch 6.1, they added duty support NPCs for the dungeons up to the end of the Realm Reborn base storyline, which is the end of 2.0. And they also have these duty support systems already in place, known as the Trust system for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. So you can do basically everything in Shadowbringers and Endwalker solo, as well as up to the end of patch 2.0 in Final Fantasy 14, Realm Reborn, by yourself.
Yeah, it's an amazing amount of effort by the devs for something they don't necessarily need to do, considering it's an MMO, but it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I think in interviews they said like the single biggest reason they get for like why people like don't play 14 is they don't want to play with other people. So, you know, it's a very nice gesture for them to do that. All right, refreshing my food here, and welcome to the worst boss in this entire run. There is no... This is... I've said a lot of other things in this are an auto-scroller, but usually there's at least one or two ways you can speed this up. There is actually no way you can speed this up. You can't do any actions whatsoever during this point, and the mechanics will go off at the same time every single time without fail, and you just have to not like fail the mechanics more than once. And considering how often I've done these dungeons, I can do some of these mechanics in my sleep. I stand here and I eat my onigiri. Mechanics. And once again, to anyone in the chat, because this is a long speed run, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask them. I will be perfectly willing and paying attention to the chat as much as I possibly can to answer those. Otherwise, I hope you just enjoy the run. So, fun fact about this next upcoming mechanic. You get targeted above your head, these AoEs will appear. Once this AoE disappears, just hold W in a strafe direction. You will never get hit by this mechanic just holding W. I am not using my mouse. I have one hand off the keyboard. You will never get hit by this mechanic using W in a strafe direction. Never once. You will not get hit by it. It is impossible. Why does Bard of Metal have to be like this? Alright, that's phase 2. Right up until another party member runs into you. Well, if everybody does it, then nobody's going to run into each other. It's fine. One thing to know is if you get hit by the final mechanic in this, you fail regardless. Even though it gives you 2 chances otherwise, if this meteor that's dropping down from the sky hits you, you're dead. That's it. GG. But yeah, it's fine. Just stand by it. You can get hit by a party member griefing, though. Not that I've ever done that. True. Sounds like coordination, not in my 14. Yeah. What's duty fighter randos and coordination? Never heard of that.
I look forward to seeing, speaking of the trust system, I look forward to seeing what the trust system actually does in this.
Oh, yeah.
If they just start running around randomly in circles.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I wonder if they'll just program to do it exactly like I did. Or they just, yep, hold W in a strafe direction, have fun. So the final boss is going to have another phase skip type of situation. I'm going to want to get it to about 20% and then wait for it to start using an ability. The reason for this is when it gets to 15%, it enters a invulnerability phase where its wings become targetable, and you have to take out the wings to kill it. But like most other enemies that have these, they're not actually immortal until they go off. You can burst them past the HP threshold and skip the phase entirely. So I'm very specifically going to want to try and wait for that so I can take it out during the cast bar and skip the sequence in question. Because otherwise it would take me an extra like 15-20 seconds. I haven't explained like some abilities on Ninja yet. So one of the Ninki Gauge abilities you get is Bunshin. Bunshin has an amazing effect to it that for when you activate it, the next 5 GCDs that you cast will have the next 5 like physical GCDs that you cast. You will get an additional bit of damage from it as your Shadow Clone takes it out, basically. So right here, I'm going to try and burst it. Nope, didn't quite get it. The last bit of damage didn't quite go off, so unfortunately I'm going to have to deal with the wings here. They don't take super large amount of time to do, thankfully, but yeah, the last bit of damage that I needed in order to skip past it didn't quite go off, so I have to do that ad phase. No big deal. Not the biggest loss in the world. Next up, Doma Castle. Oh, the gear, my gear is getting, like, damaged.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Anyway.
Surprising to me how many people don't seem to know that's a thing that exists.
Yeah, I've actually seen some people who are like Omnicrafters that didn't know you could repair your gear.
I've been in a Savage Raid group or two where we've had to restart because somebody didn't know that they could actually repair their gear. It's fantastic. I'll talk about the 10-minute break that they had to go and repair it in the first place.
Oh, no.
And that was
Right.
the end of my Savage Raiding.
The last group I was doing ultimate fights with were some individuals. I mentioned at one point that like my GC had rolled back because of packet loss, and he was like insistent that I download XIV Alexander, even though that doesn't actually fix the issue of packet loss.
Oh no.
I tried to explain and it just didn't work out. Yeah, there you go, right there. My GC got rolled back. By the way, don't use third-party tools, Smile. I didn't get my second Mudra. Alright.
Yeah, I did actually Savage Raid a long time ago. Not anymore. That was almost as stressful as being a high school student, honestly. Different kind of pressure, but still societal. But yeah, that boss is a kind of cool boss. If it goes on long enough, you have like a couple of missiles that come from all the sides of the arena, and then some AoEs to dodge as well. There's some really cool mechanics that you'll see in a lot of these dungeons. You'll be, when obviously Fluffy gets to the Endwalker dungeons later on in the party, you'll be seeing a lot of the actual mechanics of dungeons and stuff. Here, if you're playing this synced up, you do have to watch out for these cannons, but thankfully, in all dungeons, don't have to worry too much about that. I remember running this like 10 times, gearing up my samurai back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, this hit like a truck. This entire dungeon was just like, you tried any of these big pulls and your healer wasn't ready, you were dead immediately. It was me, I was that healer. I wasn't yet full I wasn't yet fully good at the game yet.
I was gonna say, this is the dungeon where if you are playing a melee DPS or a tank, you can get your healer to instantly hate you by just running through all of its cannon fire and being almost dead from one shot.
So that one enemy behind me doesn't actually need to be killed here, but he is annoying because one of the AoEs that he does has the potential to inflict paralysis on me. And paralysis will randomly just like stop you in place and stop you from doing any actions. So you want to avoid that. Oh boy, my first stack marker.
Hands up who ran away from that marker when they first started playing this game.
A lot of people, apparently.
I
don't know.
Hand is up.
When I first saw that marker, I guess like the arrows pointing inward just kind of intuited it for me as like, oh, that should be a stack marker, right? Like everyone should want to be in that AoE, but
Was this dungeon the first one? The one with like the missiles where you have to stand inside the marker, the big like glowing pillory one. Was this the first one? Ah.
I believe that was Thornton was the first fight to use that.
Ah, that would make sense. Because I know a lot of new players also run away from those ones as well.
Yeah, so that was, I believe, Conviction Towers is what they were referred to as.
Oh, huh, I never knew they had a name. Well, I mean, I guess I should have realized they had a name, but... Don't mind us, just taking the Doman Vanguard for a walk.
It's just so funny. This guy's been following me since the second leg, and I just don't want to kill him. Because I don't need to. At least the reworks are converting the non-standard markers. Yeah, so players are going to start seeing those markers like a lot sooner now, because with this patch also came significant reworks to many of the Realm Reborn dungeons, including how certain bosses worked, and like on top of how certain bosses worked.
It's funny because I think for a lot of players who joined this game over the last couple of years, their first instance of Conviction Towers had a really good tutorial about them over it, and that was the Final Fantasy 15 crossover. You get that one little bit in it where Noctis just yells at you, hey, go stand in that. Oh, alright.
Yeah, and then if you ever see a marker like that again, go stand in it forever and always. This guy is also kind of a meme in the community. It's like all his name days have come at once whenever he gets referenced. But we're done with him. Now we can move onward.
I kind of like him thematically and aesthetically. I think he's actually really cool. Like all of his like chainsaws and saws and is it flamethrower? Dagon.
It's like a machine gun. I know that much.
Still calling them Dynamos, because at least people aren't calling them gyros.
Oh boy.
You know, some people would.
Listen, I've been playing since the Realm Reborn, and even I think still referring to donuts as dynamos is a silly thing.
Yeah. So it's another one of those rooms where a couple of enemies are going to jump out from the walls. Once the first set of enemies that have jumped out dealt with, the ones that came from earlier aren't necessary to take care of, but they're here.
Yeah, you'll see themes like that a lot up until like late Stormblood, where like certain enemies can be avoided, and it's sometimes faster just to completely do them rather than spend the GCDs to do it. But by the end of Stormblood dungeons, they kind of got rid of that entirely and just went entirely with, yep, just kill all of them. That's fine. Like it just means that like you don't have to think. It just means I don't have to like actually sit there and figure it out anymore. I just know, okay, all the enemies. That's fine.
Yep.
And it means I get all my hide resets and I get all my Shikuchi resets from that.
This guy is a car.
No, seriously. He is a car.
I would like him dead before he becomes car.
Well, we will get him dead before car. I will say that for sure. What's the runner's favorite dungeon raid? Dungeons is kind of hard for me to say because, like, I think from a speedrun perspective, I actually really like, what was it? It's a Heavensward dungeon. The one Heavensward dungeon I, like, really, really like from a speedrun perspective, and I'm blanking on it. Wait, that one didn't die? Oh my goodness.
Nope. I was wondering if you're going to notice in time.
Why didn't you tell me, Fruit?
Should be using your enemy markers more. What kind of a tank you think you are?
Shit, you're right, bud. Entirely my fault.
Gosh darn ninja tanks. Not taking all the enmity. For those that are wondering, as a mechanical thing, if you've never played an MMO before, enmity is the act of getting the aggro from the enemies. So if you're looking on the left-hand side at the Legion Roders, HP bars, and those dots next to it, there's a couple of different colors. They go up to red. Red means you've got full enmity, which is full aggression. That means they are targeting you. If you are playing the tank, please have your tank stance on so that you can take the aggro off of the other players, especially the healer.
Because if the healer goes and dies, you're dead. Like, unless you're a warrior, then, like, maybe you can survive. But otherwise, you're probably dead. Ads do hit, like, a lot.
Yes.
This guy here, if you've played Final Fantasy VI, you might recognize him. In fact, you might recognize a lot of stuff from Final Fantasy VI in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Because the Garlean Empire was very heavily modeled after the Garlean Empire, or just the Empire, in Final Fantasy VI.
There's a lot of really faithful content in 14 that is good callbacks to the older Final Fantasies, while also obviously being, you know, its own unique thing. There's a couple of Alliance raids, for example, based on Ivalice, essentially after the events of Final Fantasy XII, which are, in my opinion, I think those are some of my favorite raids. To answer the earlier question, yeah. Because I am a Nier fan, but I don't know, they didn't do it for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that the... Did I skip opening the... I did, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Those guys... Did you open?
You did stay by them for quite a while as well, and they just didn't open.
Hello? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about earlier about skipping ground triggers, by the way. Completely skipped all of those ad spawning, and I need to kill them in order to push the dungeon forward. Shikushi responsibly, everybody. When you redo all the pre-Shadowbringers dungeons, you think will time go down with this category? It depends. If they rework things so that it's like, oh yeah, it's just kill all the enemies instead of kill specific enemies, then it might actually go up for some dungeons, because being able to ignore certain enemies is one of the main reasons why some dungeons are faster. However, in the case of something like the 1,000 Maws of Todorok, if they remove annoying elements from the dungeon and then still do that, it can absolutely be much faster. Thank heavens, Todorok is gone. Oh my goodness. You had words about Sastasha, I had words about Todorok.
But there's probably not going to be, like, anything as big as, like, the reworks to Praetorium and Castrum, which... How much did they save you again there? Was it 30 minutes, or was it, like, 45?
So Praetorium went from, like, a 40-minute dungeon to, like, a 20-minute dungeon, and then Castrum went from, like, a 20-minute dungeon to a 6-minute dungeon, so... Pretty significant amount of time. I rabbited again.
It's my fault for asking you to think of time during an actual boss fight.
But yeah, in terms of my favorite raid, that's probably a mix between Alexander the Creator. In terms of a raid tier, my actual favorite fight is A10. The Burden of the... No. Breath of the Creator. That's what it's called. I love that. Breath of the Creator Savage is, like, easily my favorite fight, period. I love that fight a lot. Ooh. In terms of my favorite dungeon, I think There's a lot of good ones, so I can't really pin down a favorite for it. From a speedrun perspective, I really like Halatali. Halatali is like 2 minutes, 18 seconds of just pure speedrun goodness. Not really from a casual perspective, but you know, that'll vary with time and like how many abilities I'm allowed to have in that dungeon. Like going back to a Realm Reborn dungeons now with the Endwalker kits at level 50 is like I feel like I'm naked with how much shit I'm missing. Those words are plus leaden, minus leaden. Exactly. Feral Hogs understands. Alright, welcome to Alamigo. By the way, I haven't really mentioned, but a lot of these dungeons that I'm doing are technically story spoilers, so if you're not beyond a certain point in this, like, I definitely would recommend maybe tuning out in certain categories. Like, if you're not beyond Shadowbringers right now, like, every single dungeon in Shadowbringers is a story-related dungeon. Yeah. So, especially in the Shadowbringers section, if you want to avoid spoilers, the best way to do that is simply by tuning out. But I digress. If you're here for everything, you're here for everything. And that is wonderful. So in Alamigo, these walls are probably some of the most annoying, because you have to kill everything to be able to move on, but then it still takes you a little bit for the NPCs to spawn, do their animation, blow up the wall, and then continue forward. So I'm going to save my potion for the second boss in this dungeon. By the way, if you're a fan of FF7, welcome to this guy. You recognize him for sure. Oh yeah, right. There is a mount in this dungeon, actually.
What?
Instead of a minion. Yeah, it's the FF6 Magitech Walker.
Oh yeah.
First boss down. So the second boss is where I'm saving my potion for to deal extra damage. And that's because the second boss has an HP threshold where he goes into a pretty long ad phase. As cool as it is possible to burst him down before that. So I want to try and save my cooldowns in such a manner that I'll be able to deal with him efficiently. For this section, thankfully, there's no walls blocking us to the boss. We can pull every single enemy we want up until the boss here. Everything here is having a great time. This is one of those few cases where you can be in danger with the amount of ads that you pull here. But for the most part, it's not going to be that big of a deal to eat a few AoEs just to maximize your DPS. As long as you remember to make use of your defensive cooldowns, you shouldn't be in too much trouble. Sometimes I forget that when I don't have Huton up, my GCD is a little bit slower, so my timing for my Moodra timing can be off from that. Alright. Pop a potion. For the record, if you have noticed and you're a ninja player, you may have noticed that I'm not doing the optimal opener. I'm well aware. Part of it is just cooldown management. Others is wanting to make sure that... there we go. Perfect. Okay, so I managed to skip the entire ad phase there, bursting him down quick enough. That is a relatively long ad phase there, because what happens is your soul gets extracted from your body, and you have to navigate back to your body to get back into it. The problem with that is you move very slow and have to avoid a bunch of AoEs in the process, and all the AoEs target you, so they force you to move in a specific way to avoid them. So it ends up being a relatively slow ad phase. Being able to skip that ad phase is a huge time save for this dungeon. Yeah, truly a shame. I would have wanted that mount for sure. It's a good chair. So I don't technically need to kill any of the ads here to progress through, just the laser grids. But it's more efficient to kill all the enemies with AoEs, since they will be following you regardless. And you do have to kill the 2 Legion Colossi here to progress to the final dungeon. Now, for the ladies and the gay men in the chat, I'm going to have to ask you to hold it in. I understand. Pretty man is coming up. Just hold it in. He is very pretty. You are absolutely correct. He is, however, a combat-obsessed maniac.
That's a positive for some people.
This is true. Hello, Xenos. So fun fact about Xenos, I've tried. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to kill him before he goes into his ad phase. From my testing, he hard locks at 0.1% until the ad phase is done. Fight Sexual is a good way to respond to Xenos.
Goodness.
I should be making more use of Huton here. Because I'm spending more GCDs, I should be maintaining my Huton. Yeah, at about 20%, Xenos will go into an ad phase, put down these things, these swords. He has a lot of swords. A lot of swords.
There is a proper order you're supposed to be doing the swords in.
Oh.
I don't know what the order is.
The order is the
I think
Swell.
it is Storm. Oh, was it? I thought it was Storm first. Dang. I've been taught wrong.
The Swell does a knockback, and I also got knocked back into the edge of the arena, which gives me the damage down, so I deal less damage. Whoopsie daisies.
He's just chilling.
Yeah, as you see here, he's at 0.1 now. As far as I can tell, he does not leave that status until the thing is done.
He just wants to
This
give
is
you one last one-liner.
He really does.
We're also at the point where all the enemies have now hit the level cap for the expansion.
And I'm going to start actually making use of Huton. Now that I'm like thinking about it. Been a little bit since I've done all Dungeon Stormblood, so I'm forgetting. So, Huton is a ninjutsu ability that when you activate it, it's this little meter right here. It actually lowers the GCD timer. So it makes you be able to attack faster whenever you use it. Yeah, so the All Dungeons categories, to answer your question in chat, the All Dungeon categories are basically like New Game Plus runs in a sense. Because you go into them with max level gear, items, and everything that you can possibly get. And it's a collection of ILs, effectively, on top of having that New Game Plus element of like having all the stuff at max level. So thinking of it as a New Game Plus category is definitely very accurate. Alright, bud.
I don't know why, this boss has already reminded me of an old Gundam design, actually.
You know what? Yeah, it does. Now that you mention it, it does sort of look like a Gundam, huh?
Just a little bit.
A little bit. Are you kind of sad that there'll seem to be less dungeons as times went on? Yeah. So, I was fine at first with them saying there were going to be less dungeons over time because they wanted to focus on other content. But what ended up happening is Shadowbringers had like less content than any other expansion. Now, part of that was, you know, the global pandemic. So I don't entirely blame them for that, but I don't know. Having one dungeon every new patch that adds to my expert roulette is not great. I like having a fresh expert roulette every 4 months, basically. So yeah, I was definitely a little bit, I'm a little bit sad about it now that there isn't quite as many dungeons as there used to be. I like variety. So yes, I will, once again, when I get to the Endwalker portion of this run, I will be using a party of people that I have asked prior to help me through it. I will not be using trusts or the duty support system, as when the duty support system or trusts are available, they are much slower than doing it solo. And even when using it with a party, using a party of human players is much more efficient than using the duty support system otherwise. Anything you've been curious about, Fube, by the way? Since, like, I think this is your first time seeing the run.
I watched the run just to familiarize myself with it. Obviously, before this, there's not that much. Like, the only real thing is just obviously a lot of the ninja stuff. That's because it's just a class I've never played before.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've been doing a really good job of explaining, like, obviously what the actual class does. When we get to Samurai, that's where I start to excel. Not as good as you, but that's my bread and butter. I definitely remember playing that class. But yeah, when we get to ARR, folks, that's when things are gonna take quite some time.
What's my favorite dungeon lore-wise? Good question.
That is a good question.
Probably the twinning lore-wise, honestly. I really like the twinning thematically, in that sense. In general, the twinning is just one of my favorite dungeons in general. Oh, my Huton fell off. I haven't had to care about Huton in a while because I've been doing mostly a Realm Reborn and Heavensward, where keeping Huton up isn't really that big of a deal. I think this was Final Fantasy X, right? My brain is saying Final Fantasy X.
Yes, it was, yeah. Hidden, are they called Aeons in that game?
I think so. Hello, everybody. It's Yojimbo.
Guy that you pay money for, and he does the damage. Except in this game, there's a nice little mechanic you'll see here. Not for the speedrun, because we have to sit through it, but here comes money.
So it is actually faster to pick up a few of these pieces of gold, piles of gold, because the doggo here will try and jump to as many of them as he can. If you pick up the last one in the chain, he won't jump to the full chain. But that only implies if you can pick up the last one, which I didn't get, unfortunately. Both times he picked, I did not pick up the last one. But yeah, this attack will actually deal more damage the more money he picks up, just like, you know, the same thematic thing from Final Fantasy X. It does not, however, ever do enough damage to be able to one-shot you, even if you let him get the maximum amount of money. So it's ultimately not much of a threat.
I'm gonna say a not hot take. Stormblood's boss theme is the best boss theme. It's so good.
Storm of blood, born from blood of a fallen brothers.
Just so good.
It's real good, yeah.
Yeah, Raggar's Shoulder, the dungeon my friends threw me in to learn how to face tank.
Lovely. A good choice.
Mm.
Thoughts on what Criterion dungeons will be? I don't know. All I know is that there's what they said, which is going to be like there's a varying difficulty to them. So I kind of hope that it's not just like a, oh yeah, enemies hit harder type of deal when you go to the harder difficulties. I kind of hope that it's a it's more of a like, I don't know. I honestly have no clue, because dungeon design in 14 has been so the same for so many years that the idea of having a different style of dungeon, I have no idea what to expect, more or less. For this section of Temple of the Fist, while I can kill the walls ahead of time and move forward, you do have to end up killing all of the ads in order to spawn the boss. Like, as you can see, looking over in the boss arena, it did not spawn until all of the ads were dead. So, unfortunately, there isn't really any like stuff like what we had in St. Mokian's Arboretum, where we just destroyed the honeycombs and then ignored all the ads type of deal. Dalriada, hard or whatever, was super neat. Oh yeah, like, the Castrum in Bosnia and then Dalriada were definitely super unique, and I liked them. I'm curious if that's what they're going for with Criterion Dungeons, but I honestly do not have, I do not have a clue. Alright. Hello, there's Rhaegar's Reach down there. Kind of cloudy, can't really see it, but that's Rhaegar's Reach down there. Oop, actually got hit by that. Whoopsie daisies. Didn't mean to. Alright, once again, there's nothing really impeding our progress, so we pull as big as we possibly can. Activating Bunshin adds that little bit of extra damage to everything. Put down Doton, make sure to use Hall Nizuchi as effectively as possible. AoE to your heart's content. If one guy decides to live a little bit, oh well. He wants to be a poser. Alright, so for this next boss here, there is actually a fun little element to it that actually lends itself to speedrunning. So this next boss is, lore-wise, it is a training dummy that monks used to, like, practice their skills. And how fast you could defeat it was, like, tracked. So, there's actually, like, very specific, like, different dialogue options you can get from the NPC that gives you the quest for this dungeon, depending on how fast you beat it. But we want to actually avoid any and all mechanics that are avoidable here in this fight. The reason being, if we don't, it gives us a 90% damage down, which will significantly slow down 4.5. That's front and back, yeah. My brain just stopped on port directions again. But yeah, as you can see, the amount of damage I am dealing has gone down significantly from getting hit by that. Killer Instinct puts up a barrier that if I hit anywhere from that side that isn't open, same thing, I'll get the damage down. Yeah, so it is time-based, because as you can see, only Curl Fist himself has matched the time that you just registered. It depends entirely on how long it takes for you to complete it, if I remember correctly. It might be based on getting hit by attacks, but ultimately, with the phrasing, only Curl Fist matched the time that you just set type of deal. You know, that's how it goes. If you're a big lore nerd, this dungeon is full of lore for monks. It's very good in that regard. Gosh. I really don't know why they took them so long to fix Monk, man. They had it right in Heavensward, and then they just decided to go 3 different directions in Stormblood and Shadowbringers with that class. Ugh. Man. Makes me so sad, Froob.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, you've definitely noticed that I haven't been using nearly as many Raijus in this category versus in Heavensward. And that's typically because I want to end up saving the Mudras.
Yeah, and also your
goodness.
AoEs are getting a lot more usage out of most of the normal mods, just because, one, they survive a bit longer, and two, there's such a... In some of the cases of some of the dungeons, there's such a giant stack of mobs that you just have to get through per each barrier, or then those that are following after you still, that just... AoEs become so much more valuable. Well, they aren't before, but they become so much more valuable when the content gets a lot harder.
Yeah. Thank you
I
for
feel
filling
like
in there.
damage up orbs, by the way.
Yeah, fun fact, if he gets any of these orbs, they heal him, so you want to pick up as many as you possibly can. You can pick up all of them with, incredible use of Shikuchi, but it's incredibly difficult.
Ninja will not be played the entirety of the time. Up until a point, Ninja is used, but there is a bit where there is more damage payoff from Samurai.
Yeah, so... certain things are valued more in different categories. Being able to deal a lot of damage, obviously, the higher level of content that you do starts to matter more and more. And then eventually, it reaches a point. I believe it's actually after this dungeon where I swap off. It's after this dungeon where I swap off to Samurai because of the damage that Samurai can deal. So this is the drowned city of Scala. The second boss here is a pain.
Looks like, going back to the previous conversation, you said at one point Dancer was used in the Heavensward stuff, right?
Yeah, so that was partially because I didn't have Ninja unlocked at the time, but also partially because Dancer has very high damaging burst abilities with its dances, and being able to prep those before going into bosses meant that you could consistently one-shot them with technical step. But it reached a certain point where that just, even with that, and Peloton, and the on-avant dashes that Dancer had, it's consistent DPS, it's persistent DPS. It's just so much slower than every other class that it just stops being useful. That as well, Ninja getting access to Forked Raiju, that extra gap closer, it just made it completely impossible for Dancer to keep up. Fun fact, I only leveled Ninja 2-3 months ago at this point. And there's a funny story on that front. So, when I first started playing this game, it was patch 2.5, so it was late A Realm Reborn. And early on, I saw a Lalafell running around as a ninja. And I saw the little pose that they do with it, that they do when they're running around. And I thought to myself, wow, that is the most precious thing I have ever seen in my life. I refused to play ninja until I Fantasia to a Lalafell. It took me till Endwalker to want to do that. So, yeah, that's why it took me so long. And yeah, just the airplane pose. It's so adorable. Lalafells are adorable, man. Except for the evil ones like Teleji Agileji. Story spoilers. But heck that guy. Oh yeah, the little flip that ninjas do when they jump is especially good on Lalafell. Alright. So earlier, and a couple times, I've mentioned about how if you Shikuchi wrong, you can Shikuchi right past aggro range to bosses. This is one of them. Or not bosses, sorry, to mobs. This is one of those dungeons where you need to kill every mob in a specific section to progress. So, I want to be careful and purposeful with my Shikuchi placement here. I want to place myself between these two, because this one that I'm targeting right now, I've actually accidentally skipped him before. I'm pretty sure I did it in my current PB as well. Which is just funny to think about. Mans just did not want to come to me. He just wanted to sit over there and chill out. So something I haven't mentioned about Hollow no Zuchi is I mentioned that specific actions trigger it. The actions that trigger it are Hake Mujin Satsu as a combo action, Phantom Kamaitachi, which becomes available when you execute Bunshin, Katon, and its upgraded ability Goka Makyaku. All those will trigger it to go off. And every single time you trigger... I'm going to try to hold my DPS here. Every single time you trigger it, it adds an extra 50 potency per enemy. Ah, okay. So he did that one. That's unfortunate. Wasted Tenchijin. So this boss's ad phase is annoying in this sense because it transforms you into a little Corporate. No, this isn't a Corporate. What is this thing?
I don't
remember what this thing is called.
Bunny.
And he can do this this ad phase 3 times. So I'm very specifically trying to wait for him to... No, I'm going to get the second one. Please, no. Unfortunate. Spriggan, thank you very much. So I was very specifically trying to wait for him to do casts at specific times to try and burst him fast enough that I could maybe skip one of these. You can definitely skip the first one with high damage burst, but skipping the second and or the third becomes a bit of a challenge. For this last one, you definitely want to skip the third because no matter what, these will explode on you. You can't get them all by yourself. You would need at least an extra person to help you with it. So unfortunately, didn't get any major space skips there. It's kind of hard to do. I usually end up losing time in this dungeon in the speed run for that reason. I need to also keep remembering to use Huton, because Huton definitely just like is way more important in Stormblood because of how often you're using GCDs while staying still. This little section has a fun little thing you can do for a small optimization. Once you kill all the enemies, these pads light up, and they turn you into a little floaty guy. Normally, you'd have to wait for the duration, but if you just actually right-click the status ailment that appears, you can just get rid of the status ailment and make yourself be able to act much quicker. Small little thing, but right-clicking off buffs and right-clicking off buffs can be definitely advantageous in specific points. You want to make sure you're avoiding all the AoEs from these guys. These guys can inflict blind on you, which gives you a chance to miss your attacks, which you definitely just don't want to do. Alright, so as I said, this will be the last dungeon we'll be using for the Stormblood portion on Ninja. Once we are done with this dungeon, we'll be swapping over to Samurai to make use of its higher damage. That'll mostly be beneficial in boss fights for the most part. The moving from point A to point B is still definitely faster on Ninja. But when you start losing, 2 GCDs here, 3 GCDs there to bosses, that, that's going to start adding up, and eventually you're going to start saving more time at that point. Hello, friend. I have come to do a rotation on you. So I know there's definitely somebody who's noticed it. You might have noticed that I mouse over some of my abilities fairly frequently. I don't recommend doing this, for the record. I recommend learning, just like making a bunch of keybinds and learning your rotations via the keybinds. However, like a stubborn person I was, 7 years ago, I started to learn my rotations by mousing over a significant portion of my buttons. So, as a result of that, I mouse over a lot of things that otherwise might lose me time. And that's just how I'm used to playing the game, so at this point it would be more effort than it's worth to untrain that muscle memory. Alright, we are now done with that dungeon, which means we are temporarily done with Ninja. We will now be moving on to Samurai into Hell's Lid. Oh boy. So I have opinions. I have opinions of what they did to Samurai in patch 6.1. And the opinion is, please, for the love of God, Square Enix, revert this change. Why would you do this as Satsu Kaiden? Why would you do this as Samurai? Why are you like this, Square Enix?
For those who don't know, that's a 50% increase to your weapon skill. It is a big, big increase. And it's gone.
I just messed all of those buttons up. Gosh.
So, Samurai is, you can see on the top right, obviously the gauge has changed. Those, there's different 3 bits you can see above the sword. Those can be gained from 2 different sets of combos. Either your melee combos that go into each other, or some of your AoE combos. When you get the different levels of those combos, I wish I could remember what they're called, I'm so sorry. Then you can do special moves with them. One alone gives you a dot, which is damage over time. 2 of them gives you an AoE attack, and the 3 of them together give you a very, very high damaging skill, which you can also clone with another different attack, if you wanted to. You don't have to, because you use that with anything. We used to use that all the time pre-Endwalker, and I think we use something else now.
What are we referring to here, sorry?
Thingy, Midari. Midari with the, what was it? Was it Shoha? Which is the one? No, Tsubame. Tsubame, that's the one, sorry.
Yeah,
so Tsubame Gashi allows you to repeat the last attack that you used, which we used to use that with Midare. Midare is with every single stack together of your... God, I wish I could remember what they're called.
The Jutsu?
That's the one.
Yeah, so you still definitely use, in single target, you still definitely use Tsubame on Midare, because the Kaishi Setsugeka just replaces, the Kaishi Namakiri just replaces Ogi Namakiri upon execution.
Hope you'll understand, there's a lot, with Ninja and with Samurai, there are a lot of really long Japanese names for the moves, and it's... You can see via the hotbar how many Ninja had, and you can also see via the hotbars how many Samurai has. So there is a lot of moves to remember.
Don't do it, Fluffy. Don't do it. I know you're upset. It's fine. You're here to do a speed run, not complain. I'm just gonna use this because I used it kind of inappropriately earlier. So I would have ended up wasting it if I didn't use it there.
There are technically 6 moves that can't be assigned to your hotbar, but 3 of them are just the stronger versions of the 3 that I mentioned, which are Higenbanner for the dot, Tenkagoken for the AoE, and Midare for the really powerful single target ability. That's one of Samurai's actual traits, is just when you get to a certain level, which obviously you are at level 90, they just get stronger.
Yeah.
Is that 76 actually? I think that's 76 actually. I don't even think it's like the Endwalker stuff.
Which ability is this?
Just the upgraded versions of your EI Jutsu. I think that was... Yeah, it was... Yeah.
Yeah, Tsubame 76, yeah.
Yeah, oh, interesting. For some reason I thought they were Endwalker, but yeah, they're not. But there is another kind of... Oh gosh, how do we describe it? There's a meditation system that you can get a stack of meditation from certain moves. Midare gives you a stack of meditation, for example, and you can stack that meditation to execute other moves, such as Shoha 2 or Shoha 1. Shoha 2 is the AoE version of Shoha. And everything that you'll be doing is going to give you way more damage. Shoha is a potency of like 520, and I think Shoha 2 is like, I think it's 200.
Yep. Nice, okay. So I planned my cooldowns out there in a specific way. So that boss has an ability called Whisper in the Wind, where he'll go untargetable for about 40 seconds. But if you start using big burst abilities, if you get into the 50, and then like when he goes into that little coil he did to go into an attack move, if you start bursting him, then that animation lasts long enough that you can burst him past the HP threshold and kill him before he does Whisper in the Wind, and that is a huge time save for this dungeon. Whisper in the Wind skip is massive for being able to do this dungeon efficiently. And we got it. So yeah, some of you are definitely noticing. So the bar that's below my Sen, these little medallions here, is the Kenki gauge. Some of you might have been noticing that bar is filling up and I'm not really noticing. It's because I keep trying to hit Hisatsu Kaiten, which used to use Kenki gauge, or Kenki gauge rather.
Yep.
And because it doesn't, I always end up with more Kenki than I'm used to. And it sucks, because removing Hisatsu Kaiten was a really stupid decision. And I'm going to go off on this. I literally can't help myself. It literally only negatively impacted Samurai's enjoyability. So when this change was announced, nobody liked it. Square Enix apparently did not realize that everybody would hate it. But they said the same thing they do every time. It's like, alright, just give it a try before you complain. When patch 6.1 came out and they removed Hisatsu Kaiten, the Japanese official forums for 14 had to create a mega thread of people talking about Hisatsu Kaiten because of how bad the change felt. So many people were so upset about it. Like, basically everybody who played Samurai was so upset about it. That there were so many threads being created on the official JP forums that they had to create a mega thread for it. And this was pretty well echoed in the English community as well. I don't know a single person who has thought positively of the removal of Hisatsu Kaiten. And I'm also going to not lie to you, because of that, it's negatively affected my enjoyment of Samurai. It also negatively affected my enjoyment of all dungeons, Stormblood. It might seem silly. I definitely might seem silly that like removing one ability could have a big negative impact, but there's a few reasons why Hisatsu Kaiten did feel so proper, and removing it kind of made everything feel worse. Number one, without Hisatsu Kaiten, the Kenki gauge has exactly zero management to it. Like, you see button light up, you press button. That's unfortunately how the Kenki gauge is now, which just isn't necessarily as engaging as the amount of Kenki management. And it wasn't much. You didn't have to do a whole lot of Kenki management with Hisatsu Kaiten, but you did have to do more than just see button light up, press button type of deal. Number two, it was thematically appropriate because your EI jutsus, the animation for your EI jutsus was you sheathing your samurai sword and then swinging with whatever attack you were doing. And the wind-up to that with Hisatsu Kaiten was you doing a sword twirl that worked perfectly in conjunction with the animation for your EI jutsus. So it almost feels like there's an entire step missing in the animation process from a thematic standpoint in that regard. But the third thing is, it just, I don't know. This is definitely a more personal thing, and I don't particularly think that this is a point that everyone agrees with. But for me, one of the changes that they had to make when they removed Hisatsu Kaiten is they ended up guaranteeing critical hits on the EI Jutsu Midare Setsugeka and the extra ability Ogi Namakiri. But in the process of guaranteeing those critical hits, they also nerfed the ability's potency. So the guaranteed crits currently do less damage than what a Kaiten buff non-crit attack would do previous patch. And this is definitely a me thing, but the Serentonin rush that I got from seeing a Kaiten buff direct hit crit Ogi Namakiri versus seeing the same thing without the Kaiten buff and doing significantly less damage, it's a little bit disappointing for me, basically. And that is entirely a personal point. Anyway, I've gone off on Kaiten long enough. Let's get back to the video game and the speedrun. So, we are currently in the Fractal Continuum Hard. You might recognize that name from earlier in the Heavensward dungeon. This boss hits like a truck, because normally the damage here is supposed to be spread out between 4 different people, but since it's all going into one person, it can actually start hurting. Like pretty significantly. So you're going to see me make use of a couple of my defensive buffs here to heal myself back up to make sure I can stay safe there. This dungeon, like most of the rest of these dungeons, is take out all the enemies to make the wall disappear and allow you to progress through the dungeon. So generally the most efficient way to get through things is still going to be optimizing how you are killing the enemies at this juncture, as well as, you know, being able to get everything together. So something I haven't really mentioned, you're seeing me pull everything and then AoE them down. Because AoE damage will always deal a specific amount of damage per target, with the exception of abilities that do have damage fall off. This means that the more targets you can hit, the more damage you are dealing. And generally speaking, the more damage you're dealing, the less GCDs you'll have to use. The less GCDs you have to use, the more time you can save. The more time you can save, blah, blah, blah. The nice little circle that feeds into itself. There are also 2 movement abilities that Samurai has that we can make use of for going from point A to point B fairly quickly. So it has a targeted gap closer called Gyoten that goes 20 yalms. Think of yalms as meters, basically, as just a comparison in your head. And it has a 10-second cooldown, so it can be spammed like up to 3 times depending on the size of a pull. Depending on where you are and what dungeon you're doing. This boss here, we don't want to see him take the data from Sophia. Zervin is fine. Actually, no, wait. We wanted to see Sophia, we didn't want to see Zervin. Zervin's actually bad. Have there been other classes I've tried for this run? And if you have, how much time difference does it say between a summoner and a ninja? Well, there's definitely a notable difference between summoner and ninja. Don't give me damage down. Don't give me damage down. Okay, ball and stack works. As long as it's not damage down, I'm fine. So, the advantage that Summoner obviously brings is burst damage as well as, you know, being able to attack from a range. But Summoner doesn't really have movement abilities, and its consistent DPS is definitely slower than Samurai's. So, there is a fairly big gap currently between Samurai and Summoner, for example. I've tried a good amount of different classes for these runs. I've tried like Reaper. I've tried making use of Dragoon. The most efficient way to get through things, as far as I've been able to tell, and I definitely encourage people to prove me wrong. Obviously, you know, the most efficient classes I've seen for all dungeons Stormblood is Ninja and then Samurai. Ninja's ability to go from point A to point B is so efficient that it keeps up for a long time, even when it starts to fall off in terms of damage dealt to Samurai. Hello, friend. Just gonna hit this terminal, okay? Oh. There we go. Alright, previously when doing this run, the final boss used to be a bit of an issue, because the final boss starts casting an Enrage when he gets to a certain HP threshold. Previously, early on in Shadowbringers, it was kind of difficult for a DPS, even a DPS, to be able to burst it down before it did that Enrage. But with the stats being changed as they have, as well as having the additional abilities from Endwalker, that is no longer a big deal at all. I am too far away from the terminal to interact with it. That is unfortunate. I'm coming to the stark realization 2.5 hours into this run that I still have about 10 hours to go. And I'm in pain.
Yeah, I'm guessing the most time is going to be ARR and Endwalker.
ARR is actually only a little bit slower than Stormblood.
Huh.
I think ARR might be potentially faster. No, it's not. There's just too many dungeons for it to be faster, but yeah. It's a little under 2 hours currently with my personal best.
It's not too bad, actually. I expected it to be way more.
Yeah, Shadowbringers is definitely where things are going to go like, oh, goodness. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, pain. Alright. What about Black Mage? Seems like it's clear ads really fast. The big issue with Black Mage is number 1, mobility, but number 2, cast times. It is possible sometimes for enemies to hit hard enough to interrupt your cast, but the fact that Black Mage has to stay still to cast everything except for like a few things just unfortunately makes it kind of weak on that regard. Alright, so that's Fractal Continuum hard down. There are 3 dungeons left in the Stormblood portion. This one is the Swallow's Compass. This one starts off with going in a circle. I know it's a meme, but is Blue Mage used for the Realm Reborn stuff? Yes, actually. There is exactly 1 dungeon where Blue Mage is the fastest class to use in a Realm Reborn. And we will get to that when we get to that, because the Realm Reborn section is after Stormblood. I will also be using Blue Mage for Comfort in a couple dungeons, just because it's a little bit more consistent, the strategies through there. And I am looking not necessarily to do this 100% perfectly, but rather to do this consistently, rather. I don't know. I'd rather play Blue Mage in a couple places for consistency rather than flounder on Ninja and waste a minute type of deal. No, it is not Aurum Vale. It is actually the Stone Vigil Hard is the dungeon in question where Blue Mage is objectively the fastest class. And we'll get into why later. For right now, through this section of the Swallow's Compass, the goal is more or less to kill the Sai Tai Suis to be able to open up the barrier to head into the first boss room. So we're going to constantly be making use of Sprint. Unfortunately, we can't really make use of Gap Closers or Hisatsu Yaten to backstep either. So we just kind of have to go at things as they come. Trying to manipulate myself right now. I'm going to hit everything. Have a Mindari. Goodbye. Whew. So once again, to anyone in the chat, because this is a long marathon, I will be perfectly willing to answer any questions you all have, so if there's anything on your mind at all, feel free to throw it out. Alright, for this first boss here, we're going to do a very difficult strat, involving standing in one place and not moving. So, we're going to go directly to the center of the arena, and we're going to stay here. And this is very specifically to deal with one mechanic, which can cause a little bit of threat to our health bar if we were to let it go off. So these little orbs here are going to start circling around. And if these orbs touch you, they actually lower your maximum HP for a duration. That means if I got too many of these orbs, I'd actually be in somewhat a bit of a danger of being killed by some of the stronger hits from this guy. But thankfully we can burst him down very quickly now, so. Black Mage having cast times, isn't that mitigated with all the swift cast stacks nowadays? Not really. A triple cast stack of mana isn't really... Yeah, exactly. As responded in chat. A triple cast stack of mana isn't really enough to mitigate all of the cast times that you have to have. Yes, the Heavensward section is over, Shannik. I have finished that section up, and I'm currently finishing up the Stormblood section. So something about Samurai that has not mentioned is Samurai has 2 buffs that they have to maintain via the use of its rotation in order to be maximizing their damage output. Those buffs are Fugetsu and Fuka. Those respectively increase your damage dealt. Sorry, I'm getting something a little bit caught in my throat here. Trying to get that out of there. Gonna need to drink some water here in a sec. Those respectively increase your damage dealt, as well as lower the recast time of your weapon skills, meaning that you can attack more frequently and more often. Anytime these buffs are not up, your first priority should be getting these buffs up as fast as possible. Not having them up for an extended period of time could be huge time loss otherwise. Is there a reason you're not doing it chronologically? Yes. So I am tactically using A Realm Reborn as the 3rd section for a bathroom break. Since I'm going to be sitting here for 13 hours, I figured using the unskippable cutscenes in the MSQ dungeons to tactically take a bathroom break would be a smart idea. So the run can go uninterrupted. Otherwise. So you notice there I didn't have either Fuka or Fugetsu up, and I started to I started to be able to attack slower, as well as not deal quite as much damage. So once again, making sure that those buffs are up at all times should be your first priority, and if they're not up, get them up. One thing I haven't mentioned is an ability that Samurai has called Third Eye. Third Eye will put a buff on you for 4 seconds. I didn't... Oh my goodness, my rotation's all off right now. Yes, parties will be used for the Endwalker portion of this run. I will be playing with a preformed party of people that I have asked ahead of time to be available for me, and that will be the last section of the run, mostly because I'm going to be probably very tired at that point and need the assistance. Ugh. Oh man, I'm really starting to remember why I really prefer speedruns that are under 2 hours long. I get exhausted really quickly, especially for all the focus.
It's the nice thing with long runs like this, though, is they're nice and comfy.
Yeah. I set myself a pretty generous estimate, so I don't have to be playing at 100% all times.
Yeah. As
Have
you
there been any
a couple of times, if you need a break and like stand up and stretch and stuff, go take that.
Yeah. I think I can manage till A Realm Reborn. So, I'll just wait for that. Have there been any full party runs of this category? I don't know if anybody's done a full party with it, but I do believe there's at least one 2-man run on the leaderboard currently. I will reiterate again that the all dungeons categories are split up via expansions. There is not actually a official leaderboard category for all dungeons, like every single dungeon, like I'm doing today. It's what I'm doing is a combination of the previous expansions categories, and then all the dungeons in Endwalker as well. All right, so in case you haven't noticed, this is Kitian Dasheg, or whatever his pronunciation actually is. We don't call him by that. We call him by his true name, Sun Wukong. How you doing, bud? He summons ads during this part of the fight. So, I've been experimenting with this, and if somebody could eventually tell me, I'd love to know. But I've been trying to figure out a way to, like... So I'm very specifically going to try and do this. Nah, never mind. It's probably not worth it. So, I've been trying to figure out a way to burst him down before he does his little, like, shadow clones. But I don't even know if it's possible for him to actually die before that. I bursted a little bit too hard. Save me, Shinten spam. Does the game change balance for solo / not full parties? The only thing that particularly changes is when you play it with the under unrestricted party option. You get this buff known as the Epic Echo, which, depending on what instance you're entering, like what expansion the instance is from, will give you an additional buff. So, like, for example, the Epic Echo here for Stormblood dungeons gives me a 60% increase to my health, healing GCD potency, damage dealt, all that stuff. Hello and welcome to the burn. The only major thing to note about this dungeon is the final boss does have a phase skip. It does, as far as I'm aware, however, have a fairly big reliance on crit luck. So if I don't get good crits, I don't think I'll particularly be able to do it. The Burn Steam is very good, though. Very, very good.
Yeah, story-wise, atmospheric-wise, like, this place is fantastic. I remember trying to tank this bit for the first time when going through this dungeon and getting very annoyed, though. Thanks, boulders.
I got hit by those boulders so many times the first few times, man. Those boulders are something else.
Sometimes, to stand in a good place for your teammates to be able to hit the enemy, you gotta take a boulder to the face.
Oh my goodness, I don't have food! And I haven't been using pots, dude. I've been taking this so... I have not been using food or pots for like the last little bit. I just realized. I made 400 pots for each class I use. Entirely for this, and I just forget every time. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Hello, friend. I've come to give you a dot. Yeah, so a lot of bosses you'll be seeing me purposely get hit by the mechanics rather than doing them correctly. In a lot of cases, the bosses won't give you any sort of debuff that you absolutely don't want. Stuff like damage down, paralysis, a stun effect. So being able to like eat balm stacks is perfectly fine in that regard. Anytime you see me do a mechanic on purpose, it's usually because it gives me a debuff that is extremely detrimental to being able to finish the fight. Otherwise, I will simply just sit there, deal damage, and eat it. When we get to Shadowbringers, there'll be an exception to that, obviously, because being able to survive in the Shadowbringers portion of the run is much more important. Ugh. Did I mention Third Eye already? I think I brought up Third Eye and how it gives you Kinky whenever you get hit under the effect of it. I'm trying to think of things I haven't said already yet. Hello, friend. I shall yaten away from you. Yeah, if you're big into 14 and you're looking for something to like try and do, give the all dungeons categories a shot. There's a variety of different ways to speedrun Final Fantasy 14. There's endgame, like New Game Plus style categories like all dungeons, all trials. There's Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High speedruns that you can on the leaderboard as well. Main scenario, like starting a fresh new character, New Game Plus type of deals as well. There's a very good variety of ways to speedrun Final Fantasy XIV. And there's probably something that fits your little niche. I, for one, really like the optimizations and the way that you think about doing dungeon speedruns. So the All Dungeons category works very well for that. There is, of course, also pretty much every single instance in the game has at least some category to it. I'll take a little bit of time here just to meditate. Myself a extra stack of meditate there. Oh boy. You need to drink more water. Alright. So for the final section of the burn here, there's a lot of big enemies. Like these giant worms have huge hitboxes. So a little thing that has like kind of a skill element to it is manipulating the other enemies around these giant hitboxes in such a way that like they don't get pushed out of your AoE attacks. You can also eat the AoEs that these guys spawn fairly safely, but there are a couple you do want to avoid because they give you blind. That's one of those debuffs that you typically want to avoid because blind lowers your accuracy, gives you a chance to miss. Anytime you're missing, that's a wasted GCD and wasted time. Where does the bulk of the estimate come from? The bulk of the estimate comes from the Shadowbringers portion of the run. The Shadowbringers portion, in comparison to the other portions, is significantly longer for a variety of reasons. But the biggest reason is the Epic Echo does not give us nearly as much of a buff, and we only have a 10-level advantage on the content versus, you know, the 20-level advantage we have in Stormblood, 30 levels in Heavensward, etc., etc. So the bulk of the estimate comes from the Shadowbringers portion, as well as the Endwalker portion, which I have estimated each dungeon at like a max of 20 minutes. Alright, so this guy is, he's fun, to put it bluntly.
There's a reason he's called Mist Dragon.
So our goal here is to burst him as physically fast as we possibly can, because we want to skip a phase. If we can deal enough damage to him quickly enough,
essentially there's a phase where he's gonna go and disappear.
yeah, that.
Yeah.
It's this thing here. It's when he does vaporize. I messed up earlier. I accidentally like brained and used. I went muscle memory and I used Iki Shoten, which gives me 50 Kenki alongside the ability to use Ogi Namakiri. And what that did, unfortunately, is it meant I didn't have the extra damage that I need to be able to burst him past. Or burst him quick enough that I could kill him before that ad phase goes off. So I lose a little bit of time to that, but overall, nothing has gone horrendously wrong. There's only like, I think I've only like gotten like a couple of the really bad, I think I've only missed a couple of the really bad phase skips. So, I think we're good.
That fight has a longer second one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just covers the entire like arena in Mist, and you have to go around, and it takes ages.
You have to go around, find where he's doing a dive bomb, avoid the dive bomb or get frozen. Also, don't get hit by any of the AoEs because they will freeze you. Also, these guys. Don't get hit by any of these guys. They're very muddy and dirty, and if you get hit by their AoEs, they'll inflict you with mud, which slows you down. Like, actually just straight up makes you makes you move slower. Not good. We burst him down before he can do that. That's what you like to see. So one little thing the Backstep Yatin does is it gives you an enhanced version of your ranged ability called NP. An NP, you'll see me spamming it every single time I'm moving to point A to point B. The little bit of extra damage it does help, but the main reason I'm doing it is every time I cast it, I gain 10 Kenki. And then, of course, every time I have a specific amount of Kenki, I can spend it to do a bunch of extra damage with, like, Q10, with Yoten for a gap closer. I can use it on Yaten for the backstep. I can use it on Shinten for single target damage. Let's do this. So something I haven't particularly gone over super well is melee DPS. So the two classes that I've played so far in the speedrun are melee DPS, and melee DPS have a little factor to their design known as positionals. Positionals are basically hitting attacks on enemies in a... Certain attacks have certain things called positional requirements, where if you hit an attack on a certain part of the enemy's body, their hitbox, you will gain an additional effect, such as extra damage. I think it's actually just extra damage at this point. I don't think there's any actually other additional effects, if I remember correctly. Because I remember the positionals for Samurai used to give extra Kenki gauge, but they changed it to just deal extra damage this expansion. So with the boss facing us, we're really not... because we're the only target, the boss will be facing us the entire time. And that makes it really hard to be able to get those positionals if the boss is not casting anything. It basically makes it impossible. So, we have a all-class ability... a melee DPS roll ability known as True North. That nullifies the positional requirements for 10 seconds whenever you use it. So you'll typically see me using it when I'm about to use one of my abilities that has a positional requirement.
The roll actions, I was going to say, are all shared between every single one of the melee classes as well. So you've got a small cure potency in there, you've got a stun in there, you've got a move that converts a portion of the damage you do into HP. You can probably tell that a lot of these aren't really used, like, especially early on. But True North is very massively important for, as Fluffy said, any positionals, especially for certain classes. If you're playing like Dragoon or Monk, you've got positionals.
Yeah, some classes have more positionals than others. Monk used to have 6. It had an additional way for it to ignore the positionals, so it's not like a super big deal. It wasn't like a super big deal, but Monk is down to 2 positionals at this point, so it's not quite as bad. Fun fact, don't get hit by Roly-Poly. You get hit by Roly-Poly, you get transmogged into a Corpicur. I think that's how you pronounce it. And that's a lot of time that you can't do any damage. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Also, if you're a Monk main, you essentially play a new character every single major expansion. Congrats.
Poor Monk, man.
One day, you will figure out what your class is, but until then, good luck. You will keep punching a lot. That's about it. I think there's a new mechanic at this point. As you can probably tell, you're going to get pushed along where the arrows are. There's a couple of fighting arenas that have this mechanic that don't have barriers on the edge of the arena. You don't want to get pushed off. This is the good old, don't look at the eye, but new players will always look at the eye.
And then they will wonder why they are suddenly unable to do actions. Very unfortunate.
Why am I, like, turned to stone? What happened? Quite petrified.
Ugh. Oh, boy.
I mean, I say that. I did the same. I looked at it.
I did
still
too.
do sometimes.
Yeah, dealing with gaze mechanics is fairly simple if you have a mouse, because all you really actually have to do is like look away from it and then shake your camera back and forth, which will guarantee, even if you continue your attacking, that your character won't ever look at the look at the gaze mechanic.
True North also, once again, very good for attacking, obviously, bosses at their side when they're just, you know, trying to gaze on you. Also, I'm fairly certain it was mentioned. If it wasn't, the Sen Gauge at the top right, the 3 medallions, with the AoE combos, you can only get 2 of them, which is, I believe, Ketsu and Ka. You need to use the combo Hakaze into Yukikaze to be able to get the third one, Setsu, which gives you Midari. But nicely, the AoE combos give you enough of the Sen to get you the AoE extra ability that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's very deliberate design, because like your 2 Sen ability is Tenka Goken, which does an AoE around you. You've seen me use it. It's very deliberate by design that your AoE can't accidentally go into a Midare. And something I haven't mentioned is AoE breakpoints. So every single job has a point where its AoE abilities are better damage than its single target abilities. This varies from job to job. Some jobs it is like strictly 4. They're like strictly 3 targets is better. Some jobs it's like a mix between 2 and 3 depending on what ability you're using. Some jobs it's like 2 targets. Samurai, if I remember correctly, is a 3 target class. So anytime you see me use single target on 3 targets or AoE on 2 targets, yell at me. Remind me. I could be wrong about that, though. I don't remember the last time I checked for Samurai. But Ninja as well is also a 3 target class. Most efficient use is at 3 targets of its AoE. Anything beyond 3, rather, is more efficient than single target. This boss here, the mudslime that he spawns, you're supposed to attack it and move it onto these green platforms so that it doesn't get hit and then they eventually explode, give you a damage down. But you can just burst the boss down before having to actually worry about that, so it is no big deal. Alright, and now we're on to the last dungeon of the run. Sorry, not the run, of the Stormblood portion of the run, the Gimlet Dark. This is unfortunate. You want to know why it's unfortunate? I'll tell you why it's unfortunate. So the Gimlet Dark, its final boss is the most auto-scroller of auto-scrollers that I've ever auto-scrollered in my life, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's a fantastic dungeon for story stuff, but this is, like, you get linear dungeons, but this is an absolutely linear dungeon with a just, it's time to wait moment. Like, almost multiple times, actually.
Yeah. There's definitely a few places, where, like, it's at least intended for you to spend a specific amount of time, because you'll notice later on there's an enemy that we're not supposed to be able to kill, that we can actually burst down, and allow us to move forward in the dungeon quicker than normal.
That's the typical 14 thing you've seen a couple times already, just leaving them on a certain HP value and going, yep, that's enough.
Alright, so once this is done, I'll be transitioning into the Realm Reborn section of the run, in which I will be swapping to Ninja to start with, because I am going to go immediately into Castrum Meridianum. And the reason I am going immediately into Castrum Meridianum is because I want to use the unskippable cutscene in it to go for a quick pee break. And then I'll go for a longer break during the Praetorium later. Also, yes, that is Froob. Say hello, Froob.
Oh!
Perfect. That's exactly the response I wanted.
Okay, so this is the first one of this mechanic. It's, as you could probably guess, it goes around in the cardinal direction that it's said, so if clockwise or anti-clockwise. As long as you are walking next to it, you will not get hit.
I messed up. My rotation, no!
Sorry, just getting ready for the next fight. That's the crap.
True. This section, you could actually, like, run into these falling objects, like, well before they're visually there, because the hitbox... Sorry, the wall hitboxes are, like, there the entire time. So, like, you can sometimes be like, wait, why am I not moving? And then something drops in front of you, and you're like, oh. And that happens very frequently for that section, because you can go much faster than the game thinks you'll be going there. Alright, so there's a little small thing here. These first two ads have aggro on these NPC avatars over here. And then two other ads spawn. You have to make sure that you have aggro on all four of them before you progress forward. Because if you don't, the NPCs will not join you down here with the rest of the ads. And that ad will stay up there and be a pain because you have to go back for it. So make sure that you've got all the ads before you continue forward with this part of the dungeon. This is the melee DPS job, Samurai, that I am currently playing. Alright, second boss here. There's a funny little thing about this guy, where he has an HP threshold where if he's beyond it and a certain amount of time has passed in the dungeon, he will completely ignore casting a thing he normally casts, called Nitro Spin. So, Nitro Spin is actually funny, because we want him to actually cast Nitro Spin to make the dungeon faster. So he buries into the ground here, and then he's going to come out from the wall. So he came out from the wall we actually wanted him to. We wanted him to come out from either where he's coming out now or the other side of the gap. During that time, I'm going to make use of the Meditate ability, which slowly raises your Kenki and your meditation gauges on Samurai, basically meaning that you can use more damaging abilities. So I made use of Bloodbath here, which gives me a heal based on a portion of the damage I deal. Just to keep myself safe there, because between the damage he deals from coming out of the wall, as well as the Tank Buster ability that he has, he deals a lot of damage and does actually constitute a notable threat. Same thing with here, make sure you've got aggro on all the enemies before you progress forward. And we are going to very specifically do something we don't normally do for these runs. We're going to be holding our abilities to make use on an ad in a later section of this third area. So as I mentioned at the start of this dungeon has an incredibly auto-scrollery final boss. Like, I have tried my best, and as far as I am able to tell, you cannot progress through that fight without a certain amount of time passing. And I have tried my best. So, we're actually going to save all of our major cooldowns for the third ad that'll spawn in this section. So we have to take out the guys that are here first and foremost. This will spawn a Magitech Colossus. When we take out this Colossus, a second one will spawn that has much more health and also technically deals more damage. It's supposed to be a scripted event where it reaches a certain HP threshold, and then the it's supposed to be a scripted event where it reaches a certain HP threshold, and then one of the NPCs will use a limit break and kill it. However, this ad does not have the immortal status. Therefore, it is entirely possible to burst him down before the full sequence plays out. So as you can see, the NPC avatar Hien here is supposed to be able to go into a sequence where he limit breaks it and kills it himself, but because we blow everything on it beforehand, we can kill it, saving us the time from skipping that sequence. And since this boss is an auto-scroller, like, stupidly auto-scrollery, like, I do not know how to speed this up. I've tried my best. We don't end up actually losing any time for blowing all of our potions and cooldowns and big, strong hitting abilities for doing that. So we're just not punished, and it's great.
Speaking of mechanics and limit breaks, if you know Final Fantasy XIV, you'll know that there is no limit break gauge right now. You will not be seeing limit breaks until much, much later.
Yeah,
if at all,
so
question mark?
We will be seeing it in Endwalker, yes.
Yeah, thought so.
So you do not get access to the limit break gauge unless you're in a party of at least 4 people and are in an instance that allows limit breaks. So because I'm doing everything solo up to Endwalker, you won't be seeing me make use of any limit breaks at any point in time for that. These girls do a funny little dance, and it's great. But yeah, once again, we're just gonna deal a lot of damage to them as quickly as we can. It doesn't end up mattering, but we do want them to be at 0.1% at a specific point. But we're gonna otherwise hold on to our cooldowns and our Shinten at a certain point. Yes, I don't know why the bosses are like this. I guess just because, like, they're scripted in such a way that, like, you know, the tandem attacks have to go off. But it just ends up being annoying more than anything. And I'm going to use Meditate again here. I'm going to get max Kenki, max meditation stacks to be able to use everything I can. Because the ideal situation here is when these two reach their final phase, we'll use a Ogi Namakiri on them. And then hopefully this takes no more than 2 GCDs. So we're going to activate Ogi Namakiri. Be ready to target. Swap targets. Perfect. And that is the Stormblood dungeon of the run down and done. Alright, so we're going to go back to Ninja, and now we're going to head into a Realm Reborn. We're going to quickly take a pit stop at Castra Meridianum, because I need a pit stop, and I need the cutscene here to not interrupt the run. Alright, so this dungeon, the Castra Meridianum, is part of the main scenario dungeons, the ending dungeons for patch 2.0 in Final Fantasy XIV. Because of how they were designed, they have unskippable cutscenes in them. And we're going to make use of that cutscenes to take a tactical bathroom break. Through this section here, I'm going to be trying to AoE all of these enemies down. Perfect. Get rid of all the walls in the way. And then quickly make use of a Hyosho Ranryo to one-shot that boss. So nice. One thing to note, with these dungeons received significant reworks in patch 6.1, the current patch that Final Fantasy XIV is on. And these dungeons are much shorter than they used to be. Previously, the combination of dungeons, the Praetorium and Castra Meridianum, used to take up an hour of the Realm Reborn speedrun on its own, just between 2 dungeons. That number has been reduced significantly to about 25 minutes, so while there are still annoying unskippable cutscenes, you're not nearly like as locked in as you were before. And as you can see, we're now back to the melee DPS job, Ninja. Ninja just being able to go from point A to point B so fast is the single biggest reason why it is the most efficient for most low-level dungeons. Since you can, since you can one-shot things anyway. it is effectively just better to maximize your point A to point B wherever you can. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Oh.
Good luck. Yeah, this is actually, fun fact, chat, this is my first time actually seeing the changed castrum, and obviously Praetorium later on. Like, it's hard to describe how much more streamlined that is. Sid there in the Magitech, at one point you actually have to follow him around back in the old castrum, which wasn't actually, it's not great, but it's not as bad as it sounds if, you know, people aren't just trying to rush through, because if you leave one enemy alive, like sometimes can happen, Sid will just stand there until you finish taking care of the enemies. Even one run, I'm sure it's happened to other people before, when we've tried to take care of enemies too fast, Sid has decided to get to the end where he's supposed to blow up a fuel tank or something. He's decided to walk through a door and do the loop again entirely. Don't know how. Not too impressed with the guy, but there you go. Sid is a problem, yes, I will agree with that. But that is so much more streamlined, which is nice.
Yeah. Okay. No hand wash skip. Luckily, the bathroom is 2 steps out of my door, so we're good.
We were just talking about the wonderful old days of waiting for Sid.
Oh goodness, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I think this castrum is just a strict downgrade because a lot of the old stuff was unique. From a first-time experience perspective, I think that this is a strict downgrade to the old castrum, but it's much faster and less annoying, so ultimately it's like, what am I gonna do, right?
Yeah, it's like going after the 2 different pipes to plant the explosives and stuff. But people really hated it. Oh yeah, of course, they changed that fight as well.
Yep.
Wow, that was
It's over.
For those who don't know, in the old days for that fight, what you had to do was you had to set the specific invulnerable to you NPCs off to grab these missiles, load them into cannons, and then use the cannons on the boss. Now, the thing is, you could only do that, like, once. You couldn't actually, like, keep attacking the boss, and also you can't physically damage the boss. So you'd have to wait for the cannons to be obviously loaded. There are NPCs that spawned in that could attack the claws that you can send to go and get the missiles, and if they attack the claws, then they're going to be off cooldown for a while. And people got very, very lazy when they ran that a lot, and yeah, it's all dependent on if anybody else, you know, was willing to actually do the work. It was never, like, hard or anything like that, and then you fought the boss afterwards, but that is definitely way more streamlined. And this is the wonderful Sastasha, where Fluffy has a 1 in 3 chance of getting the right coral formation. There is a note that tells you, unfortunately, not right the first time. Now we try the second time. Hope you don't get hit by the enemy. Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh my goodness.
Back. Hi, back.
Okay, second try. So yeah, as Fru's mentioned, there is actually like a note that you can read that tells you which is the right coral, and it's random every time. The problem is you have to go out of your way to get it, and that just ends up being slow as a result. So we just don't do it, and we hope that it is the correct one when we do it. It works out for the speedrun because typically when you're doing the Realm Reborn category, Sastasha is the first dungeon you do. So, you know, if you get bad luck, you just reset, move on, type of deal.
But the nice thing is, obviously, considering this is the first dungeon, obviously Fluffy is at level 90, so Fluffy is doing an absolute ton of damage again.
Yeah, and there is also the fact that you get, I believe, a 200 or 300% Epic Echo bonus in a Realm Reborn content, so you just tear through things of like no regard.
Yeah. So if you're wondering how Realm Reborn's massive amount of dungeons can compare time-wise to like Stormblood, the reason is that you just go through these, like the age-old expression, a hot knife through butter. And there you only have to take care of the boss, you don't have to take care of any of the ads. And you'll be able to get to their arena before they can.
Yeah, one thing to note, and you'll see this way more in A Realm Reborn than any other section of the run, you do not, in any way, shape, or form, have to kill every enemy in the dungeon to be able to leave it. The dungeon is considered complete once you kill the final boss of the dungeon. So once that's done, the dungeon is considered complete. I don't have to sit there and kill the rest of those ads, so I can just leave. I can just leave the dungeon at that point.
And a lot of these dungeons you'll recognize if you've been playing Final Fantasy XIV around the time Endwalker came out, because obviously with the well-deserved extra attention the game got and a lot of new players obviously been queuing for these dungeons.
Yeah. If you haven't seen these dungeons since the patch 6.1, you might have noticed that the lighting is actually a bit different. So I did mention earlier that the Realm Reborn dungeons, many of them did go through significant reworks. Some of them simply got like simple changes, like their lighting is different, and the way you progress through them is exactly the same type of deal. But there are some dungeons that did receive significant reworks, and we'll get into the first one that got significant reworks up next. But this is just one of those dungeons that got a bunch of lighting changes and no real like changes to how you progress through the dungeon. Words are hard.
Yeah, they are. You may also recognize this dungeon if you are playing the class Blue Mage. At times I have to repeat this one.
It's a lot.
Yep.
Actually do what I said I was going to do. I said I was going to do Blue Mage for comfort. This is one of those dungeons that I do Blue Mage on for comfort whenever I just like want it to be consistent at it. Ninja is definitely still faster through it, but you can still be very fast on Blue Mage. And I'll swap to Blue Mage for the next dungeon just to show it off before we get to Stone Vigil, because there are some things that I do want to explain about it. But progression through here is a lot of interacting with objects and picking them up and all that jazz. It can be very slow, very stop and go because of the amount of stuff you have to interact with as a result.
Nice thing is it isn't too long unless you're trying to get the spell for Blue Mage here, which is only on the boss.
Right. I forgot. That guy spawns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually need to do Hyosho Ranryu here, but I just do think it's funny to watch the damage number pop up if it's a direct hit crit. 200,000 damage. Oh, it's so funny. That's so much overkill. Alright, for this next dungeon, I'll swap to Blue Mage, and I'll explain the couple of things that Blue Mage has that does make it a very good option, especially as a beginner option, for running through all dungeons of Realm Reborn. So first and foremost is Basic Instinct. This is a permanent buff that you can activate at the start of every dungeon that gives you 30% extra movement speed, 100% increased damage and healing, and that 30% movement speed is the same speed as Sprint and is permanent as long as you are alone in the dungeon or everyone else in the dungeon with you is dead. It also has 2 gap closer abilities. It has J-Kick. It has multiple gap closer abilities, but these are the ones that are like actually useful. It has J-Kick, which is a off-global cooldown that goes 25 yalms. Shoutouts to Brute Justice. And then it also has Flying Frenzy, which is 20 yalms dash forward, and it's targeted on an enemy. You do have to use a cast time for it. However, the cast time is short enough that if you use it at its max, at like as close to its max range as you can get, you will still get a significant advantage for it. Plus, you can go around walls like this, and it looks funky. I love it. No, wasn't quite in range there. That's okay. So Copper Bell is one of those dungeons that received notable reworks to its progression. First and foremost, the Fire Sands here. One of these Fire Sands did not actually used to be in this room. It used to be on a little side path, just a little bit back in the dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
The second thing is this first boss was changed significantly. Previously, this boss used to be one giant auto-scroller into the boss itself. Now it's just a boss. So
he's
it's
just
much
there, yeah, wow.
Yeah, he's just there.
He's just
And
chilling.
He's just chilling.
Was
lad.
it, what, 3-4 waves till he came down from his hiding spot?
I think
It was
it was
like 2
5.
bombs. Yeah, 2 bombs, 2...
It
What are
was
the
too.
combats, or?
It was too many and just really boring. And I'm glad they changed it
Yeah.
because it gets it over and done with quicker in both the speed run and the casual perspective.
Much appreciated.
All right, for the second section, we need to take out these blasting caps here. We're going to jump to them, hope that the ads that are near them, if they don't die to the flying frenzy jump, don't hit us. Because it's only one of them, we have a high chance of dodging, but there is also the chance that it could not cooperate. Both of them cooperated that time, so no interrupts on the interactions, which is very good. Now for the second boss, previously this boss, casually you were supposed to use enemy ads that exploded to divide it into multiple parts and then eventually kill it. It's just a normal boss now, you can just kill it.
Wow. I remember this being like one of the earliest points when newer players like got like mechanics, and they were always very confused as to what to do because it was never really like massively explained that you had to split it into parts to do damage to it.
No, it really wasn't. It just turned into the dance break boss is basically what it was. The tank would just
Do everything.
the tank would do everything, and the DPS would sit there and do a dance. Wasn't great. Wasn't great, honestly. But yeah, Blue Mage ends up being very fast because of Flying Frenzy, because of Basic Instinct allowing you to go very fast, and because these enemies are all super low level. Even though Blue Mage as a limited job is like 20 levels lower than Ninja, it still ends up being comparable in speed, if not faster in some rare instances, and one instance where it's definitively faster. Alright, so this is Halatali. Earlier I mentioned this as like my favorite speedrun level. I really, really like it because there's so much like good movement through this level as a whole. You can chain Shikuchis and Raichus and Shikuchis and Raijus everywhere in this dungeon, and it's really, really satisfying to pull off. Oop, he actually survived a dagger throw. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, Halatali did not go through any notable reworks in its design. Just simply a visual update. So I'm trying to manipulate enemies here very specifically so I can kill them all in one hit. Every single time I use these chain winches here, I have to do these chain winches in order to progress through the dungeon. Every single time I'm using one of these chain winches, you'll see me use an AoE ability. This is very much on purpose, because every time you use a chain winch, there's a chance that 3 lightning sprites can spawn. It's fine if the gas bomb spawns, but if the lightning sprite spawns, that basically gets rid of your ability to hide reset, because those enemies will just chase you till the end of time. The gas bomb eventually does blow up and die, but, there we go. The one time I forget to use the AoE ability is where they spawn. Yep. Thank you, RNG. You are wonderful. Right. Not all these are down. We don't need to worry about these anymore because they will de-aggro to us at the end of this sequence. So now there's another boss here. Just jump to it. We deal so much damage that most bosses we get one shot by basically anything we do. So that's not a big deal. But yeah, in A Realm Reborn, this is really what the speedrun just ultimately looks like. You are going through... You're getting like as many Shikuchis as you can get, using Raijus as efficiently as you possibly can to travel from point A to point B. Alright. Goodbye, friend. I don't answer this question, but what is your favorite class to play casually? Red Mage. Red Mage is my favorite class to play casually currently. And hello, welcome to the Thousand Maws of Tota Rock. This is the dungeon that went through the single biggest change in terms of non-MSQ dungeons. So the entire progression through this level was reworked entirely.
Please tell me they got rid of the orbs.
Oh, they got rid of the photocells. You're good.
Oh, beautiful.
I lagged really hard there. Jeez, those guys did not aggro to me for a while. Whoopsies.
So for those who don't know, previously you had to go around and collect these orbs to be able to put into this machine to summon bosses along the way. One of those orbs was very much out of the way as well, which was a pain. I say very much out of the way. It was kind of, you got to the place where you're supposed to use them, and then you have to go to the left. But no, that's the boss. One of them.
That's the boss. He is dead now.
Hope you were paying attention.
Yeah, that was previously though. The one exception is that your progression was blocked by various different factors. Sometimes it was nothing. Sometimes it was specific enemies. Sometimes it was a wall of webs. That got completely changed so that it's every single enemy in a specific area. Each leg, basically, you have to kill every single enemy to get rid of the walls now. They got rid of the suction mechanic when you got near some gateways. They got rid of the most annoying part for me, and that was the forced heavy. So in this third section here, this used to be full of like really annoying patches of poison that would inflict heavy on you and slow you down. So the slow slime has been completely removed from this dungeon as of patch 6.1, and progression through it as well as a result has changed pretty notably. It is a much faster dungeon in the speed run now, and it's also significantly less frustrating from a casual experience. Because I'm going to be real with you, this was easily like my least favorite dungeon in the game. Like, easily my least favorite dungeon, both from a speed run and from a casual perspective. Like, way worse than Aurum Vale. And I say that unironically. This was way worse than Aurum Vale.
No, I think I would agree with that. You could always tell that when you came here, like, with pub players, you could always tell sometimes that just nobody cared when they just kill the monsters and not pick up the photocells.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, that's another thing. It's no longer so cramped that your camera angle constantly gets, like, zoomed in and changed around. Alright, welcome to the Hawk Manor. I'm still not convinced that this dungeon isn't faster on Blue Mage, but this dungeon did not go through any major reworks. It did get one notable rework that basically just skips an extra step that was already basically commonplace in the 14 community. Did I actually? I did! I avoided aggroing them. Nice! Love to see it. Those guys always aggro to me. And it's annoying, because they get in my way every time. Hello, friend. I pick up your key. Alright, so progression through this dungeon, the layout of it was basically unchanged, but there's a whole bunch of basically optional rooms everywhere that you need the keys to get into. So we're going to only go in the places we absolutely need to for progression through the dungeon as a whole. And otherwise, we will be making use of our ninjutsu as best as we can to speed on through. And you'll definitely notice it very much so. Like, you notice the difference between playing ninja in A Realm Reborn versus playing ninja in Stormblood. In Stormblood, you're saving your mudras more for AoEs. In A Realm Reborn, your mudras are just gone for the purpose of gap closers, and there is nothing that anyone can do about it. Alright, so we go through this whole loop to pick up that yellow key that'll allow us to open the gate to the second boss right here. And there's a fun little thing that they added this patch for this boss. So, previously, when you finish this boss, you picked up the bloody parchment that it drops, and then you would use the ability return to return to the start of the dungeon. the developers added in an ethereal flow here to just take you back to the start of the dungeon to just skip that process entirely.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, so it just effectively skips new players being confused, and it also just streamlines what had already become commonplace in the community to begin with.
This is like one of only like 2 dungeons that utilizes return as an actual mechanic. So obviously, being also very early on, like for new players, it doesn't matter. They don't need to learn it.
It's wonderful. All right. Bray Flox's long stop. Y'all ready to see me run with absolutely nothing stopping me? I'm ready to go, dude.
I kind of like this because you can just run through this entire level, but at the same time, I don't know. I've done this level so many times. I'm just tired of it.
Understandable. Have a great day.
I can understand why for a speedrun this is nice. There's a couple of gates that are gonna stop. Obviously, birds like that, Calibri, can be not too nice.
Okay, I understand, friends. Marathon luck. I can't avoid attacks from these low-level enemies, even if I wanted to. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Souls. So yeah, this dungeon is actually very interesting in the regard that it doesn't really wall you from anything at all, except for like bosses and the occasional gate you have to open. But like, you can just absolutely zoom through this and ignore every single add under the sun. There was a small rework to this area here. This area that I'm looking at right now on the right to my character, you used to be able to just run through that and skip right on over to this section right here. But the developers decided, actually we want you to go around a specific path rather than run through there. So they just removed all the ads and everything from there, which is fine. It didn't end up being much slower, and ended up figuring out a way to make it faster for the speedrun anyway. But as you can see, because this is a dungeon that we run past enemies and we don't bother killing all of them, that ends up being that I don't get high resets very often here. But thankfully, there is an aggro range for most enemies, and they will eventually de-aggro to you, allowing you to hide reset. Hello, friend. Goodbye, friend. As I dash on through. Alright. This guy has more health than your average boss, so we're just going to make sure he's dead with Kyosho Ranryu.
Ah, Quan.
Sunken Temple of Karn.
Oh, I it's frustrating, but I kind of like this.
I mean, if you just realize that like progression through this dungeon has never been locked to those totems at all, it's just a much better experience, basically. So the Sunken Temple of Karn has a bunch of little... What are these things called? They're stone tablets. There we go. They're stone tablets, like right there, the Gem of Affluence that you can pick up. And they're useful for... Oh my goodness. Rubble! Why? And they're supposed to be useful for a couple reasons. Number one, they unlock some side paths where you can pick up like pieces of gear from. And then number two, it allows you to open the door from the final boss without spawning additional enemies. The thing about that is that doesn't matter. You can just ignore picking them up, save yourself some time every single time. How did those guys not aggro to me? What? I didn't get my Raiju because of that. What happened? Why did they not aggro? Excuse me, video game? Alright. Goodbye. Sometimes, I realize that design was very different back in A Realm Reborn. Where some enemies just have sight aggro. And they won't pay attention to you if you just happen to go in the right position. Alright, but this is one thing that we do have to do here. So these stone heads, whenever you kill them over these platforms, they will stay permanently dead and then open up the path forward. If you don't kill them on those platforms, they love to take 10 seconds to respawn. So I very specifically am not going to target it because my auto attacks alone can kill it at this point. So running past it with it targeted can be a huge pain point, actually. Alright. So we just end up tipping the scales of judgment here on its own, which will spawn in more sets of ads. I didn't end up killing all of them in one GCD. That's okay. Hello, friend. Goodbye, friend. And we're done. Oh my goodness, my inventory is getting full. I should have emptied my inventory out a bit. Alright, Cutter's Cry. I don't like this. This is annoying in the speed run. Specifically, very specifically, the opening section of this is very annoying in the speed run. Because the ads are all spread apart, and then when you kill the ads, the more ads will spawn all spread out like this. And efficiently killing them has been the bane of my existence since I started doing the speedrun.
Yeah, actually, I think this is my least favorite dungeon in the game. If I actually think about it, yeah, I think this one.
Yeah, Cutters definitely has a bit of a rough spot to it. Why do I keep getting stuck on terrain I've never been stuck on before in my life?
Marathon luck.
Video game, please. Also, pay attention to your eardrums. This is the funniest fucking sound I've ever heard in my life. I don't know why it's so funny.
Alright. Alright.
It's just a stock splat sound effect, but for some reason hearing it in this game makes me laugh every single time. Froob, help me. I'm broken.
It's, yeah. Cutter's Cry breaks the soul. I'm not even playing it and it's breaking me.
Sounds straight out of Looney Tunes, it does. Alrighty then. Okay. Into the quicksand we go. Thumbs up. Alright, so that was another one of those sections where you can just completely ignore most of the ads. So I just make use of them as best I can to speed through. Boy. And don't use your Raijus in the wrong position, by the way. I can and will constantly get caught on walls dashing to that guy. Heck, it's not even like exclusive to Raiju. Sometimes you use a Shikuchi where it's like, yeah, you can path to that 100%, and then the game suddenly tells you you can't path to it. Yes. Dead Jim. Cutters is done. Okay. Next up is Dismail Darkhold, if I remember correctly. Nope, it's Stone Vigil. I forgot Stone Vigil. I forgot this dungeon. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know how the hell you do like a dragon every single time. How do you do 4-hour speedruns and be fine every time? I don't understand.
I don't know if I'm fine after Tendo, to be honest.
Oh, you know what? That's fair enough. Fucking Tendo.
Have been wondering about that this entire time. This 3-week break that I've had playing Persona 5 has been the happiest I've been in years, and it's all because I haven't had to think about Tendo. Now I get to think about Tendo for 2 weeks and just see what happens at GDQ. That's gonna be fun. Thanks, Tendo. It's gonna go badly, I know it is. But yeah, for the long speedruns, like, I don't know. Honestly, it's something that I've wondered about myself, because like, as I'm kind of getting older and my health issues are getting worse and worse, long speedruns are hard to do, and like, obviously we are on a channel, a niche channel that does specialize in long speedruns. I've done a lot of speedruns here myself as well, and it is, you know, it is hard. I'd still say that with the nature of really, really long and fun, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to just, you know, stand up, stretch, get a drink, obviously look after yourself. I've always maintained that, like, during long speedruns, and I've kind of tried to maintain this during, like, in the AXA community as well, and that, like, if you're doing long speedruns, like, all sub-stories, which we effectively call AS%, or sub-stories, you know, it works. We have good creativity in the AXA community. If they're, like, long, like, 10-hour runs, or, like, more than 10-hour runs, you should be able to have a break. You should never ruin your own health over a speedrun. It's just not worth it.
Yeah. That's why I definitely...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I used to be very, just, you know, do the run in one sitting, but these days, I'm just, nah. Says the guy planning to do 0 to LAD in one sitting, which is going to be about 26 to 28 hours. Ugh.
Oh, alright, off to Dismail Darkhold. Do you like auto-scrollers? Because I like auto-scrollers.
Oh.
I don't like auto-scrollers, actually. That's a joke. I have deceived you. Dismail Darkhold loves to make you wait in various locations, and it's very rude in that regard. So you start off, you know, you're getting all your Raijus and everything. You're dashing forward, Shikuchiing around. It's looking really cool. Looks like you're having a great time. Prepare to stand still for the next 20 seconds. And then also stand still again for an additional 20 seconds. Welcome to this dungeon's gimmick. Magic terminals that you have to stand in for 20 seconds if you're solo, and then like 5 seconds if everyone's in them. But you don't have 4 people to help you, so you get to sit here. You get to sit here and wait. Now you get to run over to this one, and you get to sit here and wait. Great dungeon, everybody. Also, fun fact, I've tried. This guy will go vulnerable for like a quarter second, technically. And you deal damage to him. You don't actually deal damage to him. The game is lying to you. It's a little hint that's supposed to be like, yeah, so this is how you beat this first boss, but like... If you're gonna tell me it's vulnerable to attack, then why? Anyway, to deal with this boss, you have to pull it into these little crystals that give it the light that tell you it's vulnerable to damage. There are other crystals over here, but these crystals only light up after a specific amount of time has passed in the fight. So it is, unfortunately, not faster to drag it to the crystal that's by the teleporter to the next section. Just to save movement time, unfortunately. I really would have liked it to be. This area of the dungeon went through a slight rework. A bunch of cliffs and other stuff were removed to, you know, just make it less cluttered and less immediately obvious that you pulled too much and are about to get destroyed by the frog. But otherwise, this dungeon is unchanged in patch 6.1. For this guy, we're going to do a fun little thing where we manipulate our angle so we can target him, and now we're going to jump and mash Phantom Kamaitachi until he gets hit, at which point we will go through the teleporter. Yay! And hey, did you like waiting earlier, Froob? We're about to do it again!
Yay.
This would be a wonderful time if we had a host for donation readings, but you know what? That's okay. Alright, first one down. Second one. Oh my goodness. I don't really recall if the frogs in this dungeon were nerfed in any particular way, shape, or form. I haven't actually done this dungeon synced since it got reworked. I've only done it unsynced, and those things die immediately unsynced, so one of those can't really tell you type of deals. Goodbye. 2 slots remaining in my inventory. Oh no. I'm running out of room. Alright, everybody. If you played this game in A Realm Reborn, you're about to experience pain. Welcome to the Orem Vale. I'm going to get through this very quickly so you won't have to experience very much. Yeah. First boss is already dead. That, Orem Vale is actually one of the fastest dungeons, to do solo as ninja. You can absolutely absolutely speed straight on through it. So many things are either... Your progression through the dungeon is either not locked at all or locked by only, like, one enemy in particular, maybe 2. So while I don't get any hide resets here, the persistency of me being able to just stay moving the entire time just ends up having me go so fast. And the movement through Orem Vale is honestly very satisfying for ninja. I'm also gonna have to remember to keep sprinting. 4 hours in and my brain has begun to forget things I need to remember. Alright, for this section, the only thing you need to kill are these gold vines. Once the gold vines are dead, you are free to continue onward. Now we've moved into the final boss's room. The giant Morble. He is dead. Goodbye. And we're done. Just like that. Orem Vale is over and done with. The pain is forgotten. And now we're into the Wanderer's Palace. This is the first level 50 dungeon that I'm supposed to do. But I did Castrum earlier to take a bathroom break. So we won't have to do Castrum. So the main thing about this category is about the All Dungeons category is that I can now bring up is it doesn't matter which order you do the dungeons as long as the dungeons get done. So if you, for example, wanted to work from the bottom of the list to the top of the list, you're absolutely free to do that. If you wanted to do like a few ones in the middle first, or wanted to start with one particular dungeon and then do the rest in order, like, as long as they all get done, you are completely free to do what you want. I think... Do I have to kill that Tonberry, or is it just this Tonberry? No, it's just that Tonberry. Okay, moving on. Hello, friends. I see you back there. Y'all having a party? That's great. Good to hear. One little thing about interacting with objects is it takes a little bit longer to interact with objects if your weapon is drawn. So typically what you want to try and do is you want to try and interact with things with your weapon put away, just to save that little bit of extra time of the animation of your weapon being put away. You'll notice that very specifically in this dungeon, as I attempt to... Please. Nice. Actually ended up working out that time. Perfect. You'll notice that more so in this dungeon than others, as I attempt to interact with a lot of the stuff that... And there's so much stuff to interact with in this dungeon. It's a lot. Alright, for this second section, we have to get all of these Nimian devices activated, and if they're ever rusted over, we need to pick up lantern oil to deal with them. There is a strat you can use with co-op where someone goes down this path over here to the right, while someone goes down left to get the Nimian device you have to activate over here. That can allow you to hit one you have to go kind of out of your way for over here by itself. Tonberry is unfortunately separated here, so I'm going to have to Get them like that. Probably should have just committed to a Raiton, but that's okay. Also, there's giant Tonberries that will stab you in the throat, and they're very annoying normally. Thankfully, not super much of a threat having 40 extra levels and 300% Epic Echo. Not really a threat at all. Tonberries are still just one of those enemies that I just fear. I played Final Fantasy VI. I played Final Fantasy VII. Fear. That's all it is. Listen, K-Man. I made the mistake once in our co-op run. Alright? Won't make it again. Okay. I have realized I've made a mistake. There was a Tonberry over here. It dropped lantern oil. This is why being able to focus is huge. Alright, and this is the last thing we have to interact with in this dungeon. And there's a lot of things to interact with in this dungeon. Kyosho Ranryu, goodbye. Alrighty, so we've already done Castrum. I'm going to skip over the Praetorium for now, because I do want to still use the Praetorium's cutscenes as a break time. So for right now, since I've already had a short break with Castrum, I'm going to save it till I feel like I need it, or the end of the A Realm Reborn section. So we're going to move on now to Amthapor Keep. This is a infamous dungeon in the history of FF14, because there was a very funny speedrun strat that people used to use when farming tomestones for this dungeon. So the thing about aggro in Final Fantasy XIV is if enemies get aggroed to a target but nobody else hits them, if that target dies, they will return to their original wandering point or holding point, like the enemy's standing right there, for example. So what would be done is the tank would just run ahead of the party, pick up everything, come to this wall over here with these guys, and then purposefully die while everyone followed behind the tank. Then the healer would just res the tank. They'd kill the 3 enemies that they have to. And then progress through the dungeon like that, effectively completely skipping all of the ads through this first section. So this dungeon is basically the main reason why dungeon design in 14 shifted in the way that it did, to include a lot more you have to kill all the enemies to progress through type of deal, to prevent people from, doing speedrun strats like that, where, if the tank didn't run ahead of everybody, people would literally just leave the dungeon. And you can imagine, back when this game wasn't as popular as it is now, 45-minute DPS queue to get into this dungeon, leading to the DPS leading to the healer leaving if their tank didn't do the thing that they wanted to, was not something Square Enix wanted to promote. Not at all. For this section here, the things you have to kill are the Voidriga sleepers. Once all of them are dead, you are free to progress through. The door will open through. Hello, Demon Wall. Goodbye, Demon Wall. Moving on. Remember to LB the left B. Oh my goodness. Alright, and for the final section through here, you only need to kill the succubus. Succubi? I don't know what the plural for that is. The succubus enemies. Those are the only ones you need to kill. Once again, you can safely ignore every other enemy and use them as Raiju fodder to your heart's content. Oh, goodness. I remember Demon Wall memes. It's still funny going into this dungeon with Sprouts who haven't done it before. It's still so funny watching them just, like, get knocked back and then fall off and die. It's sort of like the Shinryu. The thing with Shinryu, with the tidal wave is the first mechanic. It's almost like a rite of passage for a Sprout to go into that fight and then just fall off. Alright. So this is Pharaoh Sirius. The first part here, we have to kill all the enemies in order to progress, so... going to try and go through this in a very specific way. There we go. These two ads will spawn here. They take a little bit of time for you to... It takes some time to show up, so I just put down a Doton as, like, little extra guarantee of maybe I actually need to do this, maybe I don't, type of deal. Another set of them here. The area trigger for this is a little bit further than you think it would be. Once they start moving, though, you know you've hit the area trigger. Same thing, put down a Doton. Once they spawn, make sure they die. Kyosho Ranryu, take him out. And for this section here, I'm very specifically going to place a Doton right on top of these two. What I'm hoping for is the Doton ticks the moment that they spawn, and then they die to the Doton tick. Unfortunately, it did not happen, so I'm just going to go back and take a little bit of extra time to kill them. I need to kill every enemy in this second section here in order to progress through, but because those guys take so long to spawn, and I can still continue to move, unlike the other ones, I leave that Doton there, basically just sort of hoping that they play nice. Doesn't always end up working, unfortunately. Once again, same deal over here. A bunch of ads that are going to take a while to spawn and be vulnerable. So we're going to spawn them. That is a lawnmower. My family is cutting the lawn outside my window right now. I apologize if y'all can hear that. Alright, so for this boss is annoying. If you do not outright one-shot this boss, interesting. I was handed a little treat. That's a tasty treat. Hi, Fruit. You still there, bud?
Somewhat.
It's the 4-hour mark now if you wanted to swap off.
I'll stay for a little bit longer. I'm just getting a little busy at the moment.
Gotcha. Whenever you want to hop out, Chug is ready to hop in whenever. Welcome to annoying section, these Aether Valves. Sometimes these Aether Valves... I jumped. I accidentally fat figure jumped. Whoopsie daisies. Sometimes these little orbs that spawn here will spawn, and they'll spawn right on top of you as you're interacting with the thing, and they'll interrupt your interaction, and then another one will spawn immediately and interrupt you again. So it can be very annoying. You don't want that to happen. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in Pharaoh Sirius, but that was otherwise a genuinely pretty good run-through. Nice. Alright. Pharaoh Sirius off to Copperbell Mines Hard. It is interesting. They changed the boss room for the first boss of Copperbell Mines, normal mode. But they didn't change the boss room for the second one, so there's a little bit of a dissonance when you reach there the first time, where it's like, this doesn't look like the first boss room I was at the first time I was here. That's okay, though. Little things like that aren't like the end of the world. They're just like, haha, me do nitpick thing. Oh man, 4 hours straight of this is starting to do things to me hands. Didn't quite plan out this cooldown rotation properly. Oh well. So once again, we'll press it to the chat. If any of y'all have questions and are looking for an answer, I will try to provide that answer to the best of my ability. Yeah, if my hands do start getting like really in pain, I will take the time to stretch them, but I shouldn't necessarily need it. Is Copperbell still about putting down the slave rebellion? Was that what it was about? It's been literally forever since I've done Copperbell. Anyway, welcome to Golgamagul. He's dead. This boss is supposed to have a ridiculous amount of HP and use a similar mechanic to the original Copperbell, where you use a bomb to deal damage to Biggie. But he does have a low enough health pool that we can just one-shot him with Hyosho Ranryu, so we can just ignore that factor entirely. Hello, friend. I dash to you. Goodbye now. Come on. Nah, not quite. Whew. Well, things are at least going to get a little bit easier on the hands once we're done with Realm Reborn. Shadowbringers is definitely less intensive on the hands because of the classes that I'm playing. Hawk Banner Hard has you going upstairs and to the right, something you did not do in the original. Story in this dungeon is not so great. Well, now we remember. Hello, friend. I have Raju'd you. My apologies if you can hear the lawnmower in the background. I did specifically tell my family I was doing this, but also, I suppose, to them that don't bother me doesn't necessarily mean do the lawn. Mow the lawn. So silly. Oh, you can't? Oh, wonderful. Pretty loud for me, so the fact that it's not coming through the mic is actually nice. Hello. Thank you, auto attack. And the second section here, you just need to worry about the 2 Manor Wardens. Once the Manor Wardens are dead, you can interact with this locked door here. If you do this fast enough, you shouldn't get hit by any Dark Orbs and get interrupted. But these Altered Whalers are unfortunately... they do range damage. Here you want to kill the Manor Sentry, rather get it to about 50%. Similar to Hawk Banner normal mode, you get to a threshold, it comes over here. And it does that. It makes you be able to go through here. My apologies if my commentary is a little bit rough here. I don't typically do speedruns beyond the 2-hour mark. So, starting to get a little bit of that fatigue. But I hope I am putting on a showcase that you are all enjoying at this point. What are the rules for doing all dungeons from Endwalker, El Realm Reborn to Endwalker? So I am following the rules on speedrun.com for everything up to Endwalker, which is basically complete it solo, which is for the solo categories. Complete it solo. Make sure to clear every dungeon in the expansion. And you're free to use whatever class you feel like when you do it. Alright, so we saw the Lost City of Antipor hard earlier today, which is the hard version of this normal mode dungeon. This dungeon is a lot of me saying, objectives... Killing all the enemies seems like too hard of an objective. How about I just don't do that instead? So progression through this dungeon is almost exclusively specific enemies, or it is the mold colonies that spawn. Fun fact, make sure you actually kill this guy very quickly, because you don't want his... he has a mechanic where he'll take a player and draw him into his stomach jaws. Like, I guess that's what those are. And if you get drawn in there, you're not soft-locked, but you will be in there until you die. So, don't do that. That's a bad. Oh, Mold Colony. Goodbye, Mold Colony. Goodness. The 1%. I don't have food on. That's why he lived with 1%. I don't have food on. My dexterity, no. I Shikuchi passed through the area trigger again. Why am I like this? Shikuchi responsibly, everybody. Did I not target the Mold Colony? I didn't, did I? Either that or the Raiton just didn't go out.
I keep forgetting this dungeon exists.
Oh, hello. You're not in the right spot. Why are you like this? I must get in front of you. So you can spit on me as you die. So that the boss actually aggroes to me. Amazing dungeon. Alright, for this last part, we only have to kill the white mage stones, and then the ad that is tethered to them. So we're going to specifically do a thing with Tenshijin here, where we target them all. We don't have to care about the rest of the ads, so we can just move on to the final section here. And he's dead. It's gone. Antipor is done. Alright. Next up is Halatali Hard. Not as good as the original for a speedrun perspective, honestly. So, I'm not entirely 100% sure of the requirements to open doors in this. Sometimes I feel like it's all enemies, other times I don't think it's all enemies. Lovely. That worked out. I think for this first section, it's all enemies that are in the first section. Take them out and you can move on. And we just Gyosho Ranryu, the boss. Typical one-shot stuff. You'll be pretty much seeing most bosses die one hit to Gyosho Ranryu. If they don't, it's usually a Realm Reborn boss. It's usually a late Realm Reborn boss, and it didn't crit. But if it crits, it's almost like guaranteed. Like the enemy is dead. Getting through this dungeon is kind of awkward, to be honest with you, in terms of like how you manage through it. Because you want to just keep going forward the entire time, but for this section, the ads all spawn on the side, and it's like, okay. Why couldn't you all just be in front of me? Like, nope, he has to come off from the side. So you have to kind of do this weird routing where you're making sure that you're getting in line of sight for the bears, and then dash to this guy. Choose a Raiju on him, dash forward. Alright. Once again, though, goodbye, boss. It was nice knowing you for like the millisecond I interacted with you. Yeah, we are going to save the Praetorium for the last, and once the Praetorium is done, we'll head into the Shadowbringers section of the run. And the Shadowbringers section is going to be a lot different from what you've seen so far. So, most of what you've seen so far is putting very big emphasis on moving from point A to point B, with cooldown management and damage dealt having various amounts of importance. But starting with Shadowbringers, I'm going to put survivability above all else, because starting with Shadowbringers, the ability for enemies for the mobs and even like the boss enemies to kill you becomes much higher than what it used to be. And you'll see me use a class I haven't yet, a couple classes I haven't yet used before during it. Alright, perfect. These bosses are dead. Next up is Brayflock's Long Stop card. You like big pulls? This is the big pull of the dungeon. It's a little bit unfortunate that a lot of these earlier dungeons just all share the same theme. Not a whole lot of like unique music was being created per dungeon necessarily. That's okay. I hate when this happens. Sometimes there's a key that spawns from one of these Illuminati soldiers. Most of the time it spawns on one of the ones at the end, but occasionally it will spawn on that soldier there, which just loses you a bit of time having to backtrack to it. Frog. Yosho Ranryu. Dead. There's a theme here. There's a notable theme here. Alright, this section here is going to be a lot of using mudras on multiple targets. Okay, you guys should all die. Okay, there we go. Gonna be a little bit more efficient. The thing blocking you is the wave of Illuminati gliders. You don't have to worry about the arrow raptors. Ah, right. I forgot. Gobby tongue flaps. Gobby tongue flaps hurt Orly Cog as an Uplander's brain case. Alright. Yeah, no, I definitely don't blame them at all. Like, I'm well aware that, like, you know, the original game bombed. And, you know, if this game didn't do well, then, like, there's a huge chance that Square Enix was going to be, like, in the pit when it came to money. So, I excuse a lot of the roughness of the early days of A Realm Reborn for that exact reason. Don't do it. Alright. By the way, this whole dungeon story is these groups, different groups of goblins are fighting over a cheese recipe. just the cheese recipe. I ain't gonna complain. Alright. Hull Breaker Isle. Hull Breaker, Hull Breaker, Hull Breaker. Break Hauler. Hull Breaker. First part of this dungeon, do not get hit by these bear traps on the ground. If you even dash through them, like that, because I wasn't paying attention, you get stunned. Don't even dash through them. And the worst part is, sometimes they're super delayed because of the way server ticks work in Final Fantasy XIV. So you get hit by them, and then it's just, oh, well, I guess I am now officially out of action for the next 3 minutes and being pulled back 20 feet. Because the game said, no, come here, lad. You're coming to me. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's everything past a certain point. Oh, monkey. Goodbye, monkey. Alright, so Hullbreaker is a notable RNG section in Section 2 here. In order to progress, we need to get some stone tablets in order to open up the walls to progress forward. The big thing here is that these stone tablets spawn from the treasure coffers. So we want the treasure coffer to spawn on that chest to the left. However, it didn't happen, so the treasure coffer, some of them will turn into mimics. It's random which ones are mimics, and random which of those mimics will have the stone tablet that we need to put into these pedestals. Ideally, in an IL setting, the one on the left has the stone tablet, and then any of the 3 chests back here do not have the stone tablet. But for a full game setting, we actually want the chest back here to have it. Alright, so we got a little bit unlucky by only getting one of them over here, even though we got unlucky because we got 3 of the 4 mimics that spawn in this section over there, but only 1 of the stone tablets. So I'm going to hope it's this one. Insufficient inventory space. Okay. Well, that at least tells me that it's not that one. Okay, good to know. Just gonna even desynth it or sell it at the... whatchamahoo's Dome and Restoration place anyway. Doesn't really matter to me. I have 34 million gil. I don't need more gil. It's fine. I got downtime here. We synth a couple of those, I guess. Oh yeah, I don't have a dash, huh? Can't do the little funny thing where you teleport directly to the ground. I suppose Grand Company seals would be a thing I can use them for. I haven't thought about Grand Company seals since like A Realm Reborn. Heavensward maybe at the latest. Oh, you know what? Yeah, those mounts would be a potential... mounts and minions would be a potential thing, huh? Good point. Worry about that later. Welcome to the first instance of the Kraken. The Kraken appears as a boss twice in A Realm Reborn. The first one is this one. It's an auto-scroller. A specific amount of time has to pass for this fight to progress into the second phase where you can finish the fight. No, Mobster. This is a run, like a sort of New Game Plus run, where I use the unrestricted party option to complete every dungeon at max level. Alright, so the first phase of this fight is to take down all the Kraken arms. Once that is done, there's a specific amount of time that has to pass before the tentacles spawn. 2 tentacles will spawn, one after the other. You just need to take them out, and you'll be A-okay. And it's dead. Moving on. Alright. Next up, Tamtara Deepcroft. My favorite. If you do this one perfectly, it's very funny because you see a bunch. If you do it like super fast, you can see a bunch of the enemies like start to follow you, past it, and then like get to a certain point, and then all just decide, actually no thanks, and just walk away. Very funny to see. In terms of what gear I'm using the best gear I could get via the tombstones and the savage gear. So I'm currently at item level 594, which is the best I could get. Like upgraded, crafted, savage gear, and then tombstone gear. This is the best I could do with what I had before the run, and I was trying to gear up various different classes for it. So, yeah, I'm at close to maximum item level as I could possibly be at the start of this. Well, at this point. The second section of this dungeon was interacting with these coffins. Once interacting with the coffin and destroying one of the ads that spawns from it, the barrier leading to the second boss will open up. So all the movement and everything was in regards to doing that as fast as possible. You can sometimes get extra little Ninki gauge, you can get extra Raijus from the Phantom Knights that follow you, but ultimately it's typically faster to just leave any of them that you don't kill behind and move on to the next section of the run. What y'all, I got diseased. Oh no. I'm diseased, man.
Same.
You haven't chimed in for a little bit, so that came out of nowhere. Oh my goodness. Alright, so now we're going to take a pit stop onto Blue Mage, and that's because of this dungeon, the Stone Vigil Hard. So this dungeon, the second boss of this dungeon, has massive damage reduction to it. So much so that it can take even the strongest DPS with like the most optimal rotation up to like 40 seconds to kill the boss. And that is a significant amount of time considering that we're spending less than 4 minutes in these dungeons on average. So, Blue Mage has a solution to that problem, and it's called deleting the boss. So I'm planning out my cooldown rotation here in such a way that I can kill this first boss here with 1, 2, 3. Nope, not quite. Yeah, I was going to say, that dot tick should get it, though, so I can turn around safely. Thankfully, it worked out. We're going to do a little thing here where we manipulate our camera to be able to tab target a bit early so that we can get some Flying Frenzy gap closers. Same thing with this section. Gonna try and see if an enemy is in a good location. That Raving Harrier is. Perfect. Because we want to get over to the section over here with some cannons as fast as we possibly can. So, I'm going to turn around, try and kill as many of these enemies as we can, interact with this Bertha, fire a shot at the dragon. Have to do this 3 times to progress through. Now we're going to do a little bit of a trick with gap closers in these walls. Remember how I said that sometimes your gap closers can get stuck on walls? And that would be important. This is where that's important. It's incredibly niche. But by using the gap closer, I can kill these ads while remaining close to the Berthas and not have to path back to them, meaning that whichever one spawns, I am perfectly in position, ready to shoot it. Come back, kill one ad to open the gap pathway here. And this is the second boss, the one that has massive damage reduction. So as I said, even the highest DPS class right now will still take like 30-40 seconds to kill this boss. Blue Mage, on the other hand, is a big old cheater. So we're going to use Surecast, and then we're going to cast Missile. We're going to cast Missile again. And then we're going to use the dot portion of Phantom Flurry, and it's dead. So Missile is an ability that reduces the target's current HP by 50%. And you can do this twice, and then use Phantom Flurry, which also ignores the damage reduction of the boss for some reason, and destroy it way faster than is otherwise possible. I have Basic Instinct on, yes. Activated it at the start of the dungeon. Nope. Not quite alive. Doo-doo. Hello, friends. Oh, you lived. That's annoying. Could you maybe not? Oh, right. This isn't normal mode where that just opens normally. There we go. So, for this boss here, I am going to try and get him to 50%. And when I get him to 50%, a second ad will spawn. Ideally, that would have crit and killed both of them, but the one extra GCD isn't going to be too slow. And yeah, that is the one dungeon that Blue Mage is just objectively the fastest in, by being able to kill that one enemy way quicker than is otherwise possible. Welcome to Snowcloak. This is a story important dungeon. It's also really cool. I am taking a little bit of extra time to load in here for some reason. Video game. There we go. Occasionally that happens. Sometimes you just take a little bit of extra time to load in. Not much you can do about it. Can it? Oh my goodness. When you pull off that like very good sequence of inputs back to back and all the enemies that you want to have die, man, there is no better feeling in the world in terms of execution. Hello, buddy. Goodbye. Alright, this second sequence, I have absolutely no idea what is the difference. What the first wall is blocked by. I swear I've scienced this 100 times and like I am never able to figure it out. Is it all the ice sprites? But then sometimes I get over here and the wall is down before all the ice sprites are dead. But then sometimes there's ice sprites alive and the wall goes down. I have no clue. The answer is I have no clue. I have absolutely no idea why it is like that. I wing it every time and pray that it works. Alright, this section here, it is just a bunch of different waves of enemies that you have to take out in order to spawn the next wave. So we're going to try and deal with these in a particular order, not necessarily going to work, mind you. Sometimes you have to jump in order to get line of sight in a place where you otherwise wouldn't. I'd reset. Hey, buddy. Goodbye, buddy. Hello, Mr. Dragon. Goodbye, Mr. Dragon. Oh, okay. Alright. Now, boss. No real mechanics to speak of, because it just dies. that's kind of the case of everything in A Realm Reborn. If you're not one-shotting the bosses, it's like that. Alright, so Stasha Hard. Someone that has a hard time getting into this game, or MMORPGs in general, to me, you sound like a big brain surgeon giving a dissertation to a snail.
Is it time to bring out the meme? Surprised we haven't mentioned it once in this whole time.
Yeah, I think it's time.
If you, yourself, are looking at this and would like to figure out brain surgery for yourself, did you know this video game that you're watching right now, including this very dungeon that you may or may not like when doing it yourself right now, I don't, is available for free. You can play the entirety of the very base game, A Realm Reborn, and Heavensward for free, up to level 60, with all content for free. Also, that's one of the things I do actually quite like about this game, is that, like, everything you see on the UI here, if you don't like its positioning, if you don't like how it's laid out, change it. You can do a lot with the UI in this game. You can change it up completely. It's actually like, it's really scary at first. Like, 14 was the first MMO that I ever played, and it's then genuinely terrifying to get into at first, but you can't do anything wrong. Like, you can't go wrong. You can just play it at your own pace and do what you want. You can, like, play it however you want, whichever, like, class you want, and just find enjoyment out of it. And if you're not enjoying your class you're using, 14 is really nice in that you can just change classes on the fly, as you've probably seen Fluffy do between dungeons.
Yeah, you can unlock every single job in the game on one character. You do not need multiple characters at all to play multiple different jobs, roles, anything like that.
You did hear free. You get the entirety of the base game and the first expansion literally for free. That is over 100 hours of content easily. And again, the nice thing is the way that 14 is, you don't have to play every day if you don't need to. You're not forced into it to, like, keep up with, you know, endgame stuff or anything like that. Especially if you're joining as many years on. Like, you've got so much content and you can just do it whenever you want.
There is level caps based on which expansions you do own. If you just own the base game, your level is capped at 50. If you own the most recent expansion, Endwalker, your level is capped at 90. If you just have the free trial, your level is capped at 60, which was the level cap back in Heavensward. Actually, I think Heavensward is included in the base game at this point because of the free trial. I don't quite remember that, but someone can correct me. Yeah, there we go. Someone just let me know that. Oh, hello, Lag. How are you doing today? You defeated the drowned powder monkey. Thank you, game. Goodbye, Kraken. You're significantly less annoying. Alrighty, so we're getting close to the end of dungeons here. We got 4 more to go before Praetorium, and Praetorium is going to be a basic big break point, because Praetorium is going to have a lot of long, unskippable cutscenes. And I will use that as a break to go get, like, a snack or something, swap out my commentator if need be. Yeah, anyway, like I said, anytime you wanna swap out Farouk, you're free to do so.
Yeah, likely gonna need to soon. I'm in full work mode, unfortunately, at the minute. Speaking of, this is a decent time to remind everybody that really Longathon, really their choice is raising money for the ACLU currently. The actual marathon going on has a good couple of bid wars and stuff coming up. I can't believe this. Into like 24 hours, ironically enough, is Mario Party 3, where you can choose between Luigi versus Yoshi as who's played. And even at the very end of the marathon, there is a bid war between 2 different 24-plus hour speedruns, either Final Fantasy 12 or Final Fantasy 10. So if you feel like you want to try and influence that, then please feel free to donate to a really good cause.
This ad here, if you mess up you can get screwed over because the hand that is with that ad can grab you, prevent you from moving. So you do want to guarantee that that guy dies. It's best to use the strongest hitting ability you have available to you at that point, with the exception of Kyosho Ranryu, because that is overkill in order to be able to do that. If he does grab you, you're unable to move forever, basically. It shouldn't happen to you at this point, but if you're ever doing this on like a lower level like class, doing it unsynced as like a speedrun attempt, because you don't have to be at max level to do this speedrun. You can be like a Reaper at level 70, a Summoner at level 80, or something like that. Just if it's something that like maybe interests you type of deal. Goodbye, Sabo Tender. Your mechanic where you go invulnerable because of that ad is annoying, and I hated it. Goodbye. Gotta love Prey, 2 instances of a 90-plus second cutscene. 10 seconds of running. Yep. My favorite part of Praetorium. The 10 seconds of gameplay interrupted by cutscenes. Is it Japanese? I thought it was German. Am I wrong on that? I'm just going through the motions at this point. The motions are there. Oh yeah, make sure that you picked up all the spears through this area. If you didn't pick up all the spears, you're a fool. Because if you don't have all the spears, go backtrack and find the one that you missed. Have fun. Alright, friendo. I have come to give you... Oh, you didn't die. Didn't crit. That's okay. Auto attack solved that problem. Alright. Keeper of the Lake. So this is one dungeon that does actually have a notable big skip in it. The final boss of this dungeon is Midgar Somer. Midgar Somer has a HP bar that is significantly bigger than any other boss in A Realm Reborn. It's even bigger than some bosses in Heavensward, for example. However, the thing about this boss is, by nature of its design, you're supposed to burn through the majority of it by destroying the ads that it spawns. But it is entirely possible, if we get lucky, that we can completely eradicate its health bar, or Midgar Somer's health bar, without even needing to go into one of the dragon phases. And even if we don't outright kill it, we still can skip one of the dragon phases in its entirety. This section is a lot of management that can go very wrong at any given period of time. Hopefully he just dies to that Doton. Thank goodness. That's about as good as it's gonna go. Needed a little bit of extra damage there, but I didn't have a Raiton or Raiju ready. That's okay. So yeah, you're going to see me try very specifically to burst Midgar Somer. It's not really like an intensive skip or anything like that. I'm more or less just going to use a potion, hit Yosho Ranryu, and then pray. But the time save that you do get from skipping both dragon phases, even just it's very good. It's very good. Very good. Always one of them that likes to be a little bit out of the way. If you can manage to kill all of these ads here before this first cannon shot goes off, you can get the cannon shot to spawn here quicker, but the ads have to be like all completely together, which isn't always applicable, unfortunately. I would love to see your splits for this run. I didn't make any splits for this run, but I do have individual splits for each of the sections. Alright, so we're going to wait here. We're going to pop a potion, and then we're going to get Hoshioshiranryu. Not quite. So 3%. We were a little bit off. It is possible to do a little bit of damage to him to push him to that point where he becomes vulnerable. But the issue with that comes from the issue with that, unfortunately, is that I don't have food, so I'm going to pop it. I just realized missing out on damage. Remembering to put on food is apparently the hardest thing. I'm just so focused on going fast, I don't think about food. Yeah, as you can see, it wasn't like a large amount of time lost not getting this the full skip, but it would have been pretty notable if we had gotten it. Oh my goodness. Almost at the 5-hour mark. Yep. This is how I feel typically at the end of all dungeons, Shadowbringers. And I haven't even started all dungeon Shadowbringers. Help me. Help me. For charity. Worth it. I was targeting the wrong thing the whole time. Friend. I haven't said anything about this dungeon. This is the Wanderer's Palace hard. The ads like to be very spread out in this dungeon. They don't like to conglomerate in one place, even though you really want them to do so. So that, like, you just take them out with no problems. How dare you block the quick way? How dare you do it? Block the quick way to the boss room. How could you? I wanted to go faster. Darn you, dungeon design. Darn you, NPCs who definitely did it and not the game developers. One little thing I will mention, all these interactions that I'm doing, it is possible to use a hotkey for this. The hotkey that I have bound is kind of out of the way, unfortunately, on my keyboard, so it's a bit awkward for me to shift my hand into the proper position, so I don't use it. But I would definitely recommend binding a button to the hotkey that lets you select things and then interact with them super fast. It just ends up saving you a lot of time in places where you have to interact with things, like these Nemean devices. Otherwise, I'm just doing what I've been doing for 10,000 hours and just right-clicking them. Goodness me, I've put 10,000 hours into this game. Final boss. Not anything relevant. Kill. Alright, and now the final Realm Reborn dungeon before we head on into the Praetorium. Amdapor Keep hard. I lost a world record run to the final boss of this yesterday, and I was very upset at myself because it's the third time I've done it. Yeah, that's true. Alright. For this first boss here, typically I would do Kusatsu. However, there we go. Perfect. That ended up working out. However, it is possible to ignore... That guy has a low enough amount of HP that you can thankfully do a Raiju Mug Bavakakra and take him out in one full GCD. For this section, it doesn't actually matter killing all the ads through this section. The only thing that matters is the naughty trees. So I'm more or less just going to be zooming through, resetting my Shukuchis and my Raijus wherever I feel like. The main reason I use Kusatsu there early here is because I'm not actually going to use it on the second boss, because the time it takes to get to the second boss and the third boss is actually below 60 seconds. So I actually don't want to do that. I just want to burst him down with a Raiton. Thankfully, a single Raiton crit can kill him in one shot. Right, now once again, we're going to enter a phase here. %. Hello, friend. That is not the order of operations. Alright, well, sometimes you simply just make input errors. That is fine, as long as you keep moving forward. All is fine. Alright. So the reason I wanted to save Kusatsu, it's very simple. If you don't one-shot this guy, he will very quickly go into an in-balm phase. Thankfully, I one-shot him, so we're good. And now we're into the last dungeon of the Realm Reborn section. Welcome, everybody, to cutscene percent. Time for the Praetorium. And my second break. Alright, so just like the original, just like Castrum, it is going to be unskippable cutscenes throughout. So these used to have a lot more. These used to have a lot more cutscenes in them, but the fat was a lot of the fat was trimmed out of them, and only like the story relevant ones are there now. Praetorium very specifically is like 35 minutes faster than what. Sorry, not 35. Like 20 minutes faster than what it used to be, due to skipped cutscenes, as well as the last part of the dungeon being turned into its own solo instance, or sorry, its own instance known as the Porta Decumana. Yes, I will be doing all the dungeons up to 6.1. All the Endwalker dungeons will be done with a preformed party, as it is not possible to queue into them solo with the undersized party option. How did I go backwards there? Literally what game? Alright, progression through this dungeon has also changed pretty notably from its original form. This original opening sequence, you used to be able to just completely ignore all the enemies and just keep teleporting to all the next sections. The progression through this dungeon was changed so that all the enemies have to go down in order to progress through in every single area. And we're coming into the first cutscene. I'm going to take a quick moment here to just turn voice off, because I want to do something at a later point. Alright. First actual cutscene. By the way, if you are playing this game and haven't reached the end of the 2.0 storyline, there are story spoilers here. Is voice off important? No, it's not important, but I'm going to be doing something later. Because I enjoy doing it. And I want to do it, basically. Okay. No, I can go through the history of the MSQ dungeons, as they're known as. The main MSQ roulette dungeons, as they're known as. So, originally, the cutscenes in these dungeons were completely skippable. At the start, everybody just sort of respected it and be like, okay, well, we're through the dungeons. We'll let people watch the cutscenes. But eventually, as time went on, there were less and less people that were actually coming into the dungeons who were new to the game. People started to speed through them. And it just became a commonplace that new players to the dungeons would be expected to skip the cutscenes, and then watch them later. Now, obviously, at a certain point, Square Enix said, "Okay, we actually want our players to experience the story through these dungeons. We don't want people." We don't want people like feeling like they're forced to skip through them and then watch them later, which I understood. I completely understood. But they ended up making the cutscenes in these dungeons completely unskippable as a result. So that caused a big problem where the MSQ roulette, which is one of the biggest sources of getting poetics, was now extremely unappealing to people. Because nobody wanted to sit through potentially 40-50 minutes of a dungeon of unskippable cutscenes that they've seen multiple times over at this point. So they increased the reward on the main scenario roulette as a result. And as a result of that, more people were willing to sit through them, which turned some of the parts of this dungeon into big memes in the community. Which we will go over one of them. The second one has been turned into its own solo instance, a trial known as the Porta Decumana, and is no longer part of the speedrun. But I might do the Porta Decumana for Tay-Lols later on in the run, just to have the meme. Alright, so that first boss down, the first cutscene is done. We come on over through here, and we're supposed to enter this Magitech armor over here. It's actually faster to outright skip it now. It's faster for two reasons. Number one, Ninja's ability to move from point A to point B. Ninja's ability to move from point A to point B is very fast, and the sprint speed is not too much slower, but you can get multiple Shikuchi resets through this section, which allows you to skip through a ton of distance that would otherwise not be possible. The second reason is the damage output of the Magitech walkers is actually not scaled. So, it's actually slower in terms of how much damage you deal to use the Magitech walker on these enemies in this second section as well as the first section. So even though the Magitech walker naturally moves faster, with Ninja's dash abilities as well as its the fact that its damage is scaled up so, it just ends up faster to move through this section entirely as Ninja. A previous thing is these Proto-Ultima arms. I mean, if it knows in the Proto-Ultima arm, it's the cement bulkhead at the end. But these used to have damage resistant on them, which would cap the amount of damage you could do to them. However, they do not have this damage resistance anymore. So, you can just destroy it in one hit. It's because of these two things that, although the cutscene has me in the Magitech Walker, it's faster to not use the Magitech Walker at this juncture. Specifically when unsynced. If you're synced, please get into the Magitech Walker. Please just do it. Save yourself the trouble. Just do it. Yeah, the blockhead was basically unkillable without the walker. It had a significant amount of HP. And it had capped damage. Like, you literally could not deal more than a specific amount of damage to it. But the Magitech Walker bypassed that. So the Cement Bulkhead here no longer has that restriction, meaning that you can destroy it just fine. In the cutscene here, we used the Magitech Walker, overloaded its circuits, and used it to take out the Cement Bulkhead, even though we could destroy it no problem with just our hands. And now this cutscene is moving on to... a part where we're going to be sad. Where we're sad about Maggie here. Maggie's the name of this this Magitech Walker. Sorry, Maggie. F in the chat for Maggie. Maggie served us well. We will remember you. And then we move on. Alright, so you like moving for 10 seconds and then going immediately into another cutscene. Welcome to the Praetorium. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, lovely. Alrighty. Might as well use this time to check some of these Discord notifications I've got. Someone went live, someone went live, someone went live. Congratulations on my work. Okie doke. Hey, Fruit.
Yeah.
If it's all right with you, can I pull Shug into the commentary now?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm unfortunately in full work mode, so I've got nothing to add, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, though.
No, thank you for being here.
Not being able to be here for like last 40 minutes.
Yeah, you're good, dude. I understand. You're very busy over there right now.
I appreciate it. You got this. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your night.
Cheers. Have a good rest of the run.
Woo! Alright. Message my other commentator here. Yeah, this is all just like story-related cutscenes, like someone airing the grievances. I don't know if I can move him into the voice channel myself or not. Just need to hop in general, see if I can check that. This guy's whole deal, for the record, there we go. Hello, Shug.
Hey, it worked. I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Oh, good. And it's coming to Discord. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm late to the party. How's this been?
I'm getting tired, but so far I'd say it's been going pretty well. I've gone underestimate in both I've got an underestimate in both Heavensward and Stormblood, and I will also be going underestimate in A Realm Reborn as well once this is done. Yeah, the total time estimate I had for this was like 5 hours and 40 minutes before I got to the Shadowbringers portion, and we're ahead of that easily.
Is this your character, or is this just some dude?
This is some dude. That's my character.
Oh man, this guy's like a Power Ranger. I like him.
Yeah, he's
You
got.
ever- the Psycho Rangers from Power Rangers in Space. He looks like their boss.
Hello, Nero. Stinky. He is dead now. 5 minutes for all of A Realm Reborn is super fast. Yeah. Yeah. For the A Realm Reborn, Heavensward and Stormblood sections, I combined my estimates together. Which is like 1 hour 25, 2 hours 5 minutes, which would be 3.5 hours, and then an additional 2 hours. So it was like 5.5 hours. Then I gave like an additional 10 minutes for the estimate, based on if I like started to get tired and started to mess up silly things. So like 5.5 hours, getting below 5.5 hours for this segment means that I'm like well on pace for sure.
That's what we like to hear. On pace in a marathon. Goals.
Did I wash my hands for 20 seconds? No. I washed it for 10 seconds. Half hand wash. Fine. It's okay.
So there's a different meta, that's all.
Not seeing much outside of RP, but I admittedly didn't stick with endgame for long. Sometimes endgame isn't for everybody. You play the story and you're just like, yeah, no, that was great. I don't feel like sitting here and grinding it out for 200 hours, which completely fair. Like, the story in Final Fantasy XIV definitely really starts to pick up in patch 2.3, 2.4. By Heavensward, you're looking at like generally pretty solid writing across the board. And then Shadowbringers is a freaking masterpiece. But people who know that the cutscene is coming up. I have voices muted. Now, I don't like to float my own boat. And I'm not saying I do a better job than the voice actor of Gaius during this cutscene. But this cutscene is famous, a famous meme in the community. It is the Gaius monologue. I am going to voice act it to the best of my ability, simply because I enjoy doing it. And I've heard the English and Japanese ones so many times. It's like, okay, just want to do something else. Done it so many times. It's a meme, but I've done it so many times. Was my favorite dungeon each expansion? That is a good question. I probably wouldn't be able to answer it beyond Shadowbringers saying the twinning. I guess like Zelfatol or no, Great Googly Moogly Hard for Heavensward, Swallow's Compass for Stormblood, twinning for Shadowbringers. So far in Endwalker, I really like the Sigma Dreamscape, but it's mostly because of the music. Couldn't tell you for Realm Reborn. And here we go.
Ah, it's a judge from FF12.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? How very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind, which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well at Cartano and call them down?
They will answer. So long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different than those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Schwa, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise! For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the impotent ruler. That of false worship. A path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea! Face me! Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you have the power to stop me!
And then we go into the fight.
That was awesome, dude.
It's unironically one of my favorite monologues to voice act, for sure.
That was actually a pretty epic monologue, too. I was getting into it.
Even with no context of Gaius, it's like really good. So anyway, he hard blocks at 0.1%. So we waited out. Okay, he's being rude. So we waited out, hit one with a Remudra, and then 1, 2, 3. That kills all of his extra ads. And because he's at 0.1%, when he's done with this little ad phase here, he will be done. And we will see time on the Realm Reborn section going into Shadowbringers now. So we are 15 minutes ahead of my ideal estimate, which is pretty good.
Let's go.
All right.
It's a shame how free that guy went down for how epic that entire speech was.
Oh yeah, it's an unfortunate caveat.
The monologue was so much more epic because every time your character is supposed to say something, it just pans over to your character's dead face, and then it pans back to them, and it's your character's just mute the whole time. It was very good.
Yeah. All right. Welcome to Shadowbringers. So you can see that I am currently on the melee DPS job Reaper. Of the classes that have high survivability versus other classes, Reaper has the highest DPS of them. And as I said before, I realize I have messed up. I actually do not want to be Reaper. I have messed up, so I'm going to take a quick moment here to just reset this. My brain autopiloted because I would typically want to be Reaper, but there's a reason I can't be Reaper for this. So just give me a sec as I take these guys out. As you can see, they're very beefy. They're very beefy.
That's one strong polar bear.
All right, so I don't actually want to be on Reaper for this dungeon. Normally I would, but unfortunately I'm just gonna have to go to Red Mage for this. And we'll get into that later on. That was a little bit of a hiccup. For the record, I have to do this. It's not like, oh well, I picked the wrong class. Whatever, I guess I'll commit. I literally cannot survive the final boss on Reaper. So
yeah, that would be awkward.
So for Red Mage, again, the whole point is survivability. We want to be able to survive the ads that spawn, and that is the single biggest thing for all dungeons Shadowbringers. The Shadowbringers section of this run is going to focus entirely on keeping myself alive as best as I possibly can. So for Red Mage has a GCD heal ability that is 350 potency worth of heal. It's actually pretty dang decent as a like emergency heal, but you typically want to avoid using it like as much as possible. Which is why Reaper ends up being faster, because most of Reaper's survivability comes from its off global cooldowns rather than its global cooldowns. Nice. Good timing on that on that backflip.
They're like angel eggs hatching with polar bears inside of them? Is that, am I understanding what I'm seeing properly?
Yeah, kind of, basically.
I was like, I watched past like 4 and I was like, I gotta be reading this wrong. This can't be what I'm actually looking at.
Welcome to Shadowbringers, where all of your enemies are effectively different beings that have been corrupted by overwhelming light aether and turned into creatures known as Sin Eaters. That's why every single enemy is known as Forgiven Ignorance, Forgiven Conceit. It's, you know, sins. That whole deal.
I get it. It's also very purple. There's a lot more color here in the last couple areas though, that I call very, very purple.
Yeah, something I should mention about Shug for my new commentator here. Shug has not played Final Fantasy 14. I brought him in here because he runs Final Fantasy 8, and I wanted to give him like more chops on the commentary board because he's very good at it. Very wonderful.
Yeah, I'll be asking lots of questions, so please nobody judge me too harshly.
I think it's good though to have those questions because it gives me things to talk about, especially when I'm going to be like turbo tired by the end of this.
For sure. I've already learned one thing. I thought Eorzea was a place, and then you talked to that guy, and they made it seem like it was like a being, like a god or something. I didn't know that was a thing. Just already learning.
You're kind of on the right track with that, but I'm not going to say anything further.
Yeah. You don't have to. I was just saying that's I'm already learning. Oh my goodness, that is a whoa! That's a lot of damage areas.
Oh yeah, unlike with Power After Pride, you're free to have the chat open for the record and respond to it.
Oh, cool.
In case I didn't mention that to you. Because somebody in there just said, judging you irrevocably harshly. Smile.
You seem to be doing alright. Yeah, nailed it. This is kind of a pop, too. You can always get into a little bit of a guitar riff.
So a lot of the music in Final Fantasy XIV started to hit like a very good stride and niche around Stormblood, because that's when Masayoshi Soken just kind of absolutely popped off in terms of his music creation. And he made a bunch of really good music beforehand, but like, holy moly, he just popped off in Shadowbringers. Let me tell you something.
This is
the amount of good music in Shadowbringers is unreal. So I'm gonna stop you for a sec. This second section of this dungeon, I'm going to very specifically target these Switch Gremlins. The reason I'm doing this is because these Switch Gremlins have the capability to inflict a slow debuff on me. That slow debuff makes my GCD go much slower, meaning that I attack and heal myself slower. So I'm very specifically targeting that guy with my burst abilities there to kill him so that my GCDs are freed up to be used on these guys. And I'll be doing this for the second leg as well, where there are 2 of them, but that will be less important, because 2 of them basically guarantees that I'm going to get the slow debuff at least once. So I just want to kill them before the second debuff goes off.
I see.
So with Red Mage, I mentioned earlier about how Samurai and Ninja are 3-target DPS classes. Red Mage is this weird one, where Red Mage wants to be a 2-target AoE, but also a 2-target single target. Because at 2 targets, Red Mage's optimal damage is using a single target into a multi-target dual cast. And that's something I haven't mentioned about Red Mage. Red Mage has a mechanic where when you cast an ability, you get dual cast, which lets you instantly cast the next thing that's on the next ability that you cast. And Red Mage has abilities that have short timers, like short cast timers and then long cast timers. The long cast timers have higher potency, but because of the longer cast time, obviously I'm gonna die. Please don't. Please don't hit me. Don't do it. Thank you.
Yes.
Whew. I was not paying attention to my health.
Easy every time.
So, generally speaking, the reason why 2 targets is because your single target Jolt does more damage at 2 targets than your AoE Ver Arrow, your short casts. But Impact does more damage at 2 targets than your Ver Arrows and your Ver Thunders. So it's this weird thing with Red Mage, where at 2 targets, it's optimal to go Jolt into Impact in terms of raw damage numbers. And it creates awkward situations in that regard. So now that we're in Shadowbringers, there's actual mechanic we have to care about. We're not just bursting everything down or just sitting in the AoEs with no care or regard to our own livelihood. This is because we're actually in danger of dying, unlike with the previous expansions. So you will actually see me properly pull off mechanics here. So this is a stack marker. Normally I'm supposed to share this damage with 3 other people. But because I don't have 3 other people to share it with, I take the full brunt of it. Thankfully, I can live just fine. So I'm going to use one more bout of Vercure here, and then go into another melee combo. Yeah, basically, Pyth. There's very specific circumstances where it's not Jolt into Impact, but those are niche endgame things, more or less. So something you'll see me be doing, both with mobs and with bosses, is you'll see me on Red Mage run around all like this, basically kiting. So in Final Fantasy XIV, every enemy has an auto-attack timer if they have auto-attacks. This means that they cannot auto-attack faster than that auto-attack timer. And if they're a melee enemy, that they cannot melee hit you outside of melee range. So, by constantly kiting around, I will be lowering the amount of damage that I take by forcing the boss to come to me every single time it wants to hit me with an auto-attack. And this is a big reason why... Words are hard, how do we use them? I don't know where I'm going with this. But this is a big way that you can maximize your DPS output when doing dungeons on Red Mage, is by knowing knowing how much you can kite, and knowing how much you have to heal. So for this section of this dungeon here, which is called Holminster Switch for the record, I should also mention every single dungeon from this point on has story spoilers in it. So if you have not reached this point in Final Fantasy XIV, I'd recommend turning it off. The spoilers aren't super except for a few of them. They're not super spoilery heavy. In terms of oh yeah, this major plot point gets revealed during the dungeon itself. But locations and other stuff can be spoiled through. So I would be careful if you are worried about spoilers at this point.
Woo. These animations are so cool for a lot of these attacks. Coming from the normal games, I'm used to very similar animations for each different type of magic, but these games obviously have so much more in them. So it's cool seeing all these unique animations for everything going on.
Yeah, basically every single ability that is I messed up. I just completely dropped my magic combo. Whoopsies. I am a silly goose.
That's a whole bouquet of whoopsie daisies. Oh, no, you woke up that egg.
Well, I kind of have to progress, unfortunately. The egg doesn't get a nap chug, I'm sorry to say.
That's okay. We crush our enemies here. So, you are doing all of these dungeons all these dungeons or expansions with pre-made max level characters, right?
Correct. My max level specifically one, just my max level character, Maki Seitera, that I've been playing on since the original expansion launched, like in patch 2.5.
So, like, each expansion, then you just have your character in a different class, or can you just freely jump between classes whenever you want?
You can freely jump between classes whenever you want with some restrictions. Like, I can't swap to Reaper in the middle of this dungeon, for example. But, like, outside of this dungeon, I could swap to Reaper by just clicking this button of a macro I made, which just swaps my gear set over to the class.
That's cool. That's cool. I like that.
Alright, so this final boss, this is the reason I mentioned that you can't do Reaper for this dungeon. That's because of a mechanic coming up a little bit later after this Head Crusher. So this Head Crusher is a tank buster. We can survive it because we have enough health with the Epic Echo and being a level 90 character. But basically from here, I'm going to have to hit 2 Vercures. Because this is a mechanic that sucks, to put it bluntly. So, this mechanic targets one ally in the arena, and then puts an iron chain on them that your allies are supposed to destroy. I don't have any allies. I have to just eat this damage. And the worst part about this is this damage also is it also gives me vulnerability ups, which means I take more damage. So this is the reason why Reaper isn't really viable, because the amount of damage that you take, unfortunately, from this boss post that phase is just too much for Reaper to be able to handle, while also being able to burst it down. So that's why the consistent healing of Vercure for Red Mage is viable for this. I believe you can do this dungeon on Summoner, but it's a bit tight. And I also don't have Summoner leveled. I'm going to kill myself and just drop that melee combo, because I don't trust that. I was right to do that. I would have died.
Whew, that's a big laser. He's got to recharge after that Hyper Beam, though.
True.
That's where you go in.
So, the goal of this dungeon at this point is to kill him before he casts a second chain down, which we do have the damage to be able to do. But I remember doing this dungeon initially on Gunbreaker and crying because I got hit with 3 chain downs and I was sad. I was so much time I was spending doing nothing. Help me.
Yeah, that's not good. That's the opposite of what you're trying to do in a speedrun. That's in my professional opinion.
Checks out.
Yeah.
Checked my notes there just to make sure, but yeah, that checks out.
High level knowledge coming at you guys live from my couch.
Thank you, Shug. Can we get a thank you, Shug, in the chat?
This. Oh, he's got a weird mouth thing going on. I didn't even. Oh, it's okay. So the tongue moves and then it's a laser too. Oh, cool. That's neat. You're neat.
He hurts.
This slaps so hard. I love Final Fantasy music.
Oh yeah, Soken is so good, dude. I can't wait for his music in FF14. All right, first dungeon down. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the only thing that people ever remember my game for is the music. That's people talk about FF8. That's all that ever comes up is the music.
I mean, it is the only good thing about that game. All right, you can punch me later.
Yeah, I'll give you a 15,000 page PowerPoint on why you're stupid and wrong.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a very unique game. Definitely very polarizing. Not for everybody.
Did I just not aggro those guys? I didn't. How does this keep happening? How do I keep not aggroing enemies I should be aggroing every single time? How does this happen?
Me? You're supposed to punch me. The damage numbers are so high. It's very jarring to look at because I'm used to a damage limit. So it's like you'll do something and I'm like, oh, so that's just like 15k. That's cool. Oh, there's another. I looked like 80. I might have seen that wrong.
No, you saw it right.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pain going around here. That's damage built for my man Yasmat. That's damage built for him. Is he in this game?
Who?
I think it's Yizmat. Yizamat.
Sounds familiar. I think Yizmat is, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like this game has like some sort of representation of like every famous boss in one way or another. One of the cool things about it.
What if I told you the damage numbers used to be higher?
That would be actually fascinating, but it seems like it'd be very confusing too.
So in 6.0, the game went through a huge stat squish because the numbers were starting to get so high that like damage, like things were bugging out. Like Shanks were generating so much aggro that their aggro was rolling over and going back down to 0.
Nice.
So they went through a stat squish to address that issue.
That's funny. I just imagine these like really long numbers just flying across the screen all the time. Oh my god, he's got a top hat on.
He is a frog.
Oh my god, he's very fancy. He's got the neck collar thing going. Oh man, I'm gonna be real here. I hope you lose.
Thanks, bud. Really appreciate it.
I'm never gonna root against a fancy gentleman like this. He's got the cane. Like, oh yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this guy. Let's go.
Yeah, you're right. He is a dapper lad.
Ankthron, Lord of the Lingering Gaze. Yeah, you got me. I'm lingering this gaze. I'm definitely lingering. Oh, hurtful. Jesus, so much damage. It's, you know, it's funny when I think about the damage thing too, because like my brain doesn't think of FF games as like an MMO. So like I see the damage and it takes a little bit for me to process that you're supposed to be doing this with like 4 to 8 people in a lot of these levels. At least I assume that's the party size for these, but yeah. So it's like it makes a speed run like almost way more impressive in my feeble mind because man, you're just doing 8 characters worth of damage or 8 characters worth of things. There's some arrows pointing at you. There's bad news bears. He jumped on you. A little bit of leapfrog going on here.
Fine, I'll live.
It's true.
Right, so I haven't really explained, but welcome to Reaper. As I was trying to say earlier before I realized I made a mistake and selected Reaper when I needed to select Red Mage, of the melee DPS that I have tested these dungeons with, right, I can't keep going further until he dappers his way on. Goodbye, friend. Reaper has the highest survivability of basically all the melee DPS, with the exception of Red Mage, because of Vercure, and Summoner because of Phoenix. That's all I really need to say. It's got like basically the highest sustain basically out there.
Mm-hmm.
While also maintaining like a very high level of damage. Reaper's AoE is genuinely very good. It's like one of the best AoE classes in the game right now, I think. That's how I feel anyway. I feel like I just shred through things with Reaper's AoE.
But, I mean, it looks
so
like
much
you're
of its
shredding
damage.
through it.
So much of its damage is so related to like burst buttons, and like you get access to those burst buttons every time because by the time you've used all your burst buttons, all the mobs are dead, and you can move on to the next one, and then all your burst buttons are back. So it's like beautiful.
I love when my buttons are back. So
All
what
right,
are these?
friendo.
What are these 2 things on your HUD here? One that looks like a health bar and mana, which even though I know it's not, and then the one below it looks like a cloak. What are those?
Yeah, so that is job gauges. The one on the top is my soul gauge, I believe. Yeah, soul gauge. When I have 50 soul gauge, I can execute avatar actions, which lets me summon a void scent to deal damage for me. And then whenever I use a void scent ability, I can use Gibbet, Gallows, or Guillotine. Which every time I use a Gibbet, Gallows, or Guillotine, my Shroud gauge increases by 10. And when I'm at 50 Shroud gauge, I can enter in Shroud, which fuses me with the Void Scent. Fuses me with the Void Scent and lets me do a bunch of really rapid attacks like this. And all these animations are amazing.
That's anime as hell, to be real, but it's also very cool. Gosh, see these animations, they're mesmerizing.
Yeah, and the gauge below that is specifically the Enshroud gauge that lets me know, like, looking at it like, okay, I have this many attacks left in Enshroud before it's done. Also, I can use that to know if I'm about to need to weave something in between. Stuff like that.
Little lasers. Are they
I
friendly?
don't know
They don't look
These
friendly.
ones are friendly, yeah.
Oh,
I just
okay.
want to make
Yeah.
sure they multiple don't hit him, because if multiple hit him, he go big. I also want to go big with him. As if you may have noticed, I kind of grew in size.
I didn't notice, but I know now, and knowing is half the
Yes.
battle. So
You are correct on that.
it is. Yes, it is. Wise man taught me that. Captain Planet. Void Reaping, Cross Reaping, Linear Slice. This is very, they're very edgelord names.
I mean, the class is literally called Reaper. I don't know what you were expecting.
No, I love it. I love it, dude. I love it. I'm here for it. Squall's the main character of my game. Like, do you really think I'm not about edgelords?
Understandable. Have a great day.
I'm all about edgelords, dude. I like
don't
to
have
respond to
food.
people with whatever. I got an Uncrustables if you want it.
Bro, whatever.
Is that? I don't know if I can like. Is that working game? Yes.
This. I've been forgetting food and potions this entire time. Definitely well prepared for the speedrun. Anyway, there's a Gunblade class in this game called Gunbreaker.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever played FF14 was like right after I heard there was a Gunblade class, because I'm definitely a giant nerd and I love Gunblades. I actually was like popping off while you were doing your voice acting because that cool final boss had a Gunblade, and I was like, that's my man right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a different type of Gunblade to the one that the Gunbreakers use.
Yeah.
So the ones that Gunbreakers use don't actually have, like, bullet holes. They have cartridges that they use to enhance the swings of their blade. I am forgetting Def's design. I am really good at this video game, everybody.
That's the intention of Squall's stuff in the first game, but they don't do a really good job at showing it because the game is low quality. So it's interesting that they like made it like more clear in this game that it's not a lot of people think that Squall just like shoots bullets out of the end of his gun or at the end of his sword. Has a gun sword, not a gun. We have this conversation during my streams all the time, actually. We talk about, like, we theorize what, actually, the FFA community in general, we like to theorize about what exactly the difference between a gun blade and a blade gun is. And there's been lots of drawings to go around, lots of arguments had. It's a very common conversation we have. The general consensus, though, is that sword with a gun is way cooler than gun with a sword.
My nunchucks have a knife on it.
It's the same thing. Like, they're making FF8, and they're like, what if we put a gun in the sword this time? And one guy was like, yes, that's it. That's the one.
You were going off about that, and the only thing I could think of was the ProZD skit. Just Radicus and Chaticus.
Yes! Exactly. That's the names. These poor, this like Sugar Plum Fairy song is interesting.
It's lovely. Hey, so remember how you remember how that frog dude from earlier was a very dapper lad?
I do, yes. And then you murdered him.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You're a monster.
He's right here.
He's even more dapper.
Yep.
This time with pants. I don't know what happened to his arm. Did you cut his arm off, or you jerk?
No, his arm is there, my guy.
Okay, this time he's Lord of the Loathsome Gate.
Yeah. Oh man, this time he's got you. This time.
Hey, major mechanics to avoid. First and foremost, don't look at him when he does Inquire. And then he is going to do Toadquire. Don't be in front of him when he does Toadquire.
Let me guess. You turned into a toad.
Correct.
Yes. So good at this. you have any idea how hard it is for me to ask how the toad turned into a gentleman toad? It's so, I want to know so bad. I have to look this up.
Welcome to this mechanic. If you don't pop sprint here, you are a coward. I don't care if you take a second to turn your camera, but if you don't pop sprint here, you are a coward.
Oh man. Spooky. That attack is just called Finale. If you don't deal him enough damage, he just kills you or wipes your team, I bet.
Pretty much.
Classic boss mechanics. Song of Terror. Yeah, this is my favorite character in 14.
Is he, though?
Ah! Ah! What happened? Ah! Oh, his stomach has a mouth too! Hold on, I might be about this. Hold on, give me a solid like 2 minutes here. I'm gonna get back to you. Let me see what he's got in the chamber here. Octopus and frog's a weird combination. Oh wait, now it's just Shade of Fear. This is a different entity. No frogs. My frog gentleman's fine. Feyfolk in the form of a toad. I guess that explains how they change sizes, but I can't be upset. I guess I am upset about their fashion sense because I don't know. The 3-piece suit was nice, but then you turned into Jabba the Hutt, and I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it's puking right now.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Fun fact:
yeah.
there's an Easter egg if you have low DPS in this fight, where he'll try transforming again, but will just transform into it like a regular toad.
That's actually hilarious. That's so funny. He'll be like little like you.
Oh, he'll be even smaller than me.
Oh, you just get this little boxing match then. Adorable.
Hey, welcome to my favorite music, dungeon music, with the exception of the twinning in Shadowbringers. Katana Ravel. So good.
Katana Ravel? Was that was the name of the dungeon?
Correct.
That's a cool name. Bloodstone Circle, Circle of Sacrifice. Man, I love these names. Yeah, there's a very strong vibe coming off of this soundtrack. I can tell exactly what the setting is just from those plucked strings. Oh god. There's some bad juju coming off those walls, buddy. Okay.
Fine,
We're done.
he died.
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but it definitely was bad juju.
So how many of you here in the chat, having done this dungeon, have had the cojones to go for the giant pull here from this point up until the next wall? Because I do it every time, and if the healer doesn't do it, well,
You're gonna make all these Rubik's Cubes mad.
I have already made them mad.
Yeah.
Pyth understands. Pyth understands the finer things in life. Giant pulls in Final Fantasy XIV.
A lot of the aesthetics in this game look very similar to the tactics and 12 Ivalice universe. A lot of the just design stuff looks very reminiscent from that. Did 11 actually? I think didn't 11 take place in Ivalice? Maybe that's
12.
I don't know. Only 12 did. I knew 12 did. Was 11 in its own world?
11 was the other MMO, and yeah, it was its own world.
Yeah, okay. This looks a lot like it's just so fresh on my mind because this area looks very similar to the Tomb of Wraithwall from 12.
I told you there's an entire raid series based on Ivalice.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. And also not surprising considering how big tactics is, so that's I can't say I'm surprised with it.
I'm very glad to see not cowards in the chat who are just like, yep, no, I do the big pull.
All Chads, no weenies.
Alright, so the boss mechanic here isn't anything super interesting. Most of it's just targeted AoEs and then the Stone Fist Tank Buster. One of these days I'll remember to use potions. But there is one mechanic where you do have to use your eyes for, So he will cause one of these statues in the back of the arena to light up. That'll cleave the half of the arena that it's on. The other thing is he will use Heat Up and cause half of his own body to cleave half the arena. So these mechanics get combined later on, and you have to make a look-see and find the safe spot.
How, like, I'm trying to think of the wording I want here. How dangerous are all of these fights for you? Like, what are your chances of dying per fight? Is it real scary, or are there only a couple throughout the game that are real scary? Like, what's the ratio?
Everything in Stormblood, everything in Shadowbringers, if I don't handle it correctly, is scary.
Okay.
Fights like this are only if I am like completely negligent in dodging mechanics and using my defensive cooldowns. But like the big pulls here, if I'm not careful with how I manage them. My man living with 0.1% HP. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, if I'm not careful of how I manage things, the giant mob pulls will take me out. The bosses can absolutely shred through my health bar if I'm not ready for it. So generally speaking, I have a plan for every given period of these dungeons as to what I'm going to do with my defensive cooldowns. And I want to be doing as many of these on DPS as I can, because obviously DPS deal higher damage than tanks and healers, which would do it much safer, but also much slower. It is a speedrun, after all.
Fast is good. Heard it here first, chat.
So for this first section, for example, I have enough, like, just inherent health at the start of it to be able to just only use my Arcane Crest cooldown, which is a 10% barrier that, if it breaks, gives me a 250 potency regen over 15 seconds. Not a big heal, but still like a notable heal.
Yeah. Always good.
But for this next section, which has more mobs and more enemies, you're going to see me start off this immediately. I'm just going to enter in Shroud, and I'm going to pop Bloodbath, and you notice the green numbers.
Oh. Your health wants to go down, but it's just not happening.
Yep. So activating Bloodbath heals me for a portion of the damage I deal, and that's every instance of damage.
That is there's so many like things populating right there. Does it ever like affect the frame rate or anything?
It can if you have a lower end machine, but like I've been running this game at like 180 FPS for
yeah,
a while. That is in like less populated areas. In populated areas, I can dip even below 60, but that's
how
what happens. That's just that happens in an MMO. Hello, friend. I have come to attack you personally.
Bat Squatch! Oh man, that's a great. Whoever named that deserves a raise. That's a great name. But yeah, we have in 8. We like the game has been routed to a point that we have like probably 4 fights in the entire game that we do something other than just like press the attack button and win instantly. But it's like a dramatic swing in difficulty on the few fights that are actually hard. So there's like a lot of grinding in like particular segments for that purpose. Knowing that a whole area's bosses would be scary, especially in a game with a game like an MMO. Man, that's so scary to me. I guess I just don't understand MMOs enough. I don't know how you can do it.
10,000 hours, that's how.
That's true. 10,000 hours will do it to you.
Oh, like did I not? Okay, thank God he broke it. Alright, gotta be careful here. So that subsonics attack that it did a bunch of like multiple small instances of damage, but it also causes these pillars to drop down, and yeah, it was gonna land exactly where I was standing. Again, don't be negligent and you'll be fine, but if you get hit by stuff, it's gonna be, oh no, situation. For the record, my initial estimate for this was 5 hours. I then did a run, and now my estimate is more like 4 hours and 30 minutes.
For this expansion?
Yeah, for this section of the run. This expansion of the run.
That's
So,
sorry. Continue.
yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the estimate is 13 hours and 30 minutes. I have just been saying 13 hours this entire time because of that, because I adjusted my Shadowbringers estimate by 30 minutes, but the estimate doesn't get updated, so as a result of that, it's just, oh well, really, really long fun staff. They very often they'll end up like well ahead of schedule, and they know how to fill time, so it's no big deal.
Yeah.
All right, so this pull is a bit rough. So not this pull right here, but the pull after this. I very much want to save as much of my defensive cooldowns as I can manage. So I'm going to try and burst this down as best as I can without using as many defenses as I can. I'm going to use Second Wind just for a little bit of safety. But the goal is to have Bloodbath and Arm's Length ready to go on this. The reason is very simple. There is a turbo pull that's possible in this section. So I'm going to cast Harp. I'm going to step into this arena to get the monkeys up here to aggro to me. And then I'm going to step out. By doing this, the monkeys that are up top there think, oh, there's no longer anything for us to target. It's time for us to jump down. And they jump down ahead of how they're supposed to actually jump down.
Silly
so
monkey.
it turns this pull into super high damaging, where like if I'm not planning my cooldowns correctly and kiting all these AoEs correctly, one mistake is all it takes at that point for this to turn into like an unwinnable pull. Thankfully, it all worked out super well. And perfect.
Thank God Harambe wasn't around to see that.
It skips having to wait for an extra wave of ads by killing them, and we can head right on into the final boss. It's a Cerberus.
No, that's Eros. Silly.
How dare I? How dare I be wrong?
Happens. Damn, you're gonna
He
get
is-
rended.
It's okay. I have Arcane Crest, which will help me. I know how to scare my Hailers next time I tank this. Woo! Woo! I love
Bad luck.
Egress. I
Bad
love
luck.
the teleport. I didn't pot again, but I'm actually going to save it for my burst phase under Arcane Crest to maximize it, since I only get one anyway. Dang it, I keep forgetting Def's design. I don't know why this is the hardest thing for me to remember. I literally do not understand why Def's design is the hardest thing for me to remember, but it is like somehow single button debuffs that of the enemy that I have to maintain are somehow the hardest thing for me to remember.
I don't know, dude. There's like 80 billion ability buttons down here, and you gotta keep track of a lot of things. I feel like it's impressive that you only forget that one.
Oh, this isn't good. I might be dead.
Uh-oh. You got this. That's bad dog.
So there's two patterns that he can give me there. He can give me a pattern where he gives me just like a regular AoE and makes me go off to the side, or he gives me a stack marker and I have to stack in front of him. The stack marker is not the one that I want because it does a very, very scary amount of damage for this point. So at this point, I just kind of need to burst him down quickly. Otherwise, I'm at risk of dying here. We use Arm's Length to stop this knockback from coming out so I can keep my uptime. That's gonna fall off, isn't it? No, it isn't. We're good. Okay, if I can just... 1 more %. Okay, we're good. No way. No way he kills me here at this point. Whew!
All right, awesome. So, are the Reapers like? Is their HP often a problem, or is it? And it's worth it to like have the super high DPS, or is it just a couple like that fight in particular and the one before that?
Reaper's survivability is better. Is not Reaper's DPS is not better than like ninjas. Or, well, I think it's better than ninjas, but it's not better than like samurais. But its survivability is much better than samurais because of Arcane Crest. So generally speaking, the reason why I'm using Reaper is for its survivability.
I see.
Its HP can be a bit of a problem. It's definitely safer to play like Red Mage, for example, in all these dungeons, but it's also slower.
Yeah. You also don't get to be nearly as cool and edgy, so...
True. So this dungeon is going to be a bit of an issue. You might have noticed, some of you who have been looking, you might have noticed a certain yellow potion over here. That is a Vitality pot, which will increase my maximum HP. The first boss of this dungeon has extremely high damage output compared to its brethren in this dungeon. But it is just barely possible to do it on Reaper. So, as a result of that, I typically will... I typically will just play it a little bit safe and pop a Vitality Potion to give myself a little bit of extra health and also make my shield on Arcane Crest, which is based on my maximum health, just that little bit extra stronger. Rather than going for the damage potion that will... Why did I do an AoE on single target? I have brain. This would be an extra GCD. Anyway, I play it safe with the Vitality Pot for that little bit of extra survivability, rather than go for the extra damage, which might save me like 3 or 4 GCDs overall. But
and for those people who are, unaware, what's a GCD? Definitely not for me. Probably just for chat.
That is a global cooldown. It is a set of abilities that are all tied on the same cooldown. Like when you use one ability, you can't use any of those other abilities until the global cooldown is done, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I totally knew that.
I believe you.
Yeah, cool. Man, the enemy designs are so cool in this expansion. I love this boss. Greater
Very
Armadillo.
good.
He's got a Morning Star tail. That's awesome.
Okay, so there's going to be a little mechanic here after this stack marker. It's going to do right round, which is going to do an AoE exactly around him. So I'm going to avoid it like that. Then there's a proximity, so I want to be on the edge to minimize the damage that I take. And now here, going into my Enshroud phase, I'm going to pop Bloodbath to maximize the healing I can get. Because at this point, this Bloodbath is going to be huge. At this point, I'm sort of on, not like a timer, but there is a universe, basically, where I don't avoid the amount of auto attacks that I need to, and this boss will kill me before I can kill it. So, just for example, in my PB, I died to this boss 3 times before doing it a 4th time, so it can be very difficult if things don't really go your way. As you can see, right now I'm trying to do a little bit of kiting right now, just to try and delay a little bit. It might not end up working out. Okay. I think he's gonna kill me here. Yep, that's unfortunate. Don't leave the dungeon, Fluffy.
Cheat codes.
So yeah, this one boss, if you can do it first try, doing this on Reaper saves so much time. It's definitely safer to do it on like Summoner or Red Mage, but you can do it faster on Reaper, and like I'm wholeheartedly convinced of that. But yeah, there is that whole thing. Like I avoided every mechanic I possibly could have, and I still died.
Mm-hmm. It'd be like that with RPGs and damage value games like this. Sometimes the math just doesn't go in your favor.
Yeah, and sometimes that need for that, like, please, I need to dodge like one more attack, just doesn't end up working out. So,
that's the classic miss on either end. It's you hate it or you love it. the way that like RNG works in FF8, you'll often get misses around the same area every time. So there's like certain segments of the run where you know like one of your next 5 attacks is probably going to be a miss, and you're like you really want it to be in certain fights. It's very nerve-wracking as you get further in.
I can imagine. So I'm gonna plop Bloodbath early this time since I have it available to me, so it can be available for later in the fight. Because Bloodbath is a 90-second cooldown, so while it is relatively long, most fights will last long enough in Shadowbringers where you can get like up to 2 in a fight if you absolutely need to. I'm also going to be making use of Feint here. Feint is an ability that lowers the target's physical damage dealt by 10%, as well as the magic damage it deals by 5%.
Are all attacks in this game dodgeable by you just like moving like this, or is it only ones that like show those circles and then other attacks just automatically hit you versus like a dodge rate or something?
There's definitely some attacks that are just guaranteed to hit you. There is a dodge rate on like auto attacks, for example. So like very particularly, accuracy is based on your level in this game. So if I were to say, for example, I'm like level 90, this guy's level 77. I am guaranteed to hit him with all of my attacks, but some of his auto attacks might miss me. But there's also some attacks that completely ignore accuracy entirely. That's not good. He hit me with a bunch of attacks. I may not survive this. Please. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Okay.
Let's
Just
go!
barely, but we in there.
Woo!
All right, that's second try on that boss. That is better than my PB. So,
Easy money.
I want to throw out. I'm probably on like 5-minute, 6-minute PB pace off of that alone. for the Shadowbringers section specifically.
That's awesome. Good stuff. So, I had a question, and then I forgot because I got real caught up in the end of that fight, so now I gotta try to find it again. That was a real intense finale we had there. Nail biter. They're very economical with their enemy designs here. I've noticed, in the enemies you're fighting, character design, like, models, I should say, like borrowed from other Final Fantasy games and like slightly reworked into this game. Not I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, it's really economical use of the various creatures they've created throughout the series to bring their models in, change them a little bit, and then like it's recognizable but still fresh. That's very very cool. I like it.
Yeah, and like typical MMO design, there's also a lot of recycled content too, like tons of recycled like animations, model riggings, and stuff like that. Yeah. Which is fine. Like, again, that's not a big deal.
Yeah, I definitely fought that plan in FF13. I definitely fought that plan. And he definitely kept slapping me with that exact stupid face. I really like this big Colossus guy because it looks like he's just trying to give you a running bear hug at all times.
Well, boy howdy, are you gonna like the next boss.
Yeah, nice. Hug-based boss.
He is a bucket.
My kind of guy.
Hello, E-Face, Tank Buster. Oh, he just auto-faces me. Okay, gotcha. Tony understood. Tony understood the finer things in life.
I like that the boss said, all right, I'm going to put a bucket on my head and 2 buckets on my hands, and now I'm in charge of this whole dungeon. Like, this was the power play that got them control of the whole dungeon.
And now he's going to do a little spin. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at that lad spin.
Look at him. You got to admire that effort.
You really do. Oh yeah, his feet are buckets too. Right.
Oh no, we busted through them. Can we get amphibious Talus here? A pair of new shoes? We can get a GoFundMe going. Maybe some shoes for Talos. New buckets. That's what we need. New buckets.
Oh no. Realizing oh no out loud. It's like,
Rag.
These aren't the correct buttons.
Getting ready to hit you with drill bucket. Uh-oh.
That's fine. I can avoid it. We're good.
The final boss Melvin Ring did that one to me. Yeah, this guy definitely looks like he'd be a buddy. I would like to hang out with this boss. Looks like he'd be a fun time.
Hey,
I'd also
man,
like to hang out with pre-Octopus Frog Boss. I'd like to hang out with that one too.
Oh yeah. You'll be happy with that one later. Alright, final section of this dungeon. Basically all my defensives can be used here if I even need them. Because the next section isn't really a threat, to put it bluntly. And we'll see why in a second. But basically if I have any defensive left over from the previous boss, I literally might as well just use them here, more or less. Obviously, the exception being Arcane Circle, which is like just a 30-second cooldown. So, using it all the time is just the smart thing to do, rather than saving it for specific points, like the longer cooldowns. Oh, sheesh. It's the 6-hour mark.
Yeah, baby. Halfway!
Help me. But anyway. Thanks. Stop it! My train of thought, Chuck. Anyway, these guys have to rebuild, so you're just like free to beat them up, more or less. That worked out perfectly. Oh my goodness. I'm actually just so exhausted.
So, how I know that you like run like 2 of these games like in particular. How many times have you done like the full gambit of runs?
Like all at the same time?
Yeah.
Never. This is my first time doing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've done all dungeons of Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers individually before, but I've never done them all in one gambit before.
Nice. Is there a leaderboard for like all expansions as well? Is that a thing?
No, they're just separated between the expansions.
That makes sense.
No, don't Communio.
We have one like extended category that people run surprisingly often. That's the entire PS1 trilogy in one sitting.
Oh my goodness! Why?
Yeah, it's actually, well, most people who run PS1 games, they run all of them because they all have like similar mechanics or step counts. So it's not super hard once you learn one to learn the other ones. And I don't know. I guess like there's like after you get past a certain number of hours in a speedrun, your body stops to care when you add more hours. And I think that a lot of Final Fantasy runners for the PS games get to that point because those games were all like 10 hours or 8 to 10 hours. So they're gluttons for punishment.
Yeah, that would check out. Hey, Skill. I'm 6 hours in and I'm in pain.
Fluffing, I'm duffing. That's a good one. I like that. I'll save that for the next time I'm yelling in a crowd.
Witnessing a world first. I'm not entirely sure on that. I can't say for certain that someone else hasn't done this, but because there isn't like an official leaderboard for like all dungeons like 2.0 to 6.5 or 5.5 or whatever. I just have never bothered to do it myself, more or less. But this is the first time I'm doing like everything basically, and that's including the Endwalker dungeons, which honestly might have been a bit of a mistake.
Nah, dude, you're showcasing a beautiful game right now. You got it? I believe. These games are ready to get fluffed up. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, dude.
You guys see what I did there, chat? I used fluffed up. I replaced another word because, you know, see, I used their name. Jeez, I am so funny.
I just assumed you did this once before. You see, it makes sense to assume something like this because what sane human being would submit to a marathon with a 13-hour estimate, having not done the thing in question before, all in one sitting? Individually, absolutely. I've done each of these categories on their own, but not together. I'm not smart. I never claimed to be.
You got to be smart enough to have all this shit in your stuff in your brain at all times. You got to be pretty smart.
Or you just have 10,000 hours in the video game.
Out
of curiosity,
has become smart.
1627. Yeah, 1627 is a new PB for me on that dungeon.
Nice.
At least that would be a new gold for me. I admit I've enjoyed all the commenters getting the 14 experience. Oh, it's fantastic. Like, Fru plays 14, but he hasn't really seen speedruns before. So welcome to Mount Gulg. So if you thought the big pull in Katana Ravel was big, you're all about to experience green numbers galore.
Well, that looks like a big hand.
Yeah.
Are you looking down? Are you looking down now to like keep frame rate down, or are you just doing it for like your own reasons?
I'm doing it to try and get tab targeting on the enemies.
Oh, okay. I've seen
So
other
like
MMO speedruns where that's like a thing where they like look down, or I think StarCraft sometimes does that too when people are going fast.
All right, so you, for some reason, even though this is typically not a thing that they've let happen since like A Realm Reborn, you can pull every single possible enemy in this first pull. You activate Bloodbath. You activate Bloodbath, and you are just. This pull deals a crazy amount of damage, and you are still going to heal through it.
I love the chat box on the side. Good luck trying to keep track of
It's just going. It's just going. The Forgiven blah 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 takes 4,000. It just keeps going. The damage.
I like that they're all just gonna like die at the same time too, except for this one. These two chumps over here. They got a lot more health than everybody else. That was gnarly.
The healer in you is crying. Understandable. Have a great day. Oh my goodness.
Where we're going, we don't need healers.
Welcome to the first boss of this dungeon.
Forgiven
Got
Cruelty.
here in less than 2 minutes.
That
Don't
sounds like
worry
a
about
boss
it.
from Bayonetta. Forgiven Cruelty. That's definitely a Bayonetta boss.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's got at least two heads, maybe upside down a little bit.
Whenever I get this dungeon when leveling, I'm leveling a healer, and like I have a warrior as my tank, and they say want me to do the big pull, I am so happy inside. Like, you have no idea how happy it is when like somebody even mentions doing that pull.
That was definitely a Chad pull. That was real cool.
By the way,
Chad
this guy's
do
a
that.
mount. Just want to throw that out. This
Interesting.
guy is a rideable mount that you can get.
You just slap a saddle on that bad boy and fly him off into the distance.
Yep.
Also, it looks like that crown is part of their biological form, which is weird. Like anatomical, they have an anatomically just built-in crown. I looked at that way too closely, and now I can't stop looking at it.
Could you even do that on Red Mage if you wanted to? I've tried it on Red Mage. You cannot do it. You absolutely cannot out-heal that as Red Mage with Procure. However, Bloodbath OP.
What was your little demon friend's name again?
I think it's just like Avatar. I think it's just referred to as like your avatar.
Shame. No blood contracts were signed or anything. Unfortunate.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I realized I never turned the voice back on after I did the Praetorium. I actually want y'all
yelling right now.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a dude yelling. He's a very funny dude to hear yelling. So we'll turn the voice back on there.
All right. If he sounds funny, I'm gonna make fun of him. Just putting it out there right now. If he sounds funny, I'm gonna make fun of him. Oh man, I like that voice.
I figured you'd get a giggle out of him.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Oh man, that's nerd. That's a nerd boss. That's a nerd voice. This one's definitely a villain because they got one too many monster squirrelies when they were younger. Classic villain arc. Is this supposed to be like some sort of reference to a demon wall? Is that what this is supposed to be?
Oh yeah, this is a demon wall.
Are they just the worst in this game, or are they not that bad? Because I feel in every game they're in, they're either the worst or they're easy.
There is a demon wall boss that is a big like sprout killer in I think just Amdapor Keep is its name. But most other demon walls are either just like not really that big of a deal, or they're like just mob ads like this that are like, yeah, haha, I'm blocking your way, have fun.
Yeah, they're just angry doors.
Yeah,
that's what they are most of the time. That's right. You used to be a scary villain in FF7. Now you're just relegated to scary door.
one of the libraries. Oh, you're right. The one of the libraries is the real sprout killer now. Yeah. The great googly moogly library. Alrighty, welcome to the second boss, Cube. Mortal enemy of Orb.
Yeah. The latest versus action that everybody wants to see, Cube versus Orb. The speedrunning community split right down the middle. I see. So it vibrates angrily. Oh, nope, he Rubik's on you. You're getting Rubik's on. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Spin to win. Oh, that's 3 in a row. You lose. Now he's a Tetris.
Nah, actually, I'm good.
Oh, I get it. I see what you're doing here, boss. I see what you're doing. Okay.
Right? The fate. You understand? You want to explain the mechanic?
That's a neat little gimmick. Yeah, so these faces here match up with the floor tiles. So as long as Fluffy is not where there's a face, they're gonna miss, or they're gonna not get hit. They're gonna avoid that hit. They call that gaming, and basic visual cues, but also gaming.
This is thematically one of my favorite bosses, just because that type of mechanic is so unique for this game, of just like correlating where the faces are. Oh, good RNG. These meteors that I have to stand in here can spawn on the front and the back. I want them to spawn on the sides here like this, so I can stay in melee range the whole time. You could say it's a face-off. Oh yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. There's gonna be uptime cheese. Don't worry about it. My favorite type of cheese.
Only one face bad roll, idiot. Silly
Fun
Cube.
fact, I can be safe right in this tiny little corner over here.
Oh, that's an MMO classic. I stand in one spot, safe from everything.
Correct. Alright, so I very specifically want to avoid using Bloodbath here because I need Bloodbath for the next pull. So I'm also actually not going to pop my Arcane Circle just to help with the burst for it. Alright, so listen to this guy deliver this line, by the way.
I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail.
Just
Can't you do it?
I don't know why it's so funny to me, but just the way he delivers that is just phenomenal.
Yeah. His tone of voice, he's got a really funny villain voice.
Alright, so just like the first Omega pull in this dungeon, this Omega pull is also possible to do on Reaper. Do you like seeing green letters pop up? I sure hope you do. I hope you like seeing the battle log just move a million times, a million miles per second.
That one I am a big fan of. Well, fun little game here. Place your bets. Which one of these lives the longest? There's your fun little bet. I like back left Griffin guy. Oh well, he's not. He's right now. Hold on, I'm keeping an eye on him. He's P. Griffin P. That's the one I'm keeping an eye on. Oh no, Griffin P just took a lot of damage. Okay, well, Q's looking good. Anybody have money on Q? Wait, he's still there. Nope, he's okay. He's dead. You killed him. Okay, Q's looking like they're gonna win now. Hold on. L's putting up. Okay, nope, it is Q. Nope, wait. I snipes the lead. Who had money on I? I don't like your fingers.
I knew you wouldn't. I don't like them. I don't like them either.
Those fingers make me very uncomfortable.
Honestly, I'm super glad that Reaper could just do those pulls, because I initially had resigned myself to just using Warrior on them, but the fact that Reaper can survive them and, like, comfortably live in a lot of cases, super quality.
So, did you route a lot of these dungeons yourself, or do you guys have, like, community kind of, like, routed stuff that you do? Or is it all just, like, preference but fast?
So a lot of people before me have done a lot of routing for the like early dungeons in Heavensward, Realm Reborn, and stuff like that. Because I only really started to speedrun this game, like speedrun this category, like about a year ago or so, or these categories rather. But for all dungeons, Shadowbringers, I basically did a lot of the planning and routing myself. There are ILs of people using like different classes, like Summoner, for example. But I basically did a lot of testing on Reaper with not a whole lot of help. I did ask K-Man to help me a little bit, but most of this was routed out by me, I would say.
That's awesome work done. Really good. I'm like a giant nerd for like routing and routing history, especially for games like this. So it's cool to hear the lore and where a lot of these things came from. Also, I have a strong belief that this boss is going to be an absolute chump when you get to them, because no boss talks like this if they're a tough guy. This boss is a weenie when you get to him. Divine Obscenity. That's a cool name. Uh-oh. It's a party now. Oh, that one's got a halo. That's the bad one.
Shug, you're gonna do so well when you play this game again. Like, straight up, if you're able to recognize these things, like, you'll do just fine, dude.
Yeah. It's, I played enough Final Fantasy to see through all of Square's tricks. I'm on to them. It's 2 halos now. Does that just, like, signify the phase that they're on? Or was that always there and I just missed it?
Oh, that's always there. You just missed it.
Okay. I definitely thought there was just the one beforehand. He had a giant slingshot rod too.
All right. How am I dodging this mechanic today? I see. Lol.
Oh, that's neat. The villain doesn't appear in the run? Yeah, see, that's how I know. Weenie. That's definitely a weenie villain then.
Is the
I
wrong
gotta-
ability twice there. Whoopsie daisies.
I gotta prevent myself from just going quiet and just like cat jamming for like a solid 5 minutes straight.
Oh, you're free to do that at this point. Like I'm in pain. All right. So that is unfortunately the last ride of Reaper in this run. And then one more dungeon will be done on Red Mage. I just want to throw out, this dungeon is stupidly spoiler heavy. Like, even watching this dungeon, like, having never seen this before, is stupidly spoiler heavy. So, I'd recommend not watching this dungeon if you don't want to be spoiled. This is Giga spoiler dungeon.
I see. We're in so deep. If you guys don't want spoilers, SMH. SMH. One of the best things about speedrunning a game like this is when it changes the context entirely, because like a lot of these games, like in game or in universe, they take place over several days, weeks, or months. But then when you like beat the whole game in like 8 hours, it completely changes a lot of the context of what the characters are doing. So it's very, very funny in these games to just like make up lore for me as we go, based on only what's happening in the speedrun. Which means there's a lot of young lovers running away with each other in FF8.
Alright, so we're playing Red Mage again for this dungeon because Reaper, I've tried my best, but Reaper unfortunately does not have the capability to really deal with the last couple of pulls. Even like single pulling, Reaper struggles immensely with them. So I've stuck to using Red Mage for this, and this will be the last time I'll be using a DPS, at which point I will be swapping over to playing Gunbreaker with a small dabbling onto Warrior. We'll get to that in a minute. But all I'm going to say about Warrior is if you like Bloodbath,
there was no floor there.
It's fine.
Okay.
No biggie. The floor came eventually, don't worry about it.
Yeah, the floor was optional.
Big thing to note, this guy right here, the Terminus Roller, murder him immediately. He tethers to the healer, and if not the healer, and a random person, I'm alone, so he tethers to me, and he gives you a healing magic potency down. This means you heal less with your heals. Kill him immediately, otherwise surviving this pull becomes much, much harder.
When I saw him, he reminded me of like just like the elemental class of enemies that appear throughout the series, and they're always the scariest thing in every fight. So you said kill, and my brain just goes, "Yep, that's because he's an elemental, obviously."
Yeah, the model used there is very similar to the elemental sprites that appear around the world.
Oh, that's actually interesting. I didn't. That's fun. It's the shape reminds me a lot of what the ones in 10 looked like. Oh, is that Mutsky? Yo, what's up, dude? Love this guy.
Hello, Mutsky. Welcome into the stream. So, I'm definitely just asking chats here, because I'm, like, out of things to talk about 6.5 hours into this run. How do y'all feel about my commentary over the course of this? I've been trying to put on, like, the best commentary show that I can, but obviously, with having never done a 6-hour run before, I'm a little in the dark on how I'm doing. So, I'm asking chat before I go back into explaining dungeon bosses.
Is this a caterpillar? This is a gross caterpillar. This is a very gross caterpillar. I don't like it. Oh, it's got mouths on the side. What? Ugh. Oh, it's the first beast. This is some Lovecraftian. Okay. I think you're killing it too. Chat seems to agree. I think you're killing it. Even when I wasn't in commentary, I was able to follow a lot of what was going on between you and Fruit talking.
Lovely. Thank you for the feedback. I will continue it up. All right, so this first boss, the main mechanic you have to watch out for is this, the Final Sky. This causes him to summon a giant meteor that if you don't have something in front of you to line of sight yourself between you and the boss, you will die. Also, don't get hit by this falling building either. That's not good either. Don't get hit by that.
That's actually a great rule of thumb. Kids, in all video games, try to watch out for falling buildings. It is generally bad for your health. Pro tip.
But yeah, just like every other thing with Red Mage, you are trying to minimize the amount of damage you're taking by consistently kiting. And because you have dual cast, which causes your second cast to be instant every time, you have plenty of opportunity to like kite yourself around, keep yourself at a distance so that he's not able to get as many auto attacks off on you. You also have access to displacement, which deals damage and also causes you to backflip away from the target. And that's also useful for that as well. If you ever need to get near, you have Core, which dashes to the target. And you do need to get near sometimes because of the melee combo that leads into the magic combo that Red Mage has, based on its magic meter. It's black and white mana gauge over here. You know what? I'm risking it for the biscuit.
All right, let's go, biscuits.
Oh, that wasn't even close. Okay. I was like, I could probably kill him before he does the second one there. Yeah, we're good. Whew. Oh, I've got to refresh my food. Good paying attention, Fluffy. Also, you crafted 400 pots for this, and you've barely popped any. What are you doing, dude?
Is pots shorthand for potion, or do you just walk around with a bunch of pots in your pocket?
Yeah, shorthand for potion.
Okay, cool.
Same thing here. The Terminus roller, take it out, best of your capability. Oh, I've messed up. That'll have to do. I'm in danger. I'm gonna have to kite this pretty sillily here. I got swift cast, I should be fine. Alright, I should be fine from here. Okay, I looked through. When you make mistakes but correct them with your improvisation skills.
Yep, they call that gaming.
Gaming. Epic Gamer games gamingly.
Yeah, depending on how good it was, they even keep the E in there. Depending on how good it was.
This voice line, by the way, just... Ah!
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Yeah, things look like they could be better. And they look like a big monster over there.
God, the way you just said that, nonchalantly responding. Oh God, that's beautiful.
I've seen cities in better shape. I'm gonna be honest.
True.
Yeah. In the biz, we call that this move the RAF. Oh, they're gonna drop a meteor on that dead guy. Aw.
Yeah, so on top of having to kite around all the enemies, I have to avoid various different AoEs, both of just random AoEs spawning from this guy over here, just being a rude dude. But also AoEs that like the ads will be throwing out and everything. I've also got to try and kite and damage things in a specific way, because like there's one enemy here, the Terminus Shriver? What is that? Shriver. I'm going to go with Shriver. The Terminus Shriver is a ranged attacker, so he can attack from a further distance than the other ads. Meaning if I'm really dumb, I am sometimes. I am fine. That definitely did not hurt.
Oh my god, it's a cockatrice.
But sometimes I'll be dumb, and I'll run into a situation where I've not been hitting him, and now he's at full HP, and I have to commit like 3 or 4 or 5 extra GCDs to take him out. I did not potion again. We remember, chat. If you know, you know. All right.
Yeah.
So
yeah, totally.
So unfortunately for this boss, it is one giant mob rush after. the actual boss itself doesn't have like any actual mechanics. He just sits there, does auto attacks, and then spawns a bunch of ads and says, "Have fun with that." And I cry a little bit.
So that wouldn't be preferable to just fighting a boss?
Yeah, ads take significantly longer to just fighting a boss.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Like, I can at least kill the... Well, sorry. No, that's not significantly longer, but, like, I would prefer to just be able to fight the boss and kill him outright. I will be able to later on in the expansion for sure, but I believe you can skip. With 2 people, I believe you can, like, outright skip this ad phase by just bursting him down. Don't quote me on that, though. He could very well have an immortal status on him until this ad phase is done.
Oh, man, this is a lot of bad guys again.
Yeah. Thankfully, these ads don't hit nearly as hard as the ones just out in the open world. So I'm able to deal with them just fine for the most part. Still gotta avoid AoEs, though. Also, the Terminus Shrivers are being Terminus Shrivers again.
Oh god, my goodness. Okay. My money was on Sprinter C there to live the longest. It was close. He was the fourth to last.
All right, burn.
You know, I know that's supposed to be some epic lines, but this is a funny-looking chicken monster. Decidedly less horrifying than I think the mood they're trying to set. Oh god, cooked him.
Yet this is far
Get the
from
loot.
the worst of it.
Ignore the loot.
I need to reiterate, stupidly spoilery.
Whoa.
Just a little further,
This looks like Dissidia.
and you will see.
Late game Dissidia Dudecium. That's what this looks like. Oh, that thing's ugly. Is it
Not
Malboro?
inaccurate.
Oh no, it's not. It's like a evil eye sort of deal.
I think it's modeled after Catastrophe from Final Fantasy V.
Ooh. The
big, like, tentacle eye monster guy.
yeah, the dragon boss thing also looks like I think it's Pandemonium is its name in FF9, where it's got like the giant mouth. Oh no, that's not a mouth. Okay, that's like a brick thing. I thought that was a big old open mouth with teeth.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's spend a couple extra GCDs here healing. The main thing I'm going to be looking for here is I'm going to be Vercuring, trying to follow that up with an impact for AoE damage. The main thing I'm going to be looking for is crit heals. So this segment hits hard. It is like barely possible to do this pull on Red Mage, and not even possible to do the next one without like just running out of mana and being unable to finish it. So if I can get some crit heals, that means I have more opportunity to be able to lay in the damage. And now that it's down to 2 people, I'm pretty confident in just finishing them off here. Alright, for this final pull, you've seen me big pulling everything, like pulling all the possible adds to the entire time. However, I just said it's not really possible to do this last big pull by yourself. Or with Red Mage, without just like running out of mana and dying. So, for that reason, I'm going to be playing it safe and just going for a single pull. Going for a little bit of cowardice, but I don't want to die.
Understandable. Very good choice. Are you playing these dungeons in order, or are you just like, or do you have a order you guys do them based on like routing stuff?
I've played them in order with the exception of Castrum and Praetorium so far. There are some routing things that you can do with menuing. Like, you can, for example, go halfway down the list and then swap the list to go from bottom to top instead of top to bottom, so that, like, the stuff at the bottom... So you don't have to scroll as far, but I have not taken the time to, like, plan out what I plan to do with that. Alright. Well, that pulls down. You start to see, oh, hey, this guy, the Terminus Idolizer, hits crazy hard. This Terminus Idolizer is also a ranged attacker, so you cannot kite its auto attacks. This one enemy, the Terminus Idolizer, is literally the reason I can't do this big pull.
It's I like the like no arms, tentacle design look there. I like it. It's okay if this one slaps you around. It looks cool.
Have I done any solo deep dungeon? I got to floor... I'm gonna die. Please don't. Thank heavens. I got to floor 130 by myself as a warrior, and that was the maximum I've ever done. I don't particularly think that deep dungeons are super interesting to solo personally, but I also understand that they are a really cool challenge. And I like getting to floor 130 was like, I was satisfied with that. Maybe one day I'll feel the need to go a bit further. But yeah, we actually do have Palace of the Dead leaderboards, for the record. There are leaderboards for Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, so if like speedrunning those sounded interest to you, definitely check out the leaderboards for those. Alright, welcome to this guy. He's got 4 heads. And he does a lot of AoEs. He also is Goku.
He's Goku?
Yeah, he's Goku.
Can't wait to learn why. It's a Kamehameha wave.
Yeet.
That looked that looked like the way they took out Cell. I've seen that one. You're actually on a time limit for this. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is one of the bosses that has a soft enrage. As you can see, this platform on the edge, when he did that jump there, it got all purpley and cracked. That means whenever he does that laser beam again the next time, that is going to break, and if I am standing on it, I will die, because I will fall off.
We're playing an MMO, and they're going to hit you some of that platforming shenanigans.
Oh, you want me to do Kagane Tower any %? I can do some platforming shenanigans.
That's what I play my MMOs for sure. It's platforming. I'm sure it's very, very well designed and easy to use and easy to do. Inexorably closer. We knew. I don't even know what's going on, but it's very obviously epic.
Oh, this is literally like the dungeon before the final boss.
Ah, so you're almost done with Shadowbringer, right? That's what this one is?
Well, the final boss of like the original expansion launch, which is like 5.0.
Yeah.
Alright, but he's doing the beam again. That's bad.
Yeah, watch out, Gohan.
Lamp %? Oh shit, maybe I should do lamp %. Kugane Tower.
What is lamp %?
You get to the top of the tower, then jump off of it onto a lamp way down below.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I can see why that's a high-octane speedrun. It makes me think of, like, the Destroy BT % or something. That's what that makes me think of.
Alright, I gotta be real careful here.
This looks scary, but I was gonna ask if it is scary, because this looks kind of scary right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary. I definitely was at risk of dying there, but I just need to play it smart, not greed, and I'll be able to do this just fine.
Oh my god, dude. I'm cat jamming so hard.
Insatiable is such a good song. Set up for Lamp 2 consistent dead category. Kinda true, to be honest.
Set up for Lamp is a separate category than Lamp?
No, just the setup to get on the lamp consistently
okay.
is too consistent. Category dead.
Everybody has to make sure they get 1 frame faster than the previous person doing the same thing. And then it can never be beaten. I feel like he really slowed down when he got to the end of this platform here.
Oh yeah. Whew, alright, Amarat done. And unfortunately, that is the end of our DPS duties. At which point, we will now, swap the Gunbreaker. Hello, everybody. If you were cat jamming before, you're about to cat jam now. Welcome to the twinning.
I see. Oh. Okay. Okay, alright. A little bit. Oh, DJ Fluffy making an appearance. man. Yeah, it'd be disrespectful to commentate over this.
Adrift in tender, come right, it was right. The galleon severed, away with the tide. All right, so I've been talking.
Oh my goodness, it's so precious. I love it.
The song that launched a million memes. Oh yeah, straight up. Twinning.mp4. That's literally the name of this dungeon on my split. I want to remind people.
He does Faded Circle! Did Faded Circle.
Yep.
And he did Plastic Zone! Do you do Lionheart? Or you have
Unfortunately-
Lionheart right now. Is that Lionheart you have?
What are you looking at?
Your sword.
No, this isn't Lionheart. But I do actually have Lionheart. It is a gunblade that is equipable in the game.
That move, the limit from it is one of the most busted limits in the entire franchise. It is.
Oh yeah, Shug here literally runs Final Fantasy VIII as a speedrun. So like,
Yeah.
man's a big fan.
Yes, big fan. And seeing these Faded Circles are making me so happy.
You want to know something great? You'll absolutely love the mechanic that comes from the cartridge combo. When I get to single target. One little thing here on this pull. This is like the start of this dungeon forces small pulls. So unfortunately, I'm just sort of like forced to do these small pulls. Otherwise, I'd be pulling big. At this point, I'm really not turbo at risk of dying for the most part. Because swapping over the tank means that I inherently have an extra 20% defensive stats compared to DPS. I also have more vitality because of my gear, and more resistances because of my gear. So, effectively, what would be like a death sentence for a DPS could be a walk in the park for... It could be the most important day of a DPS's life when they live through that pull, but for Gunbreaker, it was Tuesday.
Oh, hey, I've fought those behemoths before. Oh, and I fought these robot guys before. They're actually super hard the first time you meet them. Neat. Eden was a good raid for the Series 8 fans. You know, I actually heard that. I read an article somewhere when it at first came out about people really liking Eden.
Yeah, I think the first battle theme... I think the battle theme of, like, the Eden tier is, like, literally the main battle theme from FF8.
They probably
And
find
if
some way to get the Extreme in there, too, because that's, like, the other really big song from 8 is the Extreme. Hey, on
Pretty
to
sure.
Good Opinion. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was saying, Tourism, Good Opinion. 8 is an excellent game. You are right.
I'll just let that one slide. I'm not here to bash things today, except for the Satsu Kaiten removal. That one I'm bashing. That was a bad decision. Please, for the love of God, revert it from Square Enix.
This is the price that you pay for being mean to my favorite game.
I do.
Extreme is in this game. Nice. It's probably an awesome mix of it then. I used Eden one time in the game, and then I never used it again because the animation's like 5 minutes long, and I just don't got time for that.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I just don't have time for that, man.
One of the major pain points of old Final Fantasies is the stupidly long summons that aren't skippable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Single Target, by the way.
All right, we're doing some DMC stuff now, right? You load elemental like things into it? Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah, so using either my Solid Barrel combo or using Bloodfest, I can load ethereally charged cartridges into the thing, which allows me to use different abilities. For example, Gnashing Fang, which I can follow up with a continuation.
Oh my god, the moves have
And
the
then,
same names too.
Savage Claw, and then Wicked Talon. So I'm sure somebody has already noticed at this point. You may have noticed that I have separate binds for Savage Claw and Wicked Talon, despite the fact that Gnashing Fang is supposed to be just one button now. If you're wondering why, the reason is I played this class in Shadowbringers when that wasn't the case, preferred it that way, and they didn't take the buttons off my bar, so I'm not going to remove them from my bar myself.
Someone's got to do it, and it's not going to be me.
It ain't gonna be me. If I'm allowed to hit different buttons, I'm gonna hit different buttons.
Yeah. Fouet impossible. That's a deep cut. That's a good one. I have a great screenshot of someone screaming that. 3-button Renzo forever. It's draw breaking the animation. Cool. What?
Hey Shug, you wanna have a heart attack?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, 1 second. You notice something about my health bar?
I see it's going up. Is that
Super
my-
Bolide reduces HP to 1 and renders you impervious to most attacks.
Oh, I didn't even see her HP go down. I was like, I saw you were wailing on him. I was watching animation so closely. I was like, what's gonna happen? I was very intense.
You were just not looking at the correct thing.
Yeah, I was just not. I was like, all right, I'm ready. Whatever it is, it's gonna be crazy. So I completely missed the HP going down.
You completely missed me purposely setting my HP to 1 and then watching as it goes back up to full.
I was watching it go up, and I was like, I don't get it. Your health is halfway full. Is that the crazy thing? I just missed the crazy part. Animation is you shoot yourself. Clever. Very Persona 3.
Yeah, so unfortunately I've tried my best and I can get to the final boss on both Red Mage and Reaper, but unfortunately I cannot survive the final boss as either Red Mage or Reaper. So unfortunately, without going and trying Summoner, which might be able to do it, I'm pretty much forced to just use Tank for this dungeon.
So
Because generally, if Reaper can't do it as a melee DPS, the other melee DPS can't do it.
Mm-hmm. So I was thinking about when you mentioned like Summoner being like a good class. I know that a lot of the like traditional summons appear in this game as bosses. How is Summoner handled in this game if like most of those things are represented as bosses or otherwise?
So you summon little demi-ifrits, demi-garudas, and stuff like that, and then at level 90 you get to summon the actual things themselves. For one attack, and then they jump away.
Okay.
And if you summon Titan and you don't make him a little nugget, he is the size of Mars and will block your screen forever.
That's amazing.
How much faster could this be if a DPS could do it, do you think? Up to 7 minutes faster. I know that for a fact based on the timings of me getting to the final boss as Reaper and me getting to the final boss as Gunbreaker. Up to 7 minutes. Maybe
That's
even
a lot
more.
Of time. That's a
like,
lot of time.
When I say that you want to play DPS as much as possible, you want to play DPS as much as possible. So the fact that it wasn't possible to do these this dungeon, like if it's possible, 100%, somebody find out, like play on Summoner, try different things on Reaper, like tweet at me, right? Like I would 100% be down to know that I was wrong because I'm just one dude.
Yeah, but
Like-
I will tell everybody I'll take it personally because then it means I don't get to see a cool Gunblade class when I watch. So there is that side of it.
You eventually will, regardless. Like
Oh, okay.
There
Then
comes a
you
point-
guys can route this out.
there basically 100% comes a point in this run where you're forced to do small pulls every single time, at which point tanks will overtake the DPS because they're able to do this giant pull like right here without dying, for example, and that means that their DPS during these pulls is better than a DPS. Because the more enemies you're hitting, the more damage you're dealing, more or less. And at a certain point, you can and will overtake the amount of DPS you deal on single target.
That's actually really fascinating. That's cool. Flamborgs are one of the most annoying enemies in the entirety of 13 because they just heal each other back and forth forever. Do they do that in this game, or do they just slap you like this?
Sorry, I completely missed that because I zoned the hell out. I'm dying. I'm dying, Kupo. Oh god, I'm dying. Hold up. When did
I
this
thought you
happen?
meant you were tired. I didn't realize you were actually dying in game. Run away!
Okay,
I
there's
told
some
you, dude.
health.
Flamborgs are the worst.
What occurred here? Why did I start dying randomly and just didn't
Flamborg.
notice? Oh, and I memed with Super Bolide too, so I can't just use that as an escape either.
I mean, you know, if it was funny, it was worth it.
True. Okay, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, that's fine. I've seen us win these. It's the careful SpongeBob. That's all you gotta do.
Oh, I absolutely did let the guys get berserk. You're right. No wonder that they started murdering me. I just let them berserk. Okay, so this is what happens. So remember how I said I zoned the hell out, Shug? That's what happens.
Oh, hey, I recognize this boss. Oh, it's oh no, that's I think that one's in 13 too.
I believe it's from 13, yeah. 13-2.
Well, this like enemy design is the like super boss of 13, but the design like came back in 13-2 with a couple variations. I think that's the name of one of them. Oh my god, I get way too nerded out every time I see like Blasting Zone or Fated Circle or Rough Divide or really anything. Even when you were saying earlier, like the individual attack names, I'm like, oh, they're the same names that Squall has for his. I'm a giant nerd. I'm sorry, everybody. I really like FF8.
You good? I can.
This was the 13-2. That was the 13-2 super boss. You see, I got my FF chops. Well, the first one, 13-1, definitely, it's definitely one of these guys, but it's got a really weird name that I have never been able to pronounce in my entire life. But it's one of my favorite boss fights in the whole franchise.
Oh.
What is that? What is this symbol? Oh.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I was just kind of like, oh, hey, my hands are starting to hurt.
Uh-oh. I have sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I've been doing like non-stop Final Fantasy 14 APM for like 7 hours.
Yeah.
And Gunbreaker is like pretty much the highest APM tank. So
I use when I'm playing, I use these like pressure gloves to keep my hands from hurting, and then I practice mashing in different ways so that like I expend the least amount of energy. But the gloves, when I got them, they like changed my life when it came to mashing. It was so night and day. Makes me feel like an old. Makes me feel like a. What's the word? Like an old man, or like a. You know, like when you see your grandma, like when some like needlepoint or whatever, she had that whole wrist thing on, and she would like wrap around her hand, her thumb came out the top. That's what I look like while I'm playing FF8. My gamer gloves.
I need to look into those, honestly.
Yeah, they're actually super worth it. Because once you like start to mash your hand, it kind of helps like with the like the cramping sort of a feel to it. And some of them have copper as well, which is supposed to be like one of the metals that's like good to have for your muscles. But I don't know if that's real, but a lot of them have copper as well. They're definitely worth looking into.
Good to know. Come on, my guy. God, the worst part about this, this whole thing of me doing this for the first time is like, I could have just said all dungeons 2.0 to 5.5, but I also had to include up to 6.1, and add an extra like 2.5 hours to the run. I did this to myself. Get your cat jams back out.
This looks like you're running through the beginning of FF13. That's what this looks like.
Oh,
you're about to go meet Anima.
Fun little thing. Because of the way this background is rendered, you can look at like a duplicate of yourself one with a camera angle here. It's really cool.
Oh, yeah, I see you. That's cool. Yeah, Gobler, it's definitely a feeling you have to get used to because you can feel the compression. So it definitely, I probably completed like probably 5 runs before it was like not an active hindrance to me. But it was one of the best like like health decisions I ever made for FF8. I do like when I was focused on that game, I stream full time. That's my job. So I would be mashing a lot for that game. So I like forced myself to get the compression gloves so I wouldn't do like any nerve damage or anything like that. Melee players, Smash players, you know what I'm talking about. A lot of buttons being pressed.
You're kind of reminding me that I literally was on the brink of needing surgery for my wrists a couple of years ago at this point.
Was it because of Smash? Because that wouldn't surprise
no.
me. Okay.
No, it was because of everything. I was doing like high APM stuff all the time in 14. I was playing Titanfall 2, speedrunning all the time. I was playing fighting games all the time. It's just, my wrists were actually so screwed. Like, I was so close to the doc just saying, yeah, you need surgery on these. But thankfully I wasn't quite there. So the doc said physiotherapy should do, and then yeah, thankfully I avoided having to have surgery on my wrists. Take care of your wrists. Do your stretches, everybody. Don't be
it
dumb.
actually makes a huge difference. Hand stretches do so, even for short sessions, hand stretches do a lot. Very much worth it. And they are very fast too, so hard recce. That's an interesting damage bubble. You have to run really close and be like right under, and that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because they're doing donuts, and then two of them are doing their donuts at the exact same time. You said coffee pots, and now I realize I still haven't been using my potions again. I made 400 of these for this, and I just don't remember to use potions.
Well, to be
Guy
fair,
who's
for, like,
cleared,
2
guy
hours,
who's
you
cleared,
had blood brawl stuff.
guy who's cleared every Savage tier and got like 90% of the way through the Epic of Alexander. By the way,
What's the Epic of Alexander?
one of 4 of the hardest fight difficulties in the game, called Ultimate Fights, based on the raid tier of Alexander. Which, speaking of Alexander, I want all your jam emotes. This is my favorite song in the game.
What the heck? That's interesting. The Tycoon! That's a pretty metal name.
Let go of this destiny, you're caught in a trance, ever marking time inside a dream, no sign of advance, you see. Probably should not sing along to the lyrics, considering that the game feed and my voice are not probably synced. My apologies.
They are for me.
Yeah, for you, but not for like the 100-some-odd people watching.
Nah, this isn't about them. This is about me.
True.
So cool thing is too, is like I'm super into a lot of this music, and that I can get away with listening to it on Twitch or while I'm streaming. So I'm probably gonna incorporate some of this because I've actually been bringing up some of these songs on Spotify as we've mentioned them.
Yeah, this song's called Locust, and it is my single favorite song in the entire game. This is specifically the version done by the dev band, the Primals.
I thought you were gonna say the Black Mages. That's the dev band my brain used to always go to.
Unsuspected, static tuned into reason. Time in the aether deepens. Transmission blink uncompleted. 72323 send. Can't help myself, dude. It's too good.
It is good.
It appears that I will take at least 1 bone stack here. That is unfortunate. I took 2 because I dashed forward. Anyway.
Would now be a good time for me to read some donations?
Oh, hello. Yeah. There's nothing really going on here, so absolutely.
All right, we got an anonymous $25 donation with no comment. We got a $14 donation from Otenko, which reads, "Need more Toad Jutsu." We have a $10 donation from Mobstar, $2.59. Enjoying the run and enjoying the content. I'll continue lurking. While this donation is not much, it's something. Let's name Squall after another weather condition, Zephyr, and that there is a bid war for Squall's name for the Final Fantasy VIII run coming later this week. And we got an anonymous $50 donation, which reads, "Loved the FF14 all dungeon run. Gunbreaker built different." And I would just like to remind everyone that this is really their choice. We are raising money for ACLU. So get your donations in. We got plenty of great incentives for a whole week plus of runs.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for those donations. I haven't really mentioned it this whole time, but just because we haven't really had a host with us. But all your donations are very appreciated, and I hope you all have been enjoying the run. Gunbreaker built different, very accurate, best tank in the game. Cannot convince me otherwise.
All right. So giant nerd question here, really fast. Do we know who's running Final Fantasy VIII here? Or actually, I can probably look at really long up on the website. Schedule.
Yeah. ! Schedule, gang, in the chat. I have to know now. Because...
They all the homies.
It says Olsen will be running Final Fantasy VIII.
Olsen? Nice. I didn't know they submitted the stuff still. Good for them. That's a throwback. Olsen's an old school runner. Good for them. Good for them.
Someone in chat unironically said Dark Knight was the best tank, and I'm in pain. Anyway, that is the twinning done. Unfortunately, the good music is now all done and done. But as you can see, unfortunately, swapping to tank just makes dungeons go much slower. So that dungeon took me over 20 minutes, and no matter how much food, potions I might have on me, that is just how it goes. But we still have some good music. This is Academia Ander, or as I like to call it, My Academia... Fuck, I forgot the joke here. I had a joke here, and I've completely lost it.
All right,
it's a My Hero Academia joke. That's all you really need to know.
Fluffy's been running for 7 hours, okay? We're gonna pretend that they just dropped the funniest joke in the world. All right, so everybody start cracking up in chat. There you go. See, I'm Terrace. There you go. See? All right, everybody, let me see some lulz. That was the funniest joke we've heard all day. Let me get my lulz here. I got some.
Stop it! I don't need your patronization, damn it.
Oh, no, I'm not patronizing you. These are real lulz. Everybody needs their lulz. See the people. It's always good. That's some Lovecraftian starfish octopus crab. There's some manta ray in there too. Whatever's going on with this whale guy, what the heck? I didn't even notice him. You're ugly. Petricos? They're terracotas?
I am gonna lore drop this, but basically this building is a recreation of an old ancient civilization building, where they like to research different types of research in quotations, different types of mammal life and marine life. There we go, marine life. There's the right thing.
Flying sea cow. That's a good way to think of it. I like that.
So I haven't really talked about Gunbreaker a whole lot, so let's go ahead and start doing that, shall we? So, in terms of sustaining yourself and keeping yourself alive, Gunbreaker has a few tools for that. First and foremost, it's a tank, so it naturally survives longer. Don't really need to go over that too hard. But secondly, it has an ability called Aurora, which is a 1,200 potency regen over the course of 18 seconds. 1,200 potency is pretty damn good, for the record. So you love to see it. And it also has access to this ability called Heart of Corundum. Heart of Corundum gives you 15% damage reduction, a shorter 15% damage reduction, and then puts something on you known as Catharsis of Corundum.
That's a lot of corundums.
Yeah, a lot of corundums. But the main thing about Catharsis of Corundum is whenever you fall below 50% HP or the time expires, you heal for 900 potency. And this is on a 25-second cooldown. So it's pretty readily available.
Yeah.
Also, this guy is a shark.
Chubby shark guy? Oh my goodness, I love it. This is a Pokemon. This is definitely a Pokemon. It's obviously the third form. Maybe a starter, actually. This is oh, he's got a friend.
He do, in fact, have a friend. I didn't pot again. Why am I like this?
This is Mrs. Chubby Shark.
Oh, you would. So the mechanic with these guys is like one of them will swim around the arena and then stop in a location, do an attack. The blue guy does a circle AoE near, and the red person, shark thing, does a cone. So they love to just be really rude and like constantly put themselves in a situation where you like have to move to avoid it. Like I guarantee you he's gonna stop right now. Yep, there it is. Put himself in a perfect situation where I have to just like come over here. Fine. Where's my potion?
You could probably just press a random button. You got 500 of them. Good chance you'll get it. There's a
It's not bound, Shug. I have to click it with my mouse.
500 different bound potion buttons. Just smash your keyboard. You're gonna get a potion.
True.
These sharks also look like something the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would have fought.
You know?
Like the 90s movies. So they got into some of the ooze.
You do be right about that. That's for sure.
Yeah. Raph would definitely take this guy. But they scary now. I have a big weakness for boss fight styles like this, where you get like a yin yang style boss fight, where you get these like two opposing bosses that are like switching off with you like this. It's a big weakness of mine. It could be the worst boss fight ever, and I would still think it's cool design.
You're not wrong. Nope, it's dead. Didn't need to use that blasting zone. Oh no!
Does it get mad when you kill its friend?
Yeah, it'll get a damage up. It won't be enough to like even be a threat to me, but yeah, when you kill its
hair. Oh, that's a metal name. Sorry.
Land shark. Oh yeah, then he starts spamming this over and over again.
Goodness, I can see his frustration. That's like an angry butt slam.
Bye, sir. Moving on.
There's so much loot being left behind.
Dude, look at my inventory. It's literally full. Leave me alone.
Listen, I wouldn't know what a full inventory looks like if it hit me in the face, okay?
Okay, here you go. This is my inventory screen. It's full.
That's 139 out of 140!
Okay, one room. What am I gonna do with the one piece of gear? Come on, man.
The one treasure chest you don't find is the best item. You don't open is the best item in the game. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I know what's in these chests. They're completely useless to me at this point.
Yeah, but what if? What if that chest was different? What if? Well, that's a lot of eggplants you're killing.
Yeah.
See? Chalmers sees a spot. Thank you. Thank you. The minions, though? Hey. I think it's funny how tall these, like, tomato head guys are, because they're always tiny in all the other games, so them being giant is actually kind of hilarious. Actually, wait, did you get shrunk now that I'm looking at the things around you?
Oh, no, these things are just giant-ass eggplants.
Okay, because then I realized how big the potted plants around you are, and then, like, all of the things planted around you are big. I had to make sure this wasn't like a Toy Story scenario where everything's giant, or a Bug's Life or something like that.
Half duration sprint. I guess it doesn't matter for this area because like this distance between point A and point B is not that long. Y'all are out here trying to convince me that the facts that I know aren't the facts that I know, and honestly, I'm all for it. Gaslight the shit out of me at this point. I need something to keep me awake.
I'm just saying, this is why I explore the nooks and crannies of every dungeon in every video game I play, because I'm 100% certain, even if it's 5 minutes into the game, the one time I don't go left and like see what's all the way down on the left side is like, I don't know, the double galactic barrel cannon, and it's like instantly kills everything in this game and the next game in one shot. Like, and it's gonna be gone forever because I didn't go down the left path, and that's what you're experiencing now.
I've been in these dungeons hundreds of times. Come on.
Gotta press E on... Exactly. Have you ever played a Souls game? You attack every wall or you're not committed enough.
Also, if it's Elden Ring, apparently, I don't care if that wall, you hit it once and it didn't break. Hit it 100 more times. See if it breaks. Apparently.
There's only one way to... Sadly, they patched that out, but that was the funniest week of Elden Ring ever. Because everyone in the world was just hitting random walls that looked suspicious. 50 times. It was so good.
Oh my god.
And then like a week later, they're like, no, this is definitely not intended, and we patched it. The collective community went,
love to see it.
Oh.
You'll love to see collectively the community's time being wasted by a bug that they were convinced wasn't a bug.
Well, because like it's just the kind of thing that would be believable in a Souls game. So like... you're absolutely right, and that's the worst part. It's absolutely believable as a Souls game mechanic. Any other game, if you're like, if you hit that wall 50 times, you go to a secret area, you're like, what do you think, I'm stupid? Like, I'm not gonna hit that wall 50 times. Someone tells you in a Souls game, you're like, all right, cool. You don't even ask questions. You're like, you don't even look it up to see if they're lying to you. You just hit the wall 50 times.
Only relevant thing about this boss, for the record, don't be in front of his mouth when the sequence of him slamming the ground with his tentacles is done. Otherwise, yes.
Okay. I didn't see the front, so I saw you standing in front of the back mouth, and I was like, I don't get it. You're standing in front of the mouth, but now I see there's big front mouth, and that's the bad mouth.
To be honest with you, I've tried very hard to keep this boss's design out of my brainscape, but
yeah, this thing's ugly.
Why are there so many mouths? What is...
It's weird, too, that there's, like, two different types. Like, you got these, like, weird, like big red lip ones, and on the back, they're just, like, looks like they're gray, I think, but different mouth colors. They have different personalities.
They do. Gunbreaker's rotation, if you do not know, is based around this little gauge up here, the cartridge gauge. So at level 90, you can store up to 3 cartridges, and you have a variety of moves that use cartridges. So, for example, my main secondary combo ability, Gnashing Fang, requires at least 1 cartridge to be able to use. So, you'll see me dump my cartridges in various different ways over the course of a fight. For example, Double Down, the ability that does a giant X on the ground, requires me to use 2 cartridges in order to be able to use it. Whenever I have extras, I can also make use of Hyper Velocity, following up a Burst Strike to get a bunch of extra damage in as well. Ideally, you want to have all of your cartridges built up before entering your No Mercy phase, and then have all your cartridges expended by the end of the No Mercy phase. This won't always happen with the way things line up, but that's the general gist of your game plan. And No Mercy, for the record, is a 20-second buff that you get every 60 seconds, which increases the damage you deal by 20%. So, it's basically best to just have a downtime period where you're building up your resources to blow on for the No Mercy phase, and then have that little interim where you have 1 extra cartridge spent on the Gnashing Fang combo itself. So because dungeon bosses really aren't any sort of a threat to me whatsoever, I'm able to just maintain 100% uptime and keep the combo as tight as I possibly can. Ideally, I'd like to have a lower GCD, like around 2.40, to make it line up better, but with the gear that I have right now, that is not really possible. Once again, another class where I'm at item level 594, which is only 6 off of current max, but, you know, this is what happens when you're late on the Savage tier. And back to video games, where we spam AoE abilities in dungeons.
The vibe is way too chill for this song.
I really... It's so smooth jazzy, dude.
Yeah.
It's exactly the type of thing I expect to hear in, like, a high-quality nightclub. And I'm just like... I'm ready to relax for the rest of the night.
Yeah, this is tough for Fluffy right now. They're feeling a little sleepy, and now they're getting some smooth jazz in their ear holes. It's rough out here. Evil armor. Well-known opposite to its known enemy, good armor. I got a tinkle. I'll be right back.
No worries. Man, I don't get my next bathroom break until the Endwalker portion. This sucks.
I came back just to take womp womp.
So, just as a reminder, this run is not a, like, this run is not a, like, main scenario all dungeons run. It's more like a new game plus all dungeons run, where I make use of the Underside's party option to enter every dungeon solo. And just complete them all in order. I'm not actually going through the main scenario type of deal. If I was actually doing, like, all dungeons from, like, a level 1 character, hate to break it to you, I'd be here for another, like, 3 days minimum. I ain't about that. Das Pharaoh, thank you for the raid. Hello from the Das Pharaoh raid. My name is LordFluffy, and welcome to Really Their Choice. This is a marathon benefiting ASLU in response to the proposed overturning of Roe vs. Wade in the U.S. Supreme Court, I believe. I am Canadian. I'm not entirely sure on the details. Hope he doesn't miss the... Oh my god, no, right. Wait, no. I need Shug to get back. Wait, Shug, I need you to get back. So anyway, you are watching Final Fantasy XIV All Dungeons, which is effectively a New Game Plus category where I complete all the dungeons using the undersized party option as much as I possibly can, going through them solo. I really want to wait for Shug. I really do. I really want to...
I'm here, don't worry.
Okay. Hello, Shug. Prepare to be happy.
Oh, hey, it's Quetzalcoatl. Oh my god, it's literally Quetzalcoatl!
It's actually Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, holy... I thought it was going to be a copy. Okay, so, this guy has been blowing out FF8 players' eardrums since 1999. It is outrageous how loud his attack gets compared to everything else in that game. This cuts deep into my heart. This is really cool. Very rare does do the FF8 GFs or the FF8 exclusive GFs get representation outside of that game. So, Quetzalcoatl, Eden getting some love. Oh, my heart.
Little fact here: these orbs give you a damage up. The damage up is not a very large amount, so ultimately it's not worth going out of your way to get them if it's going to cost you more than 1 GCD to get them. I believe the damage up they give you is only like 1, maybe 2%. I'm not entirely sure on that. But although they do give you a damage up, the main goal is to just not give too many to the boss in normal gameplay. But like from a casual perspective, you want to pick them up. Ooh, I gotta try something here. So let's see if I can do this. Nice. Okay, I did get most of it. So you get knocked back there and afflicted with the status ailment. You get afflicted with the status ailment down for the count, which prevent you from moving. There is, however, a small window where if you use a gap closer, as you're getting knocked back, you can cancel the knockback. And best case scenario, you can be right in melee range on its hitbox. I was slightly out, but if I hadn't canceled that knockback, I would have ended up all the way on the other side of the arena.
That's awesome. Less travel time.
Yeah. So ideally, I want to be saving at least one Rough Divide stack for whenever that mechanic comes up. It shouldn't come up more than twice, but we'll see how it goes. I'm seeing Eureka mentioned in chat. I'm about to do my very hot take, and by hot I mean extremely cold. Good heavens, I could not get through Pagos. Eureka was so boring. Oh man, Eureka has a lot of good stuff built into it, but I could not get past Pagos, man. That thing bored me so much. I don't have a Rough Divide stack. No, I wasn't thinking. Well, this is what happens when you don't have a knockback to cancel it with. Also, Arm's Length is an ability that does nullify most knockback and drawn effects, but it doesn't nullify that one.
Weird. There's always an exception to abilities. That actually drives me crazy in video games when you get an ability that's like, it makes you immune to this, and then somebody does it, and then a boss does it, and it works on you anyway.
Yep. It's hey, creates a barrier nullifying most knockback and drawn effects. It has at least the kindness to specify most. So when one doesn't work...
Yu-Gi-Oh card stuff. That's some Yu-Gi-Oh card stuff.
So like whenever it has the gall to like not be nice to you, you at least know that it's just most and not all. Oh yeah, absolutely. To the person right now that's on the really long chat, like, Baldessian's Arsenal is really cool. Like, for Savage Raiders, some of the coolest content you can do in the game. And it's locked behind doing all of Eureka, and I'm in so much pain. I want to do Baldessians, but also, I don't want to do the rest of Eureka.
Man, I'm fanboying super hard. This is so cool seeing. I've never seen like cats actually represented outside of the game. I'm nerding way too hard. This whole fight was very nerdgasmic for me.
Oh, perfect. That is the perfect
that
knockback
good.
Cancel. That's like right in melee range.
That's a big difference. That was good.
All right, good to know, Zell.
Killed him.
Okay, next up in the list is the Grand Cosmos. Dude, I'm struggling. We're 7.5 hours.
My dog has not been happy that I've been down here and hasn't let her down yet. She is just not a fan. She's too silly for fancy streams like this. She likes to roll around and make dog sounds.
Yeah.
This is over armor, not to be confused with evil armor. This is over armor. All right, I got my money. Oh well, okay, never mind. I take it back. I was saying I got my money on over armor B, but then he just got absolutely decimated. All right, I like D. I'm gonna stick with D. Over armor D is gonna live the longest. Everybody. All right, that's looking good. Oh no. Yeah, see, this is why we abandoned B. B was just kind of a freeloader. Oh no, D's in critical. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, what? What? Uh-oh. All right, come on. Oh, E coming. Oh, D's dead. Look at that. That's like, oh, that's not even top 5. That was 7th, I think. That's unfortunate. That's why I don't bet real money on things.
Guy's kind of slacking, to be honest.
Yeah. I guess it. I'm sorry. A Gilfio here was probably the safe bet. Oh my goodness, it's Anastasia. Hello. Or no, I'm sorry, Fantasia. Hello, who's talking brooms? Oh my god, they actually talk. I'm a big fan.
Chug is eating He is
That's not a
eating
red
during the
flag.
Shadowbringers part of this.
That is, that's a bad omen. Oh, that's also bad. Watch out. Living statues and weapons. I'm just noticing this pool of health bars on the left I could have been watching instead of looking into the massive like names and health bars that I've been looking at.
Welcome to
a lot
the
easier.
aggro list.
Yeah, it's way easier to look over here.
Not always in the same spot. Everyone's gonna put it at different spots depending on their preference.
Yeah. See, you got to be careful with that though. I had to lower the odds because it's too obvious when you have them listed like that. So you got to have lower odds per gamble.
Yeah. So Gunbreaker has a little thing with its AoE where it's like, it's a 2-target class except for the situation. Sorry, it's a 3-target. No, it's a 2-target class for AoE, except in the situation where your cartridge combo is up. Your cartridge combo over 3 GCDs because of continuation actually does more damage than your AoE combo over 3 GCDs. So it has that weird caveat to it, which it otherwise is a 2 DPS AoE class. My guy. Alright, time for the mechanic that I somehow either do perfectly or mess up horribly every single time I do it. These brooms, they're gonna go sweep, sweep, sweep through the entire thing. Okay, very good. Almost got too close to that, but we're good. We livin'. Don't get too close to these brooms, they will knock you back, and they're very annoying. Also, Vuln stacks, very bad. Hello, stack marker. I do not care. Sweep, 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 sweep. I hear math that bad.
I don't do math.
I
Math. Ha! Oh, imagine. That's actually not true. We have to do math in FF8, but it's stupid.
Yeah, I do math. I always know exactly how much DPS I'm doing. Because I definitely don't use third-party tools that calculate the damage for me real-time. Definitely not.
Oh, okay. Good. You gotta keep the pure gamer experience, and you gotta watch out for these comically large brooms. Oh my god, where's Mickey Mouse? I'm sorry, Seeker of Solitude, but you're a little less intimidating with the hilariously animated brooms all over the place.
Don't worry. If you actually knew what he looked like, you'd realize he's even less intimidating than you'd feel like.
Is this one also a Trog? Am I gonna or a Toad? Am I gonna get another Toad?
You won't actually see what he looks like, and I won't spoil it for you for when you do get here, but, let's just say that he is adorable.
Oh,
and
good.
he's basically like a puppy.
Oh, he's
So-
a Moogle.
He tries to be intimidating with this costume, and it just doesn't work because he is physically incapable of being intimidating with the form he is born with.
That's funny.
Yeah,
You got
Tony
put on
understands.
the spooky-
I got the
put on
battle log open so I can calculate my damage immediately.
That's big brain.
Tony.
It goes pretty fast, so that's pretty big brain that you were able to keep track of all that. That's impressive. Big math. I can't get over these brooms.
Alright, he's dead. Moving on. Oh,
So sad. Oh my god, this is another. That's Disney Castle sort of a deal. There's a lot of purple in this expansion.
yeah. That's by nature of where we are in this expansion. Not saying where.
The purple country.
Yeah. All right, so I will take bets. One thing if channel point predictions were a thing, a good prediction to put up is, will we see the Forgiven Gentleman in the Hero's Gauntlet? You can put that up for like 20 minutes.
The what are we looking for in the gauntlet?
The Forgiven Gentleman.
Oh no!
I am
that
not.
sounds amazing.
I refuse to explain any further.
Good. I hope there's a curly mustache involved or a monocle. Those are two very important signifiers of someone who is a gentleman. He has both, doesn't it?
He has one. I'm not saying which one.
Okay. I heard you start laughing, and I was like, I knew it.
You're just so fucking on point with some of these things, man. Pardon my French, but like, I'm just saying things, and you're just like, yeah, he's got a monocle. I'm just like, how do you know?
I've been around the park a couple times. I've played my fair share of Square games.
Oh god, there actually is a prediction. Oh my god, amazing. Love to see it.
Let's see here. Let me see if can I predict? Do I have any money? Oh, I do have money. Okay, good. If we don't get it, I'm gonna take it personally, though. All right, we're gonna go all in on. We're gonna see this thing. How far off are we?
We have one more dungeon before we reach there, and he's near the end of that dungeon. So we've got like 30 minutes or so before that for sure, bare minimum. I will say, for people who are betting, if you do not know what I'm referring to, it is a NPC from a side quest can spawn in during the sequence. It is, however, fairly rare for it to occur, so it's not a guarantee. It's not like a 50-50. It's not impossible to see, but like the chances of seeing it are definitely not like 50-50 type of deal. I'm influencing the bets, but I digress.
Okay, so I'm going to say that I'm going to use my heart of the cards on this. So the odds do increase a little bit because I'm believing with all of my heart. So take that as you will, chat. Putting my whole heart into it. So chances are at least 5% higher.
Oh yeah, that's also true. You would need to have finished the side quest series, which I have, so that's fine. So I know I'm gonna get some people being like, "Why aren't you doing this mechanic? This mechanic's important." I don't think it's possible for me to pick all 4 of these up and get them to a safe spot in a way that isn't just losing so much uptime that it's just not worth it. Like, this is gonna hurt. What it's about to happen is going to hurt. 100%. But it's okay.
What is it, physical hurt or emotional hurt?
Physical.
Oh, that's a lot of slow and poison.
Yeah, it's a 30-second slow, which, like, super slows down, like, how much damage you can actually deal. But I don't know, man. I'm sure there's also a question from somebody somewhere that's like, why am I using Gunbreaker over, say, Dark Knight? Doesn't Dark Knight do more damage? Yes, it does. Dark Knight's DPS potential is higher than Gunbreaker's, but number one, I'm more familiar with Gunbreaker, so I'm more comfortable on it. And also, number two, I don't have Dark Knight leveled. I only have Dark Knight at level 80, so couldn't use it even if I wanted to.
I saw people like memeing earlier about Dark Knight. Is it a bad class? Or is it just for like running purposes? It's not what you're looking for.
Functionally speaking, it is the highest single target DPS tank right now, as far as I'm aware.
I like when you prerequisite it like that.
Is it not anymore? I guess Gunbreaker did get buffed, so it would make sense. But when people trash talk about Dark Knight, they're usually doing so because they're like me and they played Dark Knight like before Shadowbringers, and Dark Knight before Shadowbringers was far more engaging, in my opinion. Its new version of Living Dead is incredibly good, though. You're 100% right about that. I have not actually considered the new Living Dead in this equation at all. .0 Dark Knight though was just god man, it just felt awful. Like I didn't think Dark Knight felt very good in terms of how fun it is to play, and that's the big thing here. I don't think Dark Knight is fun to play. That's why I bash it a lot. Please just die. Please just die. Okay, moving on. I'm seven and a half hours in, and I'm still gonna be here for another 4 hours. Minimum.
That's fine. If you just get world record, you can go to sleep earlier.
The worst part is, honestly, this could be on pace for record for Shadowbringers.
I don't. Good. I expected a lot of deaths, but not because I thought that was how it worked.
Until you get to the tank point, yeah, that's how it works. Other than that, once you get to the tank portion, it's like you're doing it because it's like I've tried way too much to make it consistent on DPS. It just isn't type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna vote that we're going to see the Forgiven Gentleman.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
860. I am actually tabbing out to do this and stopping my damage. Lamau. I can definitely tell, like, the quality of my play has dropped a bit. Like, buttons that should be hit aren't being hit. I'm, like, sloppily playing through some things. Ugh, man. Why did I commit to this?
Because you love the game. And you love the community. And the cause.
True. Oh, definitely true on that.
There's a lot of goodness going. There's a lot of goodness going on here. I take a lot of pride in the various marathons that I do things with, and what the causes they help are. This one in particular actually means a lot to me. So, very happy to be here.
Look, all I'm saying, I ain't got a uterus. I don't give a crap. All right, let the women choose what they want to do. That's all I care about.
Their body, their choice. Stay out of it.
Exactly.
Their body, their choice. Stay out of it. So, where are you now, and why are things jumping out of paintings?
We're
that guy's name is Sir Mothbert. Hold on, I'm sorry. That's a hilarious name. Sir Mothbert. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go
on. So we're inside the castle that you pointed out earlier. The whole point is we're trying to chase down the Seeker of Solitude because, like, story reasons, we need him to help us save our friends. Not going into any more specifics than that. Alright, come on. Potion! Fine, I'll potion the next boss. Ding, ding, ding. Alright, so here, you want to kill Sir Hamoth first. Why do you want to kill Sir Hamoth first? He's a conjurer. He heals people. Don't let him heal people. Make him pay for having the gall. The gall to heal people.
This guy jumped out of a painting with a horse.
He did.
This the lore here is that the little painting kid from Kirby became the king of a whole, or ruler of a whole castle. I actually don't know what they were, but ruler of a whole castle. And now they have these magic paintings that these Lord Talthwell jumps out to beat you up from. For those lore fiends in the crowd.
I realized I was doing single target on 2 targets when I didn't have my cartridge combo up. That's not good. Oh my god, it's 7:15. It's like past dinner time at this point. Oh, I need to figure out food. Oh god.
Hold on. I've been a Fluffy fan for long enough to know that the Grubhub or the DoorDash delivery midstream, I know it's a thing. I've been a Fluffy fan for long enough. I know you got stream strats.
He understands. This is a cool Super Mario 64 mod. Are we referencing that I used to speedrun Mario 64 frequently?
Deep
is that
cut.
what we're doing now?
Deep cut. I've only seen VODs of that. That's how deep of a cut that is.
My goodness.
This guy looks really cool. Lugus, what a name.
Scorching right. Oh man. Wonder if the right side is safe. Oh nope, guess it wasn't. I have to place this somewhere where it's not gonna murderize all the things I need. Come to me, friend. No. I'm forgetting potion again. Whatever, I'll pop it next one. Wait, but this is the Cleared every raid tier, by the way. Cleared every raid tier since creator, by the way. Savage Raider, by the way. Almost a legend, by the way. Perfect legend, almost, by the way.
That's how we know you're good. You know the struggles.
Oh, no, I almost died. I almost died.
Oh boy. The piano's evil?
No, I got inflicted with a buff where if I don't cleanse it by running into a an object, a piece of furniture here, it'll just outright kill me.
Some buff that is.
Debuff. Sorry.
Oh, debuff? Okay. Oh, I thought you meant it seriously, like it gives you like more strength or something, but then you just die.
Yeah, it's that lightning cloud thing from Mario Kart Wii where like it speeds you up, but like eventually it just decides, actually, you're small now.
Mario Kart boss. You guys heard it here first.
High fun fact, I didn't potion on my next No Mercy. I'm very good at this, everybody.
Par for the course. This is for the drama.
I promise you I got to like Perfect Alexander in Ultimate. I promise you. I promise you I actually played video games well. He's using a potion. Oh my god. He did it. He used the potion, everybody.
I looked down for a second before you did that, and then I heard you yell, he's using a potion. I thought you meant the boss just like flexed on you by using a potion on himself before you did. Like the boss even used a potion before Fluffy. That's just what I assumed because I looked down at my phone.
What's your ETA on the start of Endwalker from this point? I don't know. What is this? The patch 6.2 dungeon? Question mark. I think this is patch 6.2. Or is this 6.1? No, this is 6.1. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Keys. Take like 25 minutes and multiply that by like 5 and then minus like 10.
Yeah, you got that, K-Man? You got that?
I am... I got nothing, dude.
He's tired, it's fine. We cut slack for sleepy folks here. We cut slack for sleepy folks. I love that. You're great, man. Never change. Never change. I'm still mad at Grubhub for that. I don't even know. Oh, okay. I see up here now.
Yeah, Grubhub did a promotion where, like, if you ordered from Grubhub, you could get an in-game pizza emote where you eat pizza.
For FF14?
Yes.
Okay, so the game peaked whenever that deal was going on.
Yeah, except for some reason, not everybody who ordered could get a code or something like that.
Oh, that's a war crime.
Yeah, I don't honestly know what happened, but I didn't live in a location where Grubhub was a thing, so.
This is a long time ago, but you saying this makes me think of it. Way back in the Dark Ages, when Gears of War Judgment was coming out, there was a Jack Link's beef jerky exclusive character for Tai Kaliso, which was my favorite character in the whole franchise. So I drove like an hour and a half away to buy a bag of Beef Link's jerky, only to realize that when I got home, my state wasn't a part of it, so I had to drive another 45 minutes, bought another bag of beef jerky, and redeemed it in that state.
Amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And you know who got to play as Ty Kaliso? This guy. And then I switched characters because his voice acting was bad in that game, so. But the jerky was good.
So, remember how all the way back in Baelsar's Wall, like 6.5 hours ago, I said, like, yeah, so when you're moving, when you're perceiving yourself as moving in FF14, you're not actually moving, it's just everything around you moving that's what's going on. This is the dungeon that you can really tell that that's the case. So, like, right now, it looks like we're just speeding along, but when we get to a later portion here, you'll be able to see it much clearer. Why am I not just using these rough divides, dude? Doom, 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 doom. Ugh.
Every aquatic-based monster in this game is definitely my favorite design so far. All of the aquatic creatures just look like something I would find in the Marianas Trench.
Why do you like this, Shug?
You know, a lot of people ask me that. I chalk it up to not going to normal school when I was a kid. It makes me me. Makes me me.
Now, I'm not saying that, like, why you like this in, like, a negative sense. It's
No,
like,
no.
how are you so good at predicting these things you've never seen
Oh,
before?
you that one? I'm saying, okay, I was joking about my personality, but I did not take that personally. Don't worry, buddy. See, again, it's too many Square games. Too many Square games. I can read them like a book. Lots of aquatic mobs here from 11. Does 11 and 14 like cross over at all? Like, is there like oh god, what's her name? Shantoto, like, is in Dissidia, and that's the only character I know from 11, and from what I can gather on Wikipedia...
You said
the only
Trench,
one.
by the way.
Did I? Oh. Man, I'm rad, yo. I'm so rad, yo. Are we on like a... What are we on? Are we a giant turtle? Is this... This seems like it probably...
It's a giant rock whale.
Rock whale! See, I went Adamantoise. There was crossover events. Is it like... Are the stories linked in any way?
No.
They're not? Okay. I like never heard people talk about 11, but like 14 is like, you know, obviously like probably the MMO that's talked about the most nowadays. So it's like really fascinating to me, like when people talk about 11, because I genuinely just forget it exists sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
it must have been a
FF11
really
was...
different game.
It was extremely different. It was like an MMO on the PlayStation 2 with crossover to PC.
It also came eventually on the 360, but then there was like some weird caveat, so I could never play it, and I was mad. I want to say it was one of the games where you had to pay for a second membership. I think it was one of those. And free-to-play wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
This is a weird-looking Dragonite. I don't know. I'm used to the big orange guy. Look, not nearly as huggable. Oh, who's this? I like you. Oh, this is Bismarck you're on? That's cool.
Yeah.
I should have guessed that, actually. I should have known that was Bismarck. So, that's another deep cut. I like that.
You know, I've realized something. I
What?
didn't swap to Warrior. I entirely just went into this dungeon on Gunbreaker and completely forgot that this is one of the 2 dungeons I do on Warrior for safety. Well,
so,
we are already 6 minutes into this at this point, so if mistakes were made, mistakes were made.
Is it, isn't this like a tankier class, so isn't this like not a bad class to be stuck on?
Warrior is also a tank.
Oh.
But it's just Warrior has much better survivability, is the main thing.
I see.
Alright, so as we come out of this little trench here, if you look in the background, you should be able to see, like, pretty clearly that just, like, oh, it's not actually us that's moving, it's, like, the environment around us. So, oh, actually, maybe they fixed it at some point. I don't know. Either way, Bismarck just gave us air and said, haha, go forward. And that little flash is just a nice little screen transition to hide disguise the fact that you got teleported. There we go. Yeah.
Truly a classic. Disguised teleportation.
Come here, you ugly thing.
Yo, what is going on with that? It's got T-Rex arms! Anything with T-Rex arms is instantly like 6 times as scary. Oh, look at his little elbows! I hate him. This is definitely a StarCraft 2 Zerg enemy. This is definitely something I want to see in StarCraft.
Spin the roulette, where we go. Spin the roulette, where
No way,
we'll
is that
go.
really the mechanic? That's awesome! Oh man, that's awesome. Hey, what's it doing? What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, he detonates them all. Okay, I see. So you can like probably attack those to make safe space when you're doing like the full party, right?
No, there's just naturally safe spaces. It's just that he does a roulette and randomly cleaves one of the 3 safe spaces.
Damn, F for the person who picks that segment, huh?
Pretty much. They just get absolutely destroyed. And a lot of people, they'll realize that they picked the wrong space, try to adjust, then get hit by the mechanic anyway, and just die, and it's funny every time.
Oh no.
It's fine.
It's another unknown.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're not shaped like letters, and that's weird. You're not.
What do you mean? They look like one giant L.
That's because they're holding so many of them.
Exactly. You understand. You understand, Shug.
Hit them with an L. They probably fall for that, what's that thing where people do like the... You know that hand gesture where people do like the little circle with their hand, like the OK sign, but they put it low and you look at it, and like the moment you look at it, you know you just got pwned. You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's how bad these guys are getting owned. Those are the L's that these guys are holding. They're catching you doing the OK sign down there. I haven't seen someone do that since like 2014, but you know, here we are, and these gross guys are doing it. Or getting it, I should say.
Excuse me while I experience pain.
Are we, how close are we to the gentleman dude?
It's the next dungeon, so we're about like 20 minutes out, I want to say, at this point.
All the dungeons just blend together to me, so like sometimes I'm like, oh, so we're just in a volcano now, and then you know, a little while ago we were on like a sky fortress. Sometimes it's a new dungeon, sometimes we just teleported into a different hemisphere. It's fun.
Yeah, they blend in for you, not the guy who's been sitting here for 8 hours.
No, they probably super blend for you, or they blend for you less because you're used to them. One of those two. Do any of the series protagonists like ever have crossovers into this game?
The only one that I'm aware of is Noctis in the FF14 crossover, and that's just like, most of those are temporary events that only come back every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lightning was in like the 1.0 release. But the 1.0 release was also really bad, so
yeah.
Nobody remembers that.
So I was before I did like all the stuff I do now, I was actually a GameStop manager for a long time. And let me tell you, one of the most stressful things being a store manager for that company was when this game came out in its original release. Because people were so angry that because at first we couldn't refund it because like, you know, it was a PC game and that was just like kind of the way it worked. But people were so angry about this game when it first came out, and like we ended up having like so many returned copies, and just every customer was so mad. And then they all changed their minds when Realm Reborn came out, like instantly. It was awful.
Yeah.
When this game first came out, I never played it, but it must have been truly, truly terrible because I had never experienced so many angry customers about one thing in my life.
I'm pretty sure it almost tanked Square Enix. That's how bad the release ended up being.
Yeah, I remember hearing that they lost a huge amount of money and there was a lot of shareholder issues. I remember reading about that. Lightning was in 2.0. So
was Lightning in 2.0? Huh. Today I learned.
15. I just started playing through it the last like couple days, and they didn't do away with like any of their timed events. So like there's like near stuff in there. I found a thing about 14. They still have that thing in there where you can like fight the devs of the game as super bosses. They just like left in all of their crossover stuff. So there's just so much content in that game I've never seen before.
Yeah, there's a bunch of crossover stuff that didn't go away for 14. Some of it's more permanent, some of it isn't. Like the Monster Hunter crossover, there's an entire Rathalos fight in this game that you can do, and an EX version that has like the same like 3 death limit. Once you die 3 times, that's it. GG, no re.
GG, no re. All your lone buddies went back to 11, so I played all alone with the IOTA French players. There's a lot of guys here.
Yep.
They're all named grapplers, and none of them are grabbing you.
That's fine. I prefer it that way.
That doesn't make sense. You're not grabbers, you're stick holders at that point. They're just holding sticks.
Listen, man. They gotta grip that stick real tight, you know?
Apparently, yeah, the first thing they grab is just stuck to their hands.
Holy moly, I can't believe this worked. I went into this big pull fully expecting to just die, and I think I'm gonna come out of it alive. Unbelievable. Yep. I live, bitch.
Get that on a shirt. You got a Yokai Watch crossover? That's cool. I heard someone mention in chat earlier a Nier crossover? Was that a thing?
Yes, there's an entire raid series that's like a...
What? That's so cool.
There's an entire raid series with the themes of Nier Automata, yeah.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty
I
neat.
guess also Nier in general, but Nier Automata was the basis for it. The raid series is called Yorha Dark Apocalypse.
That's a metal name?
Yep. Yeah, so the Nier crossover is a permanent 24-man series. That's not going away anytime soon.
That's so neat.
Oh god, right. The mount from the Yokai Watch.
No way it gave you the Scooty Puff Jr.? I know exactly. I remember that thing from when I played the game.
Bruh.
Alright, I'm trying to figure out what this gimmick means on the floor here. Is it only certain weapon types work there? Oh, no, okay, it just lands with that type of attack, okay. So, the first time that I played this game, the thing that drew me to play it was because somebody told me that the Golden Saucer has a 1-to-1 version of Triple Triad in this game.
Correct.
Which was actually the literal reason I bought and downloaded it the first time I did. I never quite got to the Golden Saucer. But if I ever play this game, that's probably where I'll spend all of my time is doing that. Actually, you know what? Maybe I won't, because I wasn't a speedrunner at the time, and we do so much manipulation for the card game. Maybe I'll just play it, and I'll be like, I hate this. It's just giving me a PTSD.
Oh my god, yeah. I can safely
those.
say that Triple Triad does not have nearly the level of, like, manipulation thing there, but, yeah. There's not just in the Gold Saucer, there's NPCs all over the world of 14 that play Triple Triad, so you can just, like, see a dude with a Triple Triad card above his head, and then you know, oh shit, I'm about to throw down with this man.
Yeah, that minigame holds up big time. It's very good. We in 8 they have an ability called Card Mob, which is probably one of the most broken things that was like ever put in the game, in the series, I should say, and that's like the reason that many people have issues with the game. And we can manipulate certain cards insanely early, which give us enough damage boosts to like one-shot every boss in the entire game. Just by manipulating a couple cards early on in the game with like 2 different manipulations. It's pretty intense how much the game changed once we realized how that stuff worked. People used to like grind against card rates of like 10% appearance rates and then 30% appearance rates like an hour and a half into the game. And if you like didn't get them in certain numbers of tries, it was a guaranteed reset. It was dark time. It was dark time. Makes me feel old whenever I talk about speedrunning FFA because it hasn't been my main game in like a year and a half. But the game has changed so much in recent times. You got it. That does play Shuffle and Boogie. Yo, let's go, Shuffle and Boogie. The very
Gobler is absolutely right. The Gold Saucer also has a mahjong, like a mahjong thing that you can play. There's people who literally use the free trial of FF14 to do nothing but play mahjong. Because apparently, like what he typed, it's like one of the best free mahjong like platforms out there.
I got super into mahjong when I beat Yakuza Kiwami earlier this year. I got super into mahjong. It's like half of my game time. I don't know what this guy's doing over here, but he's really into this laser thing.
I want to kill him before he finishes his cast, because if I kill him before he finishes his cast, I prevent him from spawning an enemy. Said enemy is also a big pain in my ass, so I really, really want to make sure I kill as many of these guys as I can.
I feel like it would be easier for you to just smash whatever the thing you're targeting is, as opposed to smashing them.
Sure, but it's not targetable. So.
I'll say, but this is a video game, and you don't get to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to be smart.
I'm very bad at mahjong. Oh, I am too. The worst part is when you're playing mahjong is I'm like, all right, I feel like I'm getting the hold of this, and then like the AI plays like a triple concealed dirly-do, and they get like 19 con, and I'm just like, what happened? I don't even know what this is. There's too many rules. I can't keep up with it.
I gave up. That's all I need to tell you is they tried to explain the rules of me and Kiwami, and I just gave up. I just straight up just freaking gave up. I'm like, bro, I don't need this in my life right now.
Kiwami's rules are not good, and like it only even tells you like half of the hand possibilities, and the bot and the AI has no problem just breaking things out that aren't in the rule book. And so I'm like, the AI is cheating. I had to like Google to figure out what was even going on. The instructions are so bad. I would have more done. Oh, I read. That's funny. Would 19 cons even be? Is it? I actually. So I get Yakuman and what's the one where you call? Is it she? What's the one where you call? This is the Final Fantasy stream, everybody. We're talking about mahjong, though. What? Oh god, what's it? The thing where you call Riichi, whatever the thing after that is. I always mix up Yakuman, Riichi, and that. You know what I'm talking about, right, Fluffy? Fluffy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I comprendo, friendo.
Yep, this guy knows what's up.
All right,
yeah,
welcome to Mama Frog, Mama Turtle.
Kappa's in the chat. That's a Kappa if I've ever seen one. Can I do Kappa? A lot of charity things have Kappa banned. Let's see if I can do Kappa here. Yeah, I can Kappa at the Kappa.
Oh, cool. I jumped over here. Thank you for not wasting my uptime. I didn't use my potion again. This is going to be a recurring theme. Savage Raider, by the way.
Potions are for the weak.
Dude, I made 400 strength, dexterity, and
at this point,
and intelligence potions with the express purpose of using a lot of them, and I just keep forgetting. Welcome to a mechanic I hate.
So, at this point, it's not actually about the healing. It's about the pride of making so many and then making sure they're used, so it wasn't a waste of time. It's not even about the healing. No, he summoned Devil Friends. Queen's Harpoon.
Oh, with that mechanic there, 4 of the greats will have to be stood on by all 4 members of the party during normal gameplay where you have 4 people. And if any of them aren't covered, they spawn ads, which makes the boss invulnerable. You can only cover 1 as a single person, so unfortunately you're just like forced to eat it. This is a mechanic that I don't feel like avoiding right now.
It seems like you were able to clear that mob really fast, though, so at least you don't have to deal with. At least it doesn't seem like it's too stressful that you can only cover the one. Is this the last boss you have to fight before, or for this dungeon?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not gonna have to suffer through the Gunbreaker much longer.
Oh,
are you switching back to Reaper?
You've misunderstood me. Me swapping to Warrior is swapping to another tank. A tank I find less interesting.
Oh, okay.
And I did it for safety because I wasn't sure if you could survive these big pulls as Gunbreaker, which I have just happened to prove that it's possible. You can do it.
I see what you did and why you hate it. Or I see what it did and why you hate it.
I'm in pain. Help me.
We can't help you if you're doing these all solo queue. Some of these damage paths are just bosses showing off.
The greatest rotation known to man. I made it work.
Dudes have so much health.
Yeah, pretty much. At least with that, those people are going to help me like speed through the dungeons quicker. You know, and whatnot. Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, we're starting to reach that point where I am starting to be a little bit like I need that break. But
when's your next break?
When I reach the Endwalker segment, so not for another 2 hours.
We have a that we put together for 8 that like counted out the amount of your amount of time for pee breaks in each segment. It gets rough out here between discs 2 and 4. It gets rough out here.
Understandable. Have a great day.
They actually recently legalized turbo for like all of the modern versions of FF8, which is a great change. We were like the last game to do it for stupid reasons, but it's actually much more fun to run the games now because there are certain segments that you can just put on turbo and then go to the bathroom or like go get food and make food. It's the nice thing to not having voice acting is like we have to just mash through the text, so we get long breaks now with turbo.
Honestly, I'll accept it. I'm not a fan of ever allowing turbo in anything, but screw it. I'll accept that. I'll accept it for that.
Yeah, the reason that most the PS2 Final Fantasy games have it is because while mashing like is a skill and it's in and of itself, it's also just like literally like damaging your hand. So it's for like most of the games. This is like very new, like months old. Like this change was implemented because it's just not good for your hands, and there's like other things in the game that matter far more.
Yeah, like I said, it's like I don't particularly like ultimately mind that much.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Heroes Gauntlet. This is where we will potentially see the forgiven gentleman, or maybe we won't. Ugh. Help me. Help! Okay. Yeah. Turbo is a thing for me where it's just like, I'm fundamentally against it because I'm fundamentally against macros, and that's what, like, Turbo is. But I also understand the argument from a accessibility right?
Yeah.
Like, Metroid Dread is the perfect example of this. Do I agree with Metroid Dread allowing Turbo for the sake of accessibility? Absolutely. I speedran that game for like a few months after release. The amount of mashing you have to do in that game is unbelievable. It hurts after a while. Like, straight up.
I guess that makes sense because you're getting rapid fire so much.
I don't agree, however, with 20 hertz being the hertz that the mashing is allowed to do. That's the main thing. Like, I understand.
Tool assisted 20 hertz? Is that a thing? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that like the speed in which that the mashing happens is 20 hertz. Because that's like what most controllers can do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. Turbo is definitely an interesting conversation. For accessibility reasons, 100%. And yeah, like, I think, personally, I'd prefer, like, just having a leaderboard variable for no turbo in most of these situations. Because mashing is a skill, but also some people... I sprinted way too early. I keep forgetting that, like, it takes forever for that rock to come down. Quick aside for this segment. I haven't really been doing a whole lot, because most of this is just, like... Most of this is just me playing through these dungeons, like... doing what mechanics I need to, and then doing them intended. Because there isn't a whole super large... Like, if you've done these dungeons a lot, there isn't anything, like, super big that you need to worry about. For here, though, you do want to do the same thing that you did way back in the Gimlet Dark and Stormblood. You want to pick up the adds from the NPC Mighty Talons here, which are helping you deal damage. If you don't, pain. That's all I'm going to say. You'll have to run back and pick up the adds, because these Mighty Talons will just love to aggro one of them that you missed, and then have fun. Have fun not living.
Spectral. I thought that was an ally for a second. Turns out it's just a spooky ghost that's attacking you. Yeah, turbo is definitely one of those slippery slope mechanics. It's like turbo's a thing that in and of itself I don't dislike, just because of like how much time I've spent doing it in like the various games. And I will say that when I play FF8, it like in the PSX is like one of my my main category for that game. And I do think that, like, I voted against Turbo being legal in that category, because, like, the high level of that game, like, the top, like, 6-7 players in that game can, like, their mashing speeds are very possibly the difference between a lot of them. Like, for a while, our first and second were less than a second apart. So, like, I'm not really for Turbo broadly, but I'm in a similar spot to you, but I'm just like I'm very accepting of it, because I'm always like accessibility over anything else first. But I don't like it, especially at the level I play 8 at, because I think it is definitely an advantage, a strong advantage. So I'm happy they kept it out of those leaderboards. But it's definitely like a slippery slope sort of a thing, because it's like it leads quickly into tassing other things that you absolutely like should not be doing.
Yeah.
And it almost always ends up there. It usually doesn't just stop at Turbo. I feel like the PS1 trilogy is really fortunate that we haven't had that issue, like Turbo go too far. But it's definitely, I feel like it's more common to see it become an issue than actually beneficial in communities.
Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna, like, if I'm not, like, actively part of the community, then I'm not gonna sit here and just, like, bash them for the decision, because clearly they came to the decision on their own. They didn't have, like, any external influence and all that just stuff, you know.
Yeah, they, basically, the way that they do it, they decide basically is they were, like, they like, talked to the other two games to see how it worked out for them, which they had very different opinions. Boy, these like individual spectral characters are way stronger than every other monster you fight. They're like little mini bosses themselves.
So this guy is a boss.
Oh, this one is. So was the Spectral Dragoon earlier that I was talking about also a boss, or was that just a random?
That was just a random. That guy just likes to jump around and deal a lot of damage.
What a jerk.
He do be a jerk.
Yeah, Trance. That's what we did. We made turbo and no turbo leaderboards, or just allowing it for text. That's a good idea in concept. I just don't know how any mods would be able to keep track of that. I guess you could do like required input devices, but on like PSX consoles, that's a lot harder than like PC. Praise be Mario and Luigi.
I kind of want to know when I started the Shadowbringers segment of the run. Because I feel like I only had one death, which I think in my PB I had like on top of the deaths, the 3 deaths that I had to like the first boss of Malekith's Well. I think I also had like 2 extra deaths elsewhere. So I feel like I'm probably ahead of my Shadowbringers PB right now.
That's what we like to hear. I think it was a little bit past the 5-hour mark when I hopped in.
5-hour mark.
Superstar Saga just introduced the rule set. I think I was a little bit like after. I don't think it was like sharp 5. I imagine they probably do or allow some sort of emulation for Superstar Saga too, right? Actually, no. Superstar Saga is probably an accessible enough game that they wouldn't have emulation options for it. Those were pretty big games when they came out. The emulated versions of the PSX games are usually actually a lot slower. Cool little dance. Too bad you're dead.
Hello, Feoul. I am sorry for ignoring you once again. Please let me through to the next area. Thank you. I am your lovely branch. Hey, so remember Frog Dude, by the way?
Oh, I always will.
Yeah. I got a surprise for you.
It's cool that you just walked into the Shire. Oh, he's back! Is he our friend this time or no?
Yes, he is
yeah,
green. He is green, therefore he is friend.
All right, is this his true form or is it the gross squid monster?
What even is a phase true form, honestly?
Ah, okay. Well, it's okay. He's already one of the biggest chads in this entire game.
Hey, look, he turned everybody into toads. Look at him.
Woohoo!
Look at those toads.
Party!
Look at them deal no damage to me.
Dance toads.
Huh. Guess that is something I should mention. So one thing about optimizing your damage in Final Fantasy XIV that you may not necessarily think about because of how automatic it is, but properly making your auto attacks target the right people is super big. Because if your auto attacks are targeting the wrong target, like say they're not targeting the beefiest target while you're doing your AoE and everything, that could be the difference between like a couple extra. That could be the difference between a couple extra GCDs spent or not. So like right there, I just realized, I should probably have my auto attacks going into the paladin since they're like the beefy guys. 51603 is when the gate dropped on Holminster when I went on a red mage. Okay, 51603. So I'm at the 3-hour mark then. I would need to beat 4 hours and 24 minutes, which I think I can do that. I think I can beat the 4-hour 26-minute mark.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's get a PB. Let's see a PB. Do you hold the world record for the category on this expansion?
Yes, currently.
Aha.
I currently hold every all dungeons record, not necessarily the IL records, but like the combined category records.
So like, that's just like the full expansion. That's what that's what that category is, right?
Yeah, all the dungeons from the category.
Mm-hmm. Dungeon ILs is a pretty cool idea, though. That's cool. I didn't even think of that, but that makes sense.
Yeah, I love the concept personally. But yeah, Zella's 100% right. Like, auto attacks are extremely huge. They are not insignificant. Like, proper targeting with your auto attacks can and will be like multiple minutes over the course of an entire long run. I'm excited for the point at which I can start doing some of these later dungeons not on Gunbreaker, and start doing them on like Reaper or like Summoner or Red Mage. Because like this category is only going to get better over time.
Those are the best.
Like All Dungeons Stormblood last expansion wasn't that good in my opinion, but then like I was able to use Ninja and then Samurai, and it was like, oh man, I love this. This is amazing now. I love All Dungeons Stormblood. And then they got rid of Chitin, and I was very upset. Please remove that change. Please revert that change, Yoshi P. I swear on me mum. I will harp on this till the end of the time. I'm still harping on about what you did to healers and Shadowbringers. I will harp on it till the end of time, Yoshi P.
To the forums! There's nothing that gets to them more than internet complaints.
True. Extra 30 item levels could definitely be the difference to them being able to do like the twinning and Academia Ander versus not. I don't know if it would be enough to get to like the Hero's Gauntlet, for example. So we definitely have to see on that front.
Are we past where the assist friend would be? I forgot to ask about that.
The Forgiven Gentleman, you mean?
Yes.
No, he's in the final leg.
Ah.
But yeah, K-Man's definitely right that like at least Holminster Switch will be doable on Reaper next patch. Hello, this boss has mechanics. This guy is gonna grab me and lock me in place. If I had multiple other people, that could be a problem, but it's not a problem. It's only a little annoying though, because I can't use my rough divides, my gap closers while he's doing it, because I'm bound. Oof. Come on, Spectral Necroman. Spectral Necromancer.
I like that name. Spectral Necroman. I think that's what I heard. That was good. I like that.
You can tell I've reached the point in which my speech is starting to become a little bit delirious.
That's fine. The less the brain works, the more gaming that happens.
All my game power is going into gaming. I'm trying my best to maintain my rotation properly, while also remembering to use a potion. It's not working. Yeah. This is about to hurt.
That's a lot of work. Looks like
it didn't hurt that bad.
Hard. Yeah, you're not as tough as you look, lady. You got a dumb cape. There you go, I'm in her head now. It's gonna be easy for you. I'm in her head. I hang out with somebody whose cape is the entire galaxy. What do you have on that? Yeah, all of space and time? That's my thing, not you. You got... What is this? What, actually, those might be wings. Those are wings, not a cape. I take it back. That's cool. Wait, it's like it's like cape wings. It's both. It's officially cool again. I take back what I said.
So glad I asked you to do this with me. You're keeping me sane as all fuck right now.
There's one thing I can do. It's talk. Is Necromancer an actual class in this game?
Unfortunately, no.
I don't feel like I've ever seen that. Necromancers are often my favorite classes in games that they're in. I love me a Diablo Necromancer. Well, Diablo 2. I actually haven't played 3, but love me a Diablo Red Necromancer. I was just about to ask a stupid question about why she was summoning zombies, but we just talked about Necromancy Treasure Coffer! Oh, you son of a bitch.
Nope. I ain't doing it. Thanks, Feaul. I am your lovely branch.
Looks like there's still 139 out of 140, though.
It's not doing it. Just not doing it.
Chat, do you think we should have 140 out of 140 items, or do you think we should stay at 139? Do you guys like having those numbers not be lined up?
He's doing the chat baity thing. He's doing the peer pressure.
Like that doesn't sound like me.
The peer pressure. He's peer pressuring me.
That doesn't sound like me at all. Watch me, Melinda. I have... This time I fight too. I missed the rest of it.
Alright, so the bet earlier about the Forgiven Gentleman is coming up on this next leg here. Once all these enemies are down, we will look over in a specific spot and see if he is there.
Are these random NPCs or are these ones that you're with relevant?
They have relevance to the main scenario. Specifically, they have relevance to the main scenario because you need to do at least one of their side quests in order to progress the MSQ. But my favorite one is Giot, the Ale-Forged. Giot is the best. Thank you, Giot, for being just a great character. Straight up.
Oh, it's a little guy. I thought Giot was the body on the ground. I was like, Giot's dead. It's Fluffy. I don't know if you're looking at the same thing as I am. Giot's dead. Turns out there's a little guy there. Little guy.
So there is a chance right here, as everything lights up, that the Forgiven Gentleman will spawn. It appears he did not spawn. Very unfortunate. Well,
I'm giving up. Good night, everybody. We're done.
I am sorry to say the Forgiven Gentleman has not spawned. Very sad indeed. Why am I doing this? These ads don't spawn until I'm done.
It's okay to cry about this one. We're all hurt. We're all hurt, K-Man. It's okay to cry.
I'm sorry I baited everybody to voting yes by saying I would vote yes. I hope y'all know. I hope y'all doubters are happy. Straight up.
What we should have done is been like, all right, if he appears though, we'll donate like $20. That way we could have really influenced it. Really get everyone's hopes up and then just take it away. And then encourage everybody who bet with us to also donate. We dropped the ball here. We could have really hustled some money for charity here.
Oh, you're right. Jeez. You're so right.
Is a hustle still unethical if it's for charity, chat? Is the hustle then inherently ethical because we are doing it for charity? And then do we respect that hustle because of what it is? I'm asking the very important questions. Don't worry. I knew I wasn't. Yeah, that was all the money I had, Fluffy.
Oh.
I believed in you, dude.
I'm sorry.
That's it. That's the end. I'm sorry.
That's it. That's all you're getting.
That's all. Yeah, that's it. All right, well, that's fine. Absolute Blizzard, not to be confused with Blizzago.
All right, so I did the calculations in my head, based on my PB. I believe K-Man said 5:13:03. If I finish this segment up before about 9:29:30 something. If I get it done before 9:29:30 something, that should be a new record for all Dungeons Stormblood. Oh, it's 5:16. Okay. So that would actually be 5:32. Or 9:32 rather. 9:32. Brain is working very efficiently.
This guy's way cooler than the other spectral enemies, by the way. I'm fairly confident that one's a cave as well.
You're right.
Yeah, by 8%.
A little less than an hour for 2 dungeons seems doable. 100%. It should 100% be doable. Oh man, is that a knockback I see? It would be a shame if I were to just resist it.
Oh, I like it. The floor actually sinks in. That's cool. It's not just some silly animation that you can walk on top of. It's the little things, guys. It's the little things.
It absolutely is the little things.
99% of games, you definitely just walk over that animation like there's a floor there still.
Ooh, I've hit a lag spike. Holy moly. Okay, my OGCDs are like hell of delayed right now. Am I dropping frames? No, I'm not. Okay, it's just my connection to 14 then. Wild Rampage? Oh man, the mechanic where I'm supposed to go into the pit to avoid this? No thanks.
Are you using that like rough divide charge thing again, or are you using that other ability you were telling me about that makes it so you can't be pushed back?
So I did neither for that one. I used arm's length to avoid the knockback, but that wild charge is just damage that gives you a lone stack, and it's like it's supposed to be a lot of damage casually, but like it's not a threat to me even remotely in my current state. Now this, on the other hand, I am gonna have to try and do a fancy dancy rough divide. There we go, perfect. Oh, and he goes the way I want him to too. I wasn't in range. All right, whatever. Let's go. Take him out. Ugh.
Sorry, I got the curse of getting a text message. I was reading it, and now I have to. I'm incapable of thinking and or talking and typing at the same time.
Understandable. Have a great day.
It's nighttime.
Oh yeah. So if you step in these pits for too long, you go berserk. And that causes you to auto attack yourself for a lot, and it's like Python. I'm sorry, I can't right now with names. It's a guaranteed death sentence. So don't stay in those for too long. You don't want that to happen. Hello to anyone who is watching, because I imagine there's some people here who weren't watching at hour 1 who are watching now. If you have any questions about what I am doing, why I am doing, feel free to ask them in the chat. I will answer them to the best of my ability. In my current state of having been doing this speedrun so far for 8 hours. Also,
yeah, you're officially past what I'm used to. So now I'm allowed to get tired and fall asleep.
You haven't been here the whole time, though.
It doesn't matter. It's what the timer says. I sleep based on the timer.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, stop trying to slash me. I'm trying to live. Why? Charity.
Yeah, we help people by being miserable. What's up?
Why not is also a good
answer.
answer.
I'd say why not's a good answer, yeah. Why not's a great answer. The real question, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing a full marathon along with us? Why are you letting Fluffy just win the race?
Oh, he'll helping me. He's one of the people helping me in the
But really, of the one person I could have trash talked in chat, it was the other commentator. Is really okay?
Yeah, sorry to say, my guy.
That's fine. Apparently, that's how it be.
Also, by the way, this track is a goddamn Banjo-Kazooie track. I'm just saying, you put this on like Mad Monster.
Sorry,
you put this track in like Mad Monster Mansion. It just fits perfectly.
Sorry,
I gave you a great idea for a new speedrun. Oh no, what did I do now, Zell? Here's the Halloween dungeon that got released in December. Thanks, COVID. True.
Dude, the Nightmare Before Christmas is a thing, which means that canonically it's okay to release Halloween and Christmas things like at the same time or like interchangeably. We get a very nice little loophole because of that movie. Shout out to my man Tim Burton.
Good thing I can route Warrior out of every single dungeon until the very last one. Because Jesus, Warrior bores me. Speedrun idea you gave me is new game, all MSQ, all optional dungeons. But why though?
You scared me. Whoever that was. Who was that? I don't know that voice. That was Danger
That
voice.
was me.
That was you?
Yes.
That was a Stranger Danger voice. I was not ready for that. I was looking down, and you look. Oh my goodness, my heart just skipped a beat. Holy moly! Stranger Danger.
You know what? Good answer. Good answer, Zell. Understandable. Have a great day. So I'm reading that works is you save all the optional dungeons for right at the end. Not necessarily. Man. I just smacked my microphone. Alright. I'm doing a great job. I'm doing a great job, everybody. Why is my food not here? Because I didn't hit order. Okay, that's why my food's not here.
Oh, you hate to see it, kid. You hate to see it. Oh, he's got a little jack-o'-lantern head. That's cool.
Speaking of the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, see? It's all together. Is that can you push that mud ball around?
No.
Lame. Game's lame. I feel like you should be able to push those mud balls into those holes. Oh. Okay, they just go in on their own. Well, that didn't work out like I thought it would.
Thank you, Python. I appreciate it. So, you were right. You don't push them.
Oh, we use the force.
Yeah, they do dash across you, deal damage, and then go into the hole. By the way, for some reason, standing in the middle of this where there is a safe spot is not actually a safe spot. I don't understand. Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose it is. Oh boy.
I will stay alive with cold brew coffee. I'm reading chat today. You're unironically doing a great job. Hear that, Fluffy? You're unironically doing a great job. I think you're doing a great job.
I am probably gonna have to tag out soonish because it's almost my bedtime.
That's fine. I was gonna have you tag out near the end of this anyway. For K-Man, who is going to help me with the Endwalker portion of the dungeon. I was gonna have everybody do 4-hour shifts, but like, Ferb stayed like an extra 40 minutes or so beyond what I wanted him to, which is fine. That's all good.
I can't get over this guy's face. I really like it. It's such a simple design.
He's real good. Wait, this pattern exists? What? They can drop like this? I haven't... Oh my goodness. How long has it been since I've done this dungeon with low DPS?
This is one you usually...
Apparently.
This is one you usually do with a different class?
No.
Oh, okay.
What I mean by that is, like, whenever I do this dungeon, like, intended with 4 people, usually the group's DPS is good enough that I never see that pattern.
I see.
Just like I never see this stack marker. Yeah, that stack marker exists.
I feel like a move simply named Falling Rock shouldn't deal you 17,000 damage. I just don't think that's a heavy enough name for that much damage.
Hard Rock really should be hitting me for more than 20,000, you know? That's just how it goes. Yeah, this guy has a stack marker. Did you know? Welcome to Did You Know Gaming. This guy has a stack marker.
All right, so for those of us who don't know, what's a stack marker?
A stack marker is a marker where people have to stack with you to spread the damage out between multiple people. Otherwise, it deals enough damage in most situations to kill whoever it's targeted on. I no longer care about this orb dashing through me. It can deal all the damage it wants. I don't care. Alright. I'm not waiting for this guy to give me a portal. I'm out of here. It has to do an animation anyway. I'm just out of here. I'm outie, dude. Outie 5000. Also, I'm pretty sure return loads faster, too. Cannot confirm, but that's okay. Ugh. Almost there. Almost there. We're almost done with this segment. And we can get to the segment where, like, people will help me. I can have an excuse to stand up and do nothing.
You get your break soon.
Yeah, people will just carry me through. It's fine.
Wait, as in, like, there'll be other players with you? Or just
other players, yeah. The feature that I'm using to enter these dungeons solo, you cannot use it with current expansion content. And since I'm doing everything up to the very most recent dungeon, I will be doing that.
Do you have to submit to a different category, I guess, than if you were to use party members for, like, the rest of the dungeons outside of the most?
Yeah, so...
Or the leaderboard's not that defined yet?
The leaderboards are defined as solo, synced, solo unsynced, solo synced, co-op unsynced, co-op synced, and then, like, blue mage categories for the ILs. For the sake of all dungeons, there's just a difference between... For the sake of dungeons, there is solo and co-op split as well. Co-op can be any number above one person. Also, for the Endwalker part, it's not an official category, the Endwalker part. Because the current expansion leaderboards aren't created, except for the IL ones, and even then, like, they'll take a little bit to be created. The current expansion leaderboards aren't basically created until such a time as they are no longer current expansion, or all the content for that specific thing is out.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense for an MMO speedrun. The only way that you can really get, like, any level of truly consistent gameplay strategy or anything like that.
Yeah, because, like, what I said way earlier in this run... what I said way earlier in this run is basically, like, if we had an actual all dungeons category, every 4 months the leaderboards would have to be reset because an additional dungeon is being added to the game, basically.
How long do these update cycles usually
4
last?
months.
Okay. So it's like 4 months of new content for an expansion, or like every 4 months they add content to the expansion? Oh my god, this is adorable.
Water, water, froth and foam.
He's singing! This is a yokai. This is definitely something from Yokai Watch.
Words are hard. You asked me a question and then you got distracted as I was answering it.
I'm so sorry.
No,
it was I got this.
Right, the patch cycle. So every 4 months is a it's a new patch. It was 3.5 before Endwalker, but with how much extra stuff they have to do with the with the fact that the game's been out for as long as it has been, they've taken it to 4 months for every patch. It's generally around the 2-year mark between expansions, with like that intermediate content in between being the patch cycle, which is like patch X.1, X.2, X.3, etc. All your water's gone, dude. I'm sorry to say.
He doesn't look too upset. Oh, he's big now! Did you give him a hug? Is that an
No, he's
option?
still over there, dude.
Oh, okay. So he just turned into a funny big water.
Yeah.
Picture. Okay, that's fine. That's normal. It's like Ghost Meryl you're fighting. That looks like a Meryl. Except for the creepy buggy eyes.
They're remaking all the old content.
I think I actually remember reading about that.
Yeah,
Because so much of the old content just doesn't like match the current game as far as meta and like styling is concerned. I feel like I remember reading that in a article somewhere.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned in the Realm Reborn section, a lot of dungeons got reworked, including the MSQ dungeons. Like you were there for the end of one of the dungeons that got a major rework, the Praetorium, the one where I did the voice acting thing for.
Oh, okay.
That dungeon received a huge rework in both its progression and how long it takes, because the latter half of that dungeon got completely cut off and turned into its own instance, known as the Porta Decumana. By the way, don't get hit by these. It is entirely possible for you to get hit by these and get chain knocked out of bounds and die. Don't get hit by one.
Some BS! This is an MMO with out of bounds? Oh, that's some BS. That's dirty.
Yeah, there's a lot of old content in the game that doesn't use the more modern, proper markers to show you like what's happening. So they're very poor teachers in that regard. That's why a lot of the older stuff is being reworked. Like the stack markers that you've seen, like this marker here, which indicates it's a cleaving tank buster. Shit like this doesn't exist in older or Realm Reborn content because they hadn't thought up the markers for it.
How long? I mean, it's been at least probably like 8 years, right? That this game's been out? Maybe a little bit less than that?
Yeah, it came out mid-2013, I believe.
Yeah,
the
so
re-release of it anyway.
Yeah, so like I mean, honestly, no surprise they have to change stuff. That's like a literal entire console generation of progression and gameplay mechanic evolution. I feel like that guy in particular had a lot of health.
Yeah. I'm at like the second to last dungeon of the Shadowbringers portion, so everything here is just a long time.
Is K-Man available to tag in? Because I am starting to get a little sleepy.
Yeah, K-Man should be available to tag in.
I don't want to. I know that like there's stuff going on, so I might be able to drag them because you're gaming. I don't know if I have that allowance, but I don't want you to have to stop or anything.
Yeah, K-Man, if you wouldn't mind hopping in and tagging out, that'd be wonderful.
Oh, you are a kind soul, K-Man. Yeah, if you want to go into general, I can try to drag you. I'm sure one of the mods will do it, though.
You might be able to just go straight into the live channel, depending.
Yeah, I couldn't see the live channel. That's why I messaged you directly. Understandably, because I was just a commentator, but...
Yeah, I appreciate the commentary help with this. You really helped keep me sane through this 4-hour section here.
No problem. I had actually a lot of fun. This has dramatically increased my interest in the game. I actually started downloading it like an hour ago, so I'm excited to play. And the fact that Gunbreaker is something that exists in the game also increases my interest dramatically because I'm a giant weenie for Squall. So
Hell yeah.
This was a lot of fun. I know you and I have talked about playing before, so I'll probably follow up with that. Thanks for letting me be here. Thanks for really, really longathon for letting us show off Final Fantasy. I know that this event in particular is generally a home for this game, so I appreciate you guys. Or not this game, but the series in general. So I really appreciate you guys. And thank you, Fluffy, for having me. And if you guys like my content, I do full-time streaming over at Shug_SSB. I do Titanfall commentary every single week, and I do Titanfall speedrunning, Final Fantasy VIII stuff, all kinds of things. So if you guys like my dulcet tones, I'm around. Fluffy, thank you again. Have a good night, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
You're good, dude. I'm right there with you with the tie.
Yeah. It's funny. It was like a
thing.
switch that flipped. Like I was like half hour ago. I was like, I'm good, dude. I'm good. And now, all right. Anyway, I'm signing out. K-Man, thank you for coming in, dude.
Yeah, no problem.
Goodbye, everybody.
And
Hello,
hi, as you've
everyone.
heard, I'm Gayman. I am Fluffy's good friend, fellow runner of this game sometimes, and avid raider and general player of this game.
Yeah, and K-Man will be helping me out with the Endwalker portion of this run, since I cannot do them solo, and also since I cannot enter them solo. I can do them solo, I just can't enter them solo. More or less, it's just... Also, since it's not like an official category, it's just gonna be easier for me to do them with people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And much faster than, say, getting randoms from Party Finder or something.
Yeah. The other two people for Endwalker will be one of K-Man's static members. It's Ellie, right?
Yep.
And then one of my static members who goes by Eve. Neither of them will be joining the call for commentary. I made it very clear to both of them that like they're not required to, join the call, be in for commentary, or any of that stuff. They're just, there to help if they want. And both of them basically said, "Yep, that's fine." So, K-Man will be helping me out here. Dude, I'm exploding. I need help.
Yeah, you've been at this for quite a while. Also, don't forget to not return here.
Yeah. I used return earlier in the dungeon to get back to the start.
Yeah.
quicker.
And I saw
But-
you check after the Nixie too, but I just wanted to make sure you didn't hear.
Yeah,
At least one person has to not, and I learned that the hard way.
Yep. Once the Frog gets to that point, you can use return, but at that point it's faster
Okay.
to just use the portal.
I
Yeah,
didn't know that. I thought someone has to take the portal at least.
No. The Rogue needs to just get there, but most people just like... Anyway, hello. This final boss is a pain in the ass because it is like the single... do you have a DPS rotation? Congratulations, this boss never is around long enough for you to get a proper DPS rotation.
This boss loves to leave right as soon as you would start your burst. Which makes it even worse if you forget that and then start it, and then, you lose everything, because the boss just isn't there for you to fight.
Did that miss? Oh my goodness, it missed.
It did.
I am upset. Meat mallet. Fun fact, this is the one mechanic in this entire run that I'm actually afraid of. Not because I don't have faith in myself of being able to do it, but because I knew I would be at this point probably at around the 9-hour mark. And I didn't know how 9-hour me would be able to do this. Because there is, I'll try and show, there's a death wall over there. If I'm in that when it explodes, I die instantly. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I just die. So, you don't want to be in there.
Dangerous move running that far towards it already.
It's fine. I got this.
I always like to try and hug the wall the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I try and do normally as well. But, I like to live dangerously.
It's fair.
Hey, 69. Let's go.
Nice.
Nice. What's your question, Frosty? What have you got for me? I don't care about your mechanic. You don't deal relevant damage to me. As if you deal relevant damage to me. What's the meaning behind my FF14 name? So, it's a combination of two of my favorite characters at the time when I made the game. It's the first name Makise is from Makise Kurusu from Steins Gate, which I was reading the visual novel of at the time. Was very into that when I created the character. And then Terra, last name, is in reference to the Final Fantasy VI character Terra Brandford. I just dropped one R to not make it clearly as obvious. Definitely recommend the Steins Gate VN as well as the anime. More so the VN, just because like I think it works better in a VM format. But definitely look up a guide if you want to have a thing. You can't have Terra as a name if you recall correctly. Can you not? I could understand why, but...
Interesting. Oh, sorry, let me get that in there.
Maybe that's the reason. I've always chalked it up at this point since it's been so long that, like, I dropped the R to not make it obvious. But if you can't actually have two R's, then that would make, like, perfect sense why I did it. It was, at this point, like, 7 years ago that I made this character, so... A long time ago.
Long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So let's see, this is the second to last Shadowbringers dungeon, right?
Correct. Next up is Paglafon, and that's all she wrote, and that's also the dungeon that I will be doing on Warrior. Body and what they do and what they don't, the main characters are all out. Yeah, I can understand that. And it's dead. Wonderful. Okay. So now, we swap over the Warrior. Oh boy.
Hey, at least this is your last tank dungeon.
Yep.
Last tank dungeon, then you're back to Ninja for Endwalker.
Alright. So, I will pose a challenge. On the final boss, I will attempt to get 8 Vuln stacks. Keep 8 Vuln stacks for the rest of the dungeon, for the rest of the fight, and not die. So I'm almost willing to have that be, like, Look, I find Warrior to be extremely boring in its current state. So, I need to do something to make me feel better about my time. As cool and as wonderful as Warrior's cooldowns are, Bloodwedding is just kind of too ridiculous. So, remember how back in Mount Gold... Remember how back in Mount Gold, I did that Turbo Omega pull on Reaper? Yeah, this is the same basic concept.
Same thing, but we're on a tank, so it's a lot less damage, but it's also a lot more healing, because it's not flat based on how much damage you deal. It's just a flat amount per hit, if I remember correctly.
I was about to nod off, and then I heard 8 Vuln stacks. Hello. Yep. That's what I need to do to wake up in this dungeon.
Hey, with a run this long, gotta find out some way to make it fun. Always that sneaky ranged guy in this bowl too.
Yeah.
Forgot about him.
These guys suck so much.
Yeah. It's also just hard when a pull is this big, especially unlike in Gold. This pull you can see has 3 gigantic dragons and a few smaller flying ones. just the sheer size of them make it a lot harder to corral the enemies in the way you want to, too.
Trying to focus my auto attacks on this guy to take him down as best as I can here.
The other one, too.
That's understandable, Soul Rider. But, yeah. So, I guess, just to explain, Warrior's self-healing right now is kind of ridiculous to the point where, like, the vast majority of content that's in the game, if it is soloable, it is 100% soloable by Reaper. Not Reaper, Warrior.
Warrior. Yeah.
And, like, if it is barely soloable, it is barely soloable by Reaper. Warrior. I want to play Reaper so badly.
I can tell. Too bad, that's my job.
True.
You get ninja.
Don't die too much. I won't die. You can't make me.
I believe in Fluffy's ability to collect 8 Vuln stacks and not die.
Let's Suggo. A road that we walk. The one thing I
Fluffy
will
could
give
absolutely die. If he really wanted to.
Yeah. Negligence is a thing. Like, this orb here, this gives me Vuln stacks. I don't care. I'll sit right on top of this.
Wait, it only gives you 1? That's interesting.
Wait, what? Why isn't it? Oh,
it only gave you 1 total. It's the subsequent hits. Oh, and then
because I had bloodwetting up. I had bloodwetting up, so I had a shield, and it wasn't breaking the shield. And because it wasn't breaking the shield, it wasn't. Yeah, me too, to be honest. Nobody really remembers that part of bloodwetting. Anyway, I have my 8 Vuln stacks now. I have 8 Vuln stacks now.
This isn't even the final boss. This is just the first.
I'm gonna take this Tank Buster completely unmitigated with 8 Vuln stacks. Oh man, oh, more than half my health. Too bad I healed back most of that with 1 button.
Can you even get Vuln stacks in the second boss?
I don't think you can, no. And if you can, it's like not the same way. Or like, it's not like nearly the same like efficiency as just like getting hit by stuff here.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm making a point here. I'm making a point that like I really, really want to be able to do this dungeon on any other class. But that big pull at the start where you pull like everything, it's just so. It doesn't matter how much faster Gunbreaker can do everything else. That one pull that nobody can do except for Warrior right now, like, it just makes it too good. Simple as that.
Me and Fluffy have been doing some testing on and off for doing this run co-op, and even with 2 DPS, you can very easily have one or both of your DPS die if you're not careful about it. It is a very, very brutal pull, even for 2 people.
Wait, I need Vuln stacks. I'm about to lose them. Give me my Vuln stacks. Wait, no. Give me my Vuln stack.
You fool! Oh, there you go. Saved it.
I made it. Saved it. We in there.
Too bad the Vuln stacks get taken off at the end of the fight.
Yeah. It's like, I also have an additional lightning down, too. I still don't take enough damage. I'm making a point here. I'm getting hit by everything very extremely on purpose. Like, you could not be more on purpose than in this exact moment than I am. I am not in danger, no matter what anybody might say. As long as I pay any sort of attention, I'm not in danger.
As long as you keep pressing buttons.
8 Vuln stacks, Tank Buster incoming, no mitigation. That's fine. Let me just heal it all back. Thank you. Goodbye.
And of course, though, one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet. as despite your opinion on whether or not Warrior is good or not, it does have one of the best animations in the game, that is Primal Rend.
Oh, absolutely. I will never take that away from Warrior. Some of its animations can be crunchy, and they are very good.
Primal Rend's fantastic.
Can't beat me. I've got self-healing up the wazoo. Help me. Moving on.
More self-healing than anyone knows what to do with.
What took you so long?
Hello, Astinian. Goodbye,
Yeah,
Astinian.
Fluffy, what took you so long? Come on.
I was trying to figure out why his name is Astinian Varlanol, despite being called Astinian Wormblood the entire time.
That's a good question, actually.
Like, the
It's a really
text
good
literally,
question.
the text literally says Astinian Wormblood, and yet when you show up at the start of Endwalker, it's just like Astinian Varlano. I'm like, alright.
It's not a last name though, but it is his, well, one of his many titles. Oh, is it? I didn't actually know that's what Wormblood was from.
I don't know. All I'm saying is they did not make it obvious to me that his last name was not actually Wormblood. You know what? With all the different people who got names in this game that are just like variety of different weird last names, I thought it was reasonable.
I mean, still never going to be as bad as canon row names. Just half of them look like keyboard smashes.
Because they literally are.
I mean, they're not, but they almost are. They are very close.
Sorry, I just need to scream that.
No, you're good. No, absolutely. Primal Rend's fantastic. It's probably one of the only requirements to play Warrior. Gotta scream Primal Rend every single time.
Boy.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, buddy. How about y'all come get hit by Tiamat over here? That'd be great.
That's fair. That's fair, Nova.
Understandable. Have a great day. Oh, man. We're almost there.
Huh?
Yeah, I think I said like 9. You said like 516, so with like a 426.
Yep, 5:16:03.
Yeah, if we get
What
this
is
done,
your...
it's like 426 something. So if you add that together without the seconds, it's like if it's before a 932, it would be new record.
Yeah, and you're definitely well on pace for that, and in the world record at least that's up right now. I don't know if you have one that's not been verified or anything.
No,
It took you
that one
25 minutes for Peglathon,
Yeah.
and you're already just under halfway through it. Oh, I bet you could get vulns off those lasers.
Probably. It's been making
Probably
there.
the only thing that gives vulns in this fight. I don't think any of the enemies do AoEs.
Yeah, I don't think it's really possible to get 8 Vuln stacks here, but I'll do my best.
Oh, hey, there's an AoE. You can do it. I believe in your ability to find ways to take damage.
Make me feel something. Hit me, damn it. These 3 Vault stacks aren't enough. I need more.
I think you can probably get 8 by the end of the fight. I think you can do it.
I don't know if they'll last that long. That's the problem.
Mm,
Also, this is a good place to see Primal
Fair
Rend's
point.
animation in full view. Look at this
There it
shit.
is.
Look at this shit. Look at that.
You go full Beyblade.
Great animation. Ruby Heart, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Ruby Heart stream. My name is LordFluffy, and welcome to Really Their Choice, a marathon benefiting ACLU in response to the proposed overturning of Roe vs. Wade in the U.S. Supreme Court, question mark? You're the American here, K-Man. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
All right.
I'll say, yeah, I think you'll... Come on, shoot!
I need more,
Come
please.
on! Wow, it just barely falls off.
I'm back up
You
to 4.
instantly got 4
I'm back up to 4. Let's go. More damage. Hurt me. Alright, so for those of you who are just joining in and have not seen this before, this is Final Fantasy XIV All Dungeons. Effectively, what I'm doing here is a New Game Plus style category. I'm actually in danger of dying off of that.
Ah,
Oh, boy.
you'll be fine.
I have 8
You'll be
Vuln
right.
stacks. I've done it.
Done it.
I have 8 Vuln stacks. I've done it. Alright. Alright. So I think we can put up a prediction, maybe. Because the final boss does definitely... Oh my god!
Oh god, home gang. Okay, that was a little unexpected. Still alive though. Still alive.
Winning. We in there. Anyway. I didn't even use home gang. It's right here. That might have woke me up a little bit.
You could not have stopped me from pressing home gang in that situation.
Oh Lord, howdy! All right, screw it. We're ahead of schedule with my run, so screw it. Put up the prediction. Can I get 8 Vuln stacks, keep it through the whole fight, and not die for the final boss? The first 2 are much easier than the final boss is to do this. No fear, only Ren. This is the warrior way. True. Yeah, this had a 13.5-hour estimate initially. I'd say I'm doing well on that front. You know, the Endwalker segment had like a 3-hour estimate. We're good. We're Gucci. We're fine. Will Fluffy get 8 Vuln stacks and survive? There it is.
This is the final dungeon for the Shadowbringers segment, and then we go into Endwalker, which will be done with a full party of 4, so that'll go significantly faster than these dungeons have been. I would honestly guesstimate from this point, it's probably going to be another, like, oh no, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something in that range, probably.
2.5 definitely seems the most reasonable to me. Let's Beyblade!
Don't forget, go the one on the left.
Oh yeah, you're right. But up, where is it?
I
There
don't
it is.
remember why, but you told me that was the fastest one.
Not on the far left, but like second from the left seems to be.
Gotcha.
I will throw out that I would only ever do this on Warrior just because I warrior is so utterly ridiculous. Also, I need to put on my tank stance here
Absolutely.
because for some reason, whenever for some reason, Tiamat loves to be really, really strong for some reason and just take aggro on one of the enemies and then stand all the way over there the entire time.
No.
So I need to make sure I have aggro. Think you'll finish before weekly reset? Absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind on that front.
Oh yeah, that'll be easy.
Consider she's huge. True.
Very true.
She is a great worm after all. Oh man, I'm in danger. Would it be a shame if I just use equilibrium?
Great worm of the first brood.
Well, I'm glad that this is your first experience to having no idea what's going on in 14. Because not even I completely can tell what's going on right now with all the bodies around me. Alright, so probably want to end the prediction sooner rather than later because I'll be going into the boss in about 30 seconds here, I want to say.
I'd probably just end it when the last ad dies, I would say.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Alright, 8 Vuln Stacks challenge. Get 8 Vuln Stacks, keep them through the rest of the fight, and don't die. Here we go. Woo! So, basically the first opportunity to get Vuln Stacks, I have to take it, which is over here. Shouldn't have activated Bloodwetting.
Probably not.
Give me all of these Vuln Stacks. You won't. You literally won't, Bahamut. I don't believe you. Oh yes, Akmorn. I'm actually going to
Classic.
mitigate. Akmorn is actually somewhat of a threat at 8 Vuln Stacks, but the real thing that's a threat is Flatten, which is a unreasonably strong tank buster. Alright, Mega Flare.
Look, it wouldn't be Lunar Bahamut if it didn't one-shot you with Flatten, alright?
Alright. 5 Vuln Stacks currently. We can get ourselves up to 8 here. 8, 6, 7, 8. Okay, perfect.
And then an extra one just for fun.
Should have done this alongside me for Warrior Solidarity. I would not necessarily recommend it. This is just what I do when my sanity is a bit low. Which at the 9.5 hour mark, I think I'm a little bit.
Maybe just a little.
You got Funera! An Akmorn.
Sure is.
Appear to be in some danger.
Come on, where's your Vit Pots? I know you got some.
Oh god, I hadn't used pots this whole time.
No,
Oh,
you sure
goodness.
haven't.
Oh, you know what? I'm dead.
Home gang.
I'm hella dead. Yep.
Oh,
There it
well,
is.
nope, you're just dead.
Yep. Alright, well, we tried.
Alright, well, the answer is no.
I know
That's
it's possible, but I definitely mismanaged that for sure. Also, I would have had to take one of those AoEs regardless of what I did. I could have home ganged. Actually, I probably should have home ganged. Whoopsie daisies. I had home
So I
gang.
said home gang.
I need to remember home gang. Home gang is a button.
Don't know if it would have lasted you long enough, but sure would have given you a chance.
Yeah. I think I would have
Potion
gotten
on your
equilibrium with that.
hotbar
Yeah, true.
while you're flying.
Alright, well, either way, that's for memes. Memes are done. Let's get her done.
Now the real question is, can you finish the final boss in, what is that, 8 minutes? I don't know how long it takes.
Yeah, probably.
So it'd be real funny if you finish it in 8 minutes and that's still the world record run.
That just means there's room to improve it. That's all it does.
True. Damn, look at all that faith chat had in you, Fluffy. Look at all those points you just cost everyone.
I did. I'm the worst.
143k versus 1.8k.
All my fault. I apologize for everything. Oh, my G-City got rolled back. Also, I didn't have Storm's Eye up that whole time.
It's a little important.
Oh no. Anyway.
Doubters have won on this day.
So you've got everybody in a party,
put the potion
right?
on your hotbar and then didn't use it.
You've got everybody in a party, right?
No.
Then get everybody in a party. What are you doing, K-Man? I ain't
died.
doing this.
What are you doing? What do
Well,
you want from me?
to be ready to invite me once I'm done with the dungeon, K-Man. Help me.
I have a way to invite the other person. What's the in-game name of the other person I'm inviting?
Lucia? I've already forgotten. No, that's Kiwi. It's a Lalafell lore name.
Then
it's. Are you in the
whoever's the
crossbow
third
link
person
shell?
is not on. No.
Oh, you're really not in that crossbow link shell, huh?
No, you never invited me. But I didn't care enough to ask. Guy yelling at me for inviting someone I can't even invite to a party.
Well, this just goes to show that I definitely had some lapses in my planning for this whole thing.
Your goblet? Oh.
So.
Nope, that's the wrong goblet.
Here I am. I'm about to die.
Don't die again.
I won't.
It was funny the first time, but the second time would just be sad.
It would be.
There you are. Alright, party is ready to go when you are out of this boss.
Lovely.
And then I'll promote you so you can't yell at me for bad menuing.
Alright, bud. Damn it, he understood my strat. How could I do this?
I could easily see through you. You cannot snow the snowman.
What's that even mean?
You can't con a con man.
Oh. I see, says the blind man as he took out his hammer and saw. Hello, Flatten. You were the thing I was actually afraid of. I shouldn't have been afraid of you.
Yep, you just got straight up autoed to death. Alright, I'm going to take this last moment to go refill my water real quick.
Oh, I'm exhausted, dude. Help me. I know I have said this many a time at this juncture, but help me. Now, I've come to the realization that I may have missed a record because of that. And I'm not going to complain. But, like, I'm looking at the timer right now, and I don't remember how many seconds I had, but, pretty sure I threw away a record doing that. Ah, well. We here in the LordFluffy
that's fine. That's
industries
just, Oh, go ahead.
We here in the LordFluffy industry of making mistakes make mistakes. 9:32.
That's fine.
44.
That's just an excuse to do the run again anyway.
9:32:44. Someone can do the conversion. All right, on to the
I can't
end.
invite you to a party, by the way.
Oh yeah, right. I guess I have to
You have
unbusy
yourself
myself
set to busy for some reason.
so that people don't DM me. That's why. 426
There you go.
something. Yeah. Okay. Get me onto that there, Dancer.
Don't forget to switch to Ninja. Or Dancer. That's right, you're doing Dancer until,
Right.
or
Unrestricted party off. Alright. Endwalker portion of the dungeon. Let's go.
And now get ready for a very sharp departure from everything you've seen so far.
Oh wait, you're actually right. I was
This-
doing my math wrong this whole time. That was a 416, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a 416, not a 426. Oh my goodness. Anyway, go ahead, K-Man.
Oh, I was just saying, this is a very sharp departure, just design-wise from anything else you've seen in this game so far. Something almost borderline, what'd you call this, like biological horror, I guess?
Yeah.
You don't see it as much in this dungeon, but you will definitely see that a lot more in the next one.
Yeah, that was a 416, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a 416. So that was actually Shadowbringers' record.
Nice.
And that's
Shadowbringers record with a meme death at the end of it.
Right? Yeah, if you look closely, you can see elephant people stuck inside the walls. This is not okay. Alright, so I am now playing the DPS class, the range physical DPS class Dancer. So something I can do here is I can give everybody the ability Peloton, which increases our movement speed by 20% while we're outside of combat. Ideally, we would want to be sprinting the whole way through, but, like, you know, you don't have sprint everywhere, so anytime you're not sprinting, get Peloton up when you're out of combat. Peloton goes away when you do enter combat, so that's the one thing you do have to watch out for with it. Oh my goodness, my focus is waning so much. I numbed my mind playing Warrior, where all I was doing was hitting 1, 2, 3, and then like 5, 6. I'm in pain.
Oh my gosh, there's abilities I don't have. I forgot. These are leveling dungeons now.
Yeah.
That's something else could point out. Since you cannot do these dungeons
Solo.
and an undersized party. Or not even that, just with undersized party enabled. We actually don't have abilities that Fluffy actually had access to in his earlier runs. Like, for instance, if Fluffy was playing Ninja, this is part of why they're not, they wouldn't have the Gap Closer. They wouldn't have Forked Raiju.
And I also wouldn't have Hollow Nizuchi at this level either, which is a big reason why the AoE of Ninja becomes very good at level 86.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't get that until Dungeon 3. So that's why I'm starting on Dancer, because Dancer, first and foremost, buffs K-Man up, who is like a best-in-slot Reaper right now. Reaper also has very good AoE on its own front. But Dancer's AoE is also one of the better in the game. It has almost all of its abilities do some form of AoE damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this mid-boss theme is so good. The mid-boss theme for Endwalker.
Is easily my favorite mid-boss and generic boss theme in the game. Endwalker. Somehow every single expansion manages to have better and better music, and it's insane.
I am forever grateful that So could beat Cancer and put it into remission, man. Man deserves to compose this franchise for like the next 80 years.
Absolutely. And of course, because this is now 4 players instead of just Fluffy by themselves, another big aspect you'll start seeing is the coordination of raid-wide buffs. So obviously, the more you can coordinate them all together, the more damage you'll end up dealing in the long run.
Oh, let me through. Disappear. I need to run. I need to go. I must speed. I am Dancer.
Also, unlike Fluffy, I want the loot, so I'm gonna open the boxes.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the longtime series composer sort of passed the torch to Soken in that regard, and honestly, yeah, it was a good time. Well, that's not the right. None of those were the right button, Fluffy. Oh no. Has my food not shown up yet? My card was declined! God damn it.
Well, at this point... Oh no.
I just banged on on the wall between me and my brother. I'm gonna see if he can't order me something. Yeah, can you order me something? My DoorDash is on. Yeah. Just like something.
See, here's the problem with I paid my card off on the 1st.
So no.
It hasn't gone through yet. 13.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just call them tomorrow. Oopsie, figure out.
Okay. You could have just left that. No, it's fine. Gotcha. Understandable. Have a great day. Okay, so I guess I'm not eating.
That's unfortunate. I'm sure you'll live.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of the shorter expansions. And not just because it's, you know, not a full...
No, leave the sandwich there. Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, you're for that sandwich.
This is why I didn't want to bother my brother. I'm just hitting buns at this point. Now, there's probably something in the kitchen, but tonight was one of those nights where my, nobody felt like cooking, basically. So, you know, because nobody felt like cooking, then it's like, okay, well, I don't have time to cook. Nobody feels like cooking. So it's like, okay, I suppose I will simply just order food. And then my card is maxed, apparently. So I can't do that.
It is unlucky.
However, I was thankfully granted a sandwich in a box, so I will have, like, something to eat here in a moment. I'm just trying to think of the best time I want to do it, where I want to just scarf this down so I'm not, like, being a complete waste of space. What do you mean that hit me?
Well,
Excuse me?
That hit almost all of us. Nice.
Well, video games. Yeah, this is basically the reason why I chose to do Endwalker with people. Because while I could have just had people like be in a party with me and then like leave whenever I got into the dungeon, number one, they'd be doing nothing for 3 hours. Number two,
Number two, then we couldn't carry you.
Yeah, these dungeons would take like 40 minutes plus to do them solo on like.
Yeah, there's that too.
Which one is it? Oh, hey, it was the one I was targeting the whole time.
We only have one dot in this party comp. I almost always identify which one's which by the dot ticks. But
Hey,
there's nothing to tick on the boss.
Hey, K-Man, where's your devs design?
It's nowhere. Screw up.
Okay, understandable. How did I untarget the boss, dude? Ah!
Smooth.
Thank you all for being here and keeping me sane, honestly.
Nice! The boss is dead, but I'm still frozen. Okay, there we go.
Alright, time for the casual killer pulls.
Yeah.
These pulls love to murderize lower skill players. But that's okay. The healer in my party is the healer in my static, and I trust her. She is strong healer. Very good.
Yeah, but the tank in our party is the healer from my static. But I'm sure they'll be fine. I have faith.
Yeah, these pulls do slap tanks when synced like on level.
Yeah, they do. Honestly, I feel like most of the time, the quote-unquote leveling dungeons that come out with the start of an expansion almost always hurt a lot more than the expert dungeons that come out in the post-game.
Yeah, that checks. They absolutely do.
Yeah, here on the upper floors here, you'll see a little bit more of that kind of biological horror design that I was talking about, and you will definitely see a lot more of it in the next dungeon. And then after that dungeon, it's kind of back to the more normal type stuff. Which isn't to say there's nothing fun. There certainly is, but
Yeah, the third dungeon is on a spotty, where things kind of do go back to horror levels 100. Horror just doesn't kind of stop with this expansion until, like, you get to Smileton and Sigma Dreamscape. I'm not syncing my buffs properly.
I was about to say, hey, Fluffy, where's technical stuff?
I'm good at the video game, trust me, Keenan.
Also, important thing to note here, you probably already noticed there's 3 bosses here. Unfortunately, while the other 2 have significantly less health than the main one, if you kill them before the main one, they just don't die.
Yeah, it's very much akin to how these sisters boss fights worked in FF4. The gimmick is you have to kill Sinduruva first in order to be able to finish the fight.
Fortunately, though, they don't heal or anything like that. What in the... Fortunately, though, they don't heal or anything. So, like, you can stack them on top of each other like that and get a little bit of extra cleave damage in. But nothing like focusing the other sisters first. Also, I'm sure you've probably noticed there's a lot going on.
This is AoE's the fight.
Yeah, sure is. Fluffy, you should limit break. Just target Mindaruva in the back, and you can hit all 3 easy. Yay!
Great. I totally forgot about limit break because I haven't worried about it for the last like 9.5 hours.
Yeah? You didn't have it for the last 9.5 hours.
Yeah, she's hard locked.
No
so
one
she'll die
killed
the
her.
moment this
Did you
starts.
kill her?
It's hard locked.
Gotcha. Oh, then hopefully we don't kill Sandaruva too fast. In fact, I'm gonna get off Sandaruva just to be safe.
We're good.
Oh no, she's already dead. Okay.
Now imagine a healer not doing any of it. My favorite.
Oh, I would have already been dead twice over. I've taken a couple of AoEs already by mistake. Also, for those who've been complaining this whole time, Fluffy is in fact now at 140 out of 140.
Yep.
Whether they like it or not.
Alright. Next dungeon. Tower of Bauble. Bauble of Tower. If the minion drops, I'll see it, but I'm only interested in like the minion from the dead ends.
Yeah, it's the only one you can't buy for some reason. Yeet.
Oh yeah, right. There's an actual like tank I have to worry about here.
Yeah, a little bit. You're not the tank.
I just zoomed ahead. I'm in a certain mood currently. I absolutely love the cat jams. The moment we're in this dungeon. It's real good. Good music.
Don't worry, the good music does not stop here. Though personally, I'd say my favorite of what we're going to hear is probably Invent Spotty, which is going to be the next dungeon after this. Something else you might notice if you're vigilant. Another departure from a lot of previous dungeons, but in a much different way. You have a lot more allies with you in these dungeons. And that's another theme that kind of continues with this in this expansion.
Yeah, NPC allies in dungeons isn't really much of a thing if you're not referring to specifically the duty support system, where the NPCs take the role of other players. So seeing other NPCs with you is a lot, like, it's a big part of the reason why, like, story, like, all the dungeons start getting, like, tied to story. It's just you get the story relevant characters the whole way through. Man, I'm fading. I'm fading. Even a sentence like that was struggling a little bit. Oh no.
You good?
I was just looking at Eve.
Oh, I forgot that the boss does that.
Hello, everybody. How do magnets work?
I almost forgot.
I was about to say, it's like, hey man, that's not how magnets work.
No, not quite.
Oh,
for those
stack
following
marker.
along, I Can Man would be in Cal Hemingway in game.
I like to live dangerously.
Indeed you do.
So I hope nobody noticed me put a dance partner on K-Man midway through that second pull there.
Nice.
That would be embarrassing if somebody saw that. Something I haven't mentioned about Dancer is it has an ability called Dance. I don't actually know what it's called, but effectively it's referred to by the community as Dance Partner. You can designate an ally in your party as your dance partner. And what that does is it ends up that a few of the abilities that you use, you share the buffs that you get from those abilities with your dance partner. So whenever I use Standard Step, for example, Closed Position, that's what it's called. Thank you.
It's called Dance Partner because that's the buff I get. I get Dance Partner.
Yeah, I get the thing called Closed Position. He gets Dance Partner. But whenever I use Standard Step, K-Man gets the Esprit buff and the damage buff from it. Whenever I use Devilment, K-Man also gets the buff from it. Whoever your dance partnered will get that extra effect, basically. Okay, I'm trying to think. Is there any like auto scrollery elements coming up at all besides like Vanaspati? And even then, like those aren't nearly auto scrollery enough.
No, I would hardly even call one spotty auto scrollery. Not really. Nothing that comes to the top of my head.
It's just like the couple ports where
And
you're waiting for
walkthroughs.
people to transform. And you're just sitting there doing nothing, basically.
Yeah, that's true. That does happen a couple times. Ooh. As far as actual dungeon design goes, at this point in Endwalker, it's really all just kill enemies, go forward. Kill enemies, go forward, etc., etc. It's nothing special or fancy that you can do or need to do. It's just kill everything.
You're not using Arcane Circle on this, right?
I can. It's up.
I was asking
wasn't
if you were
planning on
not. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. 'Cause I wasn't going to use Technical Step either, but I was asking just in case you were planning on using it.
Oh, I was going to save it for the boss at this point.
The correct decision. I definitely am hitting the correct buttons half the time right now. I remember how to play Dancer. Yeah, that's also true, because Thesis kind of forces small pulls. Yeah. Now, it makes the dungeons very predictable, straightforward, and you don't have to worry about, oh, do I need to get this key to progress through? Do I need to pick up this little thing here? Is there something I missed? Why can't I go forward?
I have no worrying about anything like that. But everything has its own little fun stuff, like here.
Whatever. I'm bad.
Because obviously going mini makes you do less damage. But you can just pop in and then right back out. Take no damage and lose no damage.
This boss is one of my favorite for uptime shenanigans, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good for it.
And there's parts of my brain that want to walk into these AoEs on purpose and get hit by them, but I also have to constantly remember that I'm actually synced now, and that's a bad idea.
It's a little bit of not the right time for that. Probably should have
Also-
limit broke this boss, but a little bit late for that too.
Wait, geez, we're actually killing this thing. Yeah, we killed it before we even needed to step on it. That's some damage.
Yep.
Let's go. Good players, good damage, inconceivable. Never seen this ever. Who are these Duty Finder randoms? Why am I walking into walls? This is great.
Because they don't look like walls.
True. Alright, there's a small element here. I can eat a bite of the sandwich.
You've got a long elevator of nothing.
Okay. I got some bison. We're good.
Even though this is a simple, straightforward dungeon, there is still things you can do. You'll see our tank do it right here. Where instead of running all the way down there and trying to weave your way through dangerous things and try to get all the enemies into a safe spot, they can just use their range attack and pull them all up here right away. Nice and smooth.
Nope, a bit late for that.
Way too late for that. Don't do that, yeah.
Too heavy bursted there. Way too late. I canceled. We're good.
Yep, and you'll see it again right here. Easy. Should probably limit break this one though.
Yeah. That's a bad angle. That should be a better angle, yeah.
That's much better. Yeah.
Oh wait, my positioning. Thank you, Anavon. You saved my life yet again, Anavon. So for limit breaks, there's different types of limit breaks. Each role has a different one. The melee DPS have a single target burst limit break. Obviously, good for single target. Ranged and casters have a straight line and a circle AoE. Good for AoE pulls. Tanks get a damage reduction raid-wide, and then healers get a healing raid-wide. We're at the LB3 portion. If you get, like, Limit Break 3, that heal turns into a full heal that also reses all downed allies. Also, shoutouts to Anima. How you doing? You creepy. You creepy, my guy.
Boo, I got one of the back ones.
There's definitely this anima here can sometimes be a pain, depending on when you get certain mechanics, and it can also be a pain on healers because there's a lot of fairly high forced damage that you take in several different places.
And like with that move, just specifically that went off, the Boundless Pain. If you don't know what's coming on there, what that is, you can very, very easily die very, very quickly.
Oh no.
Oh. Hey, you should refresh your food when you have a chance.
I did.
Nice.
And we've passed the 10-hour mark, everybody. Give it up for hour 10.
Woo! Yeah, alright, let's go. 10 hours. Here's to another 10. Let's go.
Mr. Krabs, can I go home now? Another mechanic that can just outright kill you is this following one. Two players get targeted with this marker that indicates that the AoEs are going to chase you. So, thankfully we burned it down before we have to deal with it, but
easy.
Yeah, if you're not ready for that one, you will not be able to outrun the AoEs after, and it's pain.
Yep.
Lots of pain. It's death. So yeah, the Endwalker portion of this run I put at a 3-hour estimate, basically assuming that every dungeon would take 20 minutes or so. As you're seeing, we're clearing these dungeons around the 15 to 16 minute mark so far. So we should be continuing to stay ahead of schedule, barring any sort of like major mistakes and or my eventual bathroom break that I'm going to need. Because the last time I took a bathroom break was like 5-6 hours ago.
Yep. And in all honesty, the further we get, the quicker the dungeons are going to be.
Yep, we won't have to deal with item level sync. We won't have to deal with, we don't have to deal with having less stuff. I'm on Ninja now. Because we have Hollow Nozuchi at this level.
Having more abilities is going to be the biggest thing. Because basically every dungeon we're doing, we get access back to one of our abilities. that we otherwise lost because of level sync.
Yeah, so the whole time I've been at max level, doing those dungeons solo. But since I have to do these with the sync, I definitely just... How did I not get... Oh, I don't have Raiju at this level. Okay. My brain was trying very hard to process why I did not get a Raiju from using that Raiton the entire time.
I believe Raiju's level 90, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Then Hollow Nakazuchi you'll get on the next level.
No, I get Hollow
Which is why I don't know.
Hollow Nakazuchi's
sure?
86, yes. I'm literally using it right now.
Okay.
I literally just saw the words Hollow
just doesn't play for others.
I think it doesn't depending on your settings. No, it's 86.
Fair enough. I know Reaper is really annoying until 88.
Yeah, because you don't get access to Plentiful Harvest, which, like, I'm gonna be real with you. The leveling experience for Reaper for me was rough. Like,
horrible decision to have that be the second to last ability you get on Reaper. Horrible decision.
Like, I was struggling to understand why so many people were, like, talking so positively about Reaper, because, like, the entire leveling experience, I'm like, I feel like this class is just missing something. Turns out, yeah, it was missing Plentiful Harvest the entire time.
Yep.
And getting Plentiful Harvest made the class click in a way that it didn't beforehand.
Oh god.
Don't die.
Speaking of having... No, it wasn't that. It was... Kidding. I got used to not having the ability in the last two dungeons. And now I have it. So just like, oh god, right, all that damage. I need to use that.
I'm gonna get this ninjutsu. I keep forgetting that these bosses are just like, they take forever for them to actually spawn in. Alright, well.
Yep, kind of like the vault in heaven, back in Heavensward.
I think I really only get a Fuma Shuriken there. Pain. I'm tired.
To be expected after this long. You're a ninja. You've got plenty of ranged options.
Remember what is left and what is right. There is something in... It's my fucking hair. There is something in my field of vision that I couldn't... I was turning my head and I could not get it out of my field of vision. My hair had fallen just very ever so slightly into my left eye's field of vision. And it was bugging me extremely. Also, no, I don't remember what directions are. How could you make that assumption about me? Oh, I didn't do the thing right. Well, I guess we're just wasting that. I'm getting a trick attack. Woo!
Womp womp.
Gamer games epically, everybody.
Fluffy's already forgotten how to play ninja. Rest in peace.
I have.
Oh yeah, one of those things you haven't seen a while in this game until this dungeon. One of the, you have no control over your character. Or reduced control.
Lamau. Chikuchi.
Well, aren't you fancy?
Lamau. Ground targeted gap closer.
Ignores commit. Lamau ignores mechanic.
Hey man, it gave me the option. Why not?
I'm gonna save my burst for the AoE, for the pull after this.
I already committed Mug by the time you were saying that, so...
That's fair.
Yeah, that's what we like to call the final days of Ritra.
Yeah, a little bit. Alright, I thought... Oopsies. A little ahead of myself. Part where we gotta wait is the next part.
I forgot about Doton.
That's kind of bad.
Yeah. You could say that.
It's the only thing that makes Ninja AoE not completely awful.
Eh. It's fine, but just like, I don't know.
It's easily the worst of the melees without Hollow no Kazuchi. Food check, by the way.
We're good.
Yeah, but you could refresh it so you don't forget. Smile.
Fine. 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 I'll do it. How dare you?
Good. Good. You better. Or else, punk.
I'm putting down this Doton at the last possible second.
Do it, you won't. Well, it's hardly the last possible second.
Well, I activated my ninjutsu early, so what are you gonna do about it?
Womp.
I haven't pretended to be good at this game for a while. 10k hours and I'm...
And I never stopped, smile. Oh god, didn't mean to press that.
I don't have... fucking... Alright, Hurricane saved me. I haven't refreshed, like, Huton for, like, the last, like, 3 minutes, I think.
Fluffy, please.
I'm sorry, I've been at this for, like, 10 hours straight, dude.
Yeah, no, those other 10 hours you also didn't.
Yeah, but, like, at least then, like, it's not necessarily optimal. Like, sometimes it is.
Yeah, it's not
necessarily.
anywhere near as big of a deal. Which is why I never mentioned it, but I did notice it, and it did hurt a little on the inside.
Yeah,
Not
don't
gonna lie.
worry. I very clearly have just been... I am not used to the concept of speedrunning a video game for 12 hours straight. Have you figured that out?
Yes, I certainly have. You've repeatedly talked about in the past not wanting to do long runs, and yet here we are.
Yeah, I don't know. When a bunch of people who shouldn't be putting politics in a woman's womb come up, I start, like, I don't think reasonably about that. It's like, man, just don't
Fair.
police the womb, my guy. And then also, I guess here I am with a 13-hour speedrun.
Seems pretty accurate as to what happened.
So anyway, yeah, if y'all wanna donate and support ACLU, please do so. That's what this marathon is about. Do we want to get into bubbles? We don't. We don't
No.
want to do this one.
It's the next one we do. You have to get in early. Bubble? Okay.
Trick's so delayed. No, why am I tricking during my trick attack? Why am I LBing during my trick attack window? I'm doing good, K-Man. I'm doing real good right now. There we go. My trick window is down. We've refreshed Huton. Let's smile and wave, boys. Saving my burst.
Yeah, our bursts are just completely unsynced at this point.
Fair.
I got 65 seconds for mine.
Spilled a little bit of egg salad on myself from the.
Pro tip: don't.
Yeah, definitely. What's my pace looking like? I want to say at this point we could probably do like a low 12 hour if we really push it. But I think more reasonably like 12 and a half is where we're about looking.
I have a little more confidence. I think we'll come in at a low 12. Well, mainly because, as I mentioned earlier, the further we get, the faster dungeons are going to start going. Dungeons will only get faster from this point out, not slower. Because, I mean, essentially, we're power limited right now.
Yeah.
And every dungeon we get further and further, we get more and more power back.
At level 86, we're missing like 2 abilities we have at endgame. We're also like, I bunnied, I rabbited. Why am I dotaning at 2 targets? You know what? I do dotan at 2 targets. Who am I kidding? Do I don't actually know if I do. I've lost. I can't remember anymore. I'm single targeting, and if I die, I
couldn't
die.
tell you.
I'm putting trick attack on this guy. That's how much I'm lost right now.
Fluffy's losing it.
Kind of am, to be honest. Breaks and stretching are the secret to 10 to 20 hour speedruns.
Very true.
Right. You right.
I keep trying to communio, but I just don't have it. It's just not there.
Communio.
Just says not ready yet.
Okay. I think that was how the ninja rotation goes at this level, right? Something like that, huh? So this boss has a mechanic that is related to the color that your screen is flashing. Basically, the color that your screen is flashing is the part of the ground that's going to explode. So you want to try and make sure that whatever mechanics do go off, you don't end up in those at that time. I get the words in my head, and then the train of thought just leaves. And I start struggling, like, is that the right word? And then I just end up... Oh, man. Alright, so right here, we want to get knocked back into the blue sections. Because the purple is going to explode. I guess that's more pink, is it?
Yeah, pink triangles, blue circles.
Now come back. Why does Shikuchi in place?
Why did you Shikuchi in place?
I dropped my Huton at some point, I didn't notice. Well.
Yeah, too bad I can't call you out on that like you can call me out on Death's design. If you don't have burst, you should limit break when the boss gets back.
That's unfortunate.
Whoopsies. Oh, I somehow didn't get hit. Nice.
Kill it. Kill it. Kill it faster.
I'm trying. That's that.
Yeah, that's related to the fact that she sees by perceiving ether, and like you just can't perceive ether on the whole Dynamis thing. Spoilers. Wow.
It's probably my personal favorite dungeon in Endwalker. Honestly, might just be my favorite dungeon, period.
This is a good one.
It's a real good one.
I saw that a good one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Catesis Hyperborea.
Hyperborea.
Where he will have the time and tranquility he requires.
Indeed, he will. And I can finally do a proper rotation because I have Plentiful Harvest.
Wow. Catesis Hyperborea is definitely thematically my favorite dungeon in Endwalker. Probably my favorite thematic dungeon, period, at this point. It's real good.
You're going to notice a very large uptick in my damage, at least, because I will have significantly more gauge than I did in previous dungeons.
Want to go that far?
Yeah, not quite.
Oh yeah, no. The glamour I was using for Reaper today, if I remember correctly, it uses the chest piece from Catesis Hyperborea.
Nice.
I wasn't necessarily meaning that Y'shtola perceiving Aether is a spoiler, more so the existence of Dynamis. That's the spoiler.
I was hoping.
Yeah, man. I was hoping too. We both were. Alright.
Big boy burst time. Well, almost.
We're going all in on this, folks.
No! I forgot!
No! My last right's on. Fun fact, if you have your trust leveled up enough, I would definitely recommend coming in here with Alice. It is one of the funniest things I have ever seen, the way that Alice's avatar reacts to this boss.
It's pretty funny. Don't even have to have your trust level up anymore to do it. You can just do it.
I don't think that's the case.
It absolutely is. Because I've done it, and I do not have my trust leveled up.
Oh, well, fair enough then.
Well, you don't have to have the level required to go through with trusts anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, for story reasons, I definitely think that, like, using trust for this dungeon is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, personally, I would suggest doing it for this one And the next dungeon after it. Fluffy, why?
Because I'm a memer. Wait, no. I should have... Fuck. My thingamabobber. No. Avatar mode scales your trust up. Okay, gotcha. My brain works very well. And I remember details of features that I very seldomly use.
I'm saving my burst.
Well. I guess I'll use Trick. Just for the extra damage.
I was gonna say, Fluffy, please, I gave you so much warning there.
Trick is at least single target, so it doesn't matter. I think Mug is also,
Yeah.
so whatever.
Mug is also, yeah. Yeah, honestly, Mug and Trick I typically don't use in AoE pulls, honestly.
No.
Now, Mug probably should just because it is still Ninky. Oh no, he's warning us! Better watch out.
So, while I'm thinking about it, I do want to just say real quick, thank you very much to the really, really long con staff who accepted the run. Something that I have been wanting to do is I've been wanting to show off Final Fantasy XIV all dungeons at a marathon for some time. I've just had I haven't had success in getting it into marathons. So being able to show it, not only show it off, but show off basically all the categories I run with an additional little extra caveat of Endwalker, even if I am just like extremely tired at this point, this is something that I have wanted to do for quite some time. So to get the opportunity to do it finally, I do appreciate it quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
If you are at all interested in the concept of speedrunning all dungeons, or just individual dungeons in general, please join the Final Fantasy XIV Speedrun Discord. Ask some questions, look up some stuff on the leaderboards. Like, speedrunning dungeons can honestly be one of the funnest ways to, like, extend your playtime in this game. 100%.
And
Yeah,
not
we
just
also have-
dungeons either. You can do almost anything.
Yeah, we got trials, we got raids up there. There's an all-trials speedrun as well for multiple categories. I don't think Stormblood is possible right now, unfortunately because of Susano. But Susano is like super close to getting to that point. Just need a little bit more time on Ninja, I think. Maybe next expansion. Maybe not, who knows. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to do it solo like I did for the majority. You can absolutely take a buddy in, do like co-op A Realm Reborn, co-op Heavensward, all this different stuff. There's so many different ways to speedrun Final Fantasy XIV. If this has at any point made you feel like maybe you want to give it a shot, absolutely. Give it a shot. Oh yeah, Blue Mage speedruns are also a thing too. We had a short dabbling in Blue Mage, but like Blue Mage has entire own categories as well. Yeah, exactly. The Susano having the giant blade that you have to catch makes it pretty hard to do solo. You effectively need some sort of way to damage the sword while you're holding it, which as far as we know is just Ninja Doton. Yeah, there's not just using New Game Plus categories, there's also New Game categories as well. You can straight up just make a brand new character and speedrun to the end of 2.0 story, to the end of Heavensward story, to the end of Shadowbringers story. Just so many different ways for you to be able to speedrun.
I'm saving my burst again, for the record.
Okay. I need a drink. Thankfully, I still have some water left. Oh.
I cannot let you take Mission.
Alright, Hermes. Alrighty. So once again, if y'all have any questions whatsoever about the run, what we did, and what I did, what we did, questions about Ninja or Reaper or anything like that, and you want to ask them, feel free to do so. At this point, like 10.5 hours into this run, I'm very much like, a lot of my energy right now that I have is going into focusing to try and go as fast as possible, trying to optimize my DPS, my positioning, all that different stuff here. So I'm not having the greatest time thinking about what I want to say, but I would be perfectly willing to answer any and all questions that you do have. Ooh. Okay. This is Dungeon 4, yeah. Yeah, this is Dungeon 4.
Sure is. One more leveling dungeon and then you're fully uncapped.
Yep.
The training weights are off.
Ellie pulled it into my Doton.
Yep.
Sending all of the love to my Lalafell friend. I will take the time to slash Dote here for that.
I really hope Ellie uses her macro. I guess the stream wouldn't be able to see it, but she didn't. Still don't have Enshroud. Also saving first for the next pull, I guess. Or is it the boss after this? Oh, I'm dead. Never mind.
How'd that happen?
I was just in that, I guess. I didn't move out fast enough.
Well, see you, nerd.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we'll be level 90 in ITS scope, but we'll still be item level synced down pretty heavily in that dungeon. Even though we will have all of our abilities, we'll still be item level synced, so like our DPS at that point is kind of capped as with our skill level. It's not until after the dead ends that kind of changes.
Is even the dead ends not uncapped?
No, the dead ends is not uncapped. It's it's eye level synced, yeah.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
That's cool. You have fun with that, Hades.
Hades? What is the Shadowbringers?
Hermes, God. Say the wrong thing once and then everyone's on your butt.
That's right. I keep trying to... Ugh. I keep trying to communio.
I'm dead. I thought that was the one where you had to be in the middle.
Oh my god. Look, we can't both die at the same time. Well,
Sure
there's
we
only
can.
enough room for one of us to be bad at a time. That was my turn.
No.
Just for corner strat. Probably should have just stayed over there for a bit longer, honestly. Oh well.
I'm gonna risk it after dying once already.
I mean,
Yeah,
the cracked rocks can still protect you from one thing, just not both.
True. Yeah, in terms of dungeon bosses, Hermes here is probably one of the best ones out there.
Also, it's probably the biggest, as Fluffy described it earlier, Sprout Killer boss so far.
Streams of ether. Surge is one.
As well. Quadruple. Yeah, kind of a little bit. Quadruple cast seems a little bit cheaty, dude. Come on, man. Can't you just stick to double?
But double.
You have a point.
Easy.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
You're about to be.
Ball down. Go boom. Okay. 4 down. 5 more to go. 5 more to go. 5 more to go. 5 more dungeons. 5 more dungeons. 5 more dungeons. 5 more dungeons. And I can crawl into that bed behind me. And I can just be done. I can be out of here. I can...
We're in the home stretch now.
Wait.
Oh, it's not quite to the extreme degree of Tower of Zot and Babel. This is going to be another kind of, very different... No! Why? I can't attack anything! Well, this is another, very visually unique dungeon among everything.
Should be fine. I just focus on those, that should be fine. Just don't die, forehead. True.
Easy.
I would never die. Not once. I would never die to a mechanic that's easy to recognize.
Nah. You're better than that.
The split you named Hermes 5. You... God, you're so right. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you fight the same boss 5 times in different forms over the course of the whole of MSQ.
True. And it's the second time with the same name, even. Hey, look, it's Sloppy!
Ah, he's come back from hour 3 of the speedrun. Sloppy! Hopefully be enough, yeah. This dungeon destroyed me. Like,
Slight
actually,
stories. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
this dungeon actually destroyed me, like, story-wise. And Walker had me feeling things the whole way through.
Yeah, no kidding. Just gonna say slight story spoilers, but I didn't realize that one right there was supposed to be Papalymo this whole time. I just assumed it was Louis Swan.
Don't worry, I assumed it was Louis Swa as well. You're not alone on that front.
Like, it's Tip Samadi, obviously. It's Louis Swa. Who else would it possibly be? And then I come in here with trusts. Like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess, but... eh. Yeah, Olivia's back, but she's a squid now.
Yeah, we killed her in one hit earlier in the day. Take him down in one shot.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't know who this one's supposed to be.
I'm pretty sure it's Moon Brita.
What? Did she use an X? Did I just forget?
I don't blame you if you forgot, because she was only there for 2 patches. Also,
wait, and she was an Archon?
Yes.
I didn't realize she was an Archon. She was a warrior, okay. Wow, I'm just dumb then, I guess.
Yeah, she was there for 2 patches, so, like, I don't particularly blame you for forgetting those things. But she was also the single best goddamn character in a Realm
Oh, she was.
Reborn.
She was definitely the best part of a Realm Reborn, hands down. That's just not even up for debate.
Yeah, she was on the screen for like 30 minutes, and it was still better in those 30 minutes than the majority of characters in A Realm Reborn.
I don't know, 2 of us got diseased. We both got diseased, Fluffy, we're bad.
Well.
Only 7 quests now, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
That's a shame.
Only 7. Yeah, that's a real shame. Moon Brita absolutely deserved more time than 7 quests.
It's funny too because what's the name of that woman who was the head writer for Endwalker? Never remember her name.
Ishikawa, I believe.
Yeah, she was saying when she first got to take over as lead writer for the MSQ, she basically said, yes, finally, they won't keep killing off the characters I make.
Hello, guy from Cape Westwind that nobody's going to remember anymore, but I remember. I remember.
That's who this is supposed to be. Okay. Turns out I just don't remember half characters in this game, so you know, that's cool.
I literally do not blame you. I'm gonna be real with you here. As much as I think A Realm Reborn is fine, it is not memorable in the slightest. This game only really starts to, like, hook... This game only really hooked me into the story in Heavensward.
I'm not gonna lie, though, when I did do this dungeon for the first time, I was kind of upset that both these two bosses were Garlean soldiers. Like, really? Out of everyone? These are who you pick? I think it could have been... Could have been a little better.
Okay, I'll take it a little bit back. I'll take it a little bit back. I haven't done the new Black Wolf quests since the rework.
Wah. Uptime.
I don't care.
I think that's what everyone's doing.
Nobody cared. I have actually sorry, I have skipped the cutscenes, but I have actually done the new Cape Westwind fight. The new Cape Westwind is very good. The same thing with the La Habrea fight. Those two are definitely
I need to do
good.
them. I haven't done them yet.
I think it's the part after you finish Titan for New Game Plus. You can get there in like an hour or so.
Oh, one of us should have limit broke that. Oh well.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about it.
Same.
I had to do that for the sake of my Doton. I had to do it for the sake of my Doton. The Doton repositioning thing is so funny. It's so funny to me that you can drop Doton and Chikuchi and it just goes to where you...
Mad Flex.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh, I ripped Aggro off 2 mobs because I had to use Communio there, otherwise I was going to lose it.
Understandable. Have a great day. Yeah. I think, compared to when I first played, the experience through A Realm Reborn is significantly better now than what it used to be. So, you know, people who have played as long as me will constantly say that A Realm Reborn is a pain point. But the developers have done a lot of things to attempt to address that pain point. And even with the things that I still don't really like about it, like the English voice acting, for example, I think is, for the most part, extremely bad in A Realm Reborn. Just set it to Japanese or some other language. You will thank me later. They have done a lot to fix those issues. And I just appreciate the dedication to fixing that pain point. I really do.
Absolutely. Literally, A Realm Reborn is why I don't recommend this game to people. It's so hard to get through, and so many people do ultimately just give up, that I don't recommend this game to people, and it is 100% because of A Realm Reborn. It is a very hard thing to get through, even now. It is significantly better than it used to be, but it's still rough. It is still rough.
Yeah.
But the game is... If you can make it through, the game's so good.
Yeah, if you can make it through 2.0 MSQ, and you can make it to Heavensward, like, if you are enjoying your time in A Realm Reborn, you will 100% enjoy your time with the game from that point onward.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna forget about a limit break this time.
But yeah, you're definitely right about that. You're definitely right about that. That people talk negatively about Realm Reborn so much that like people's expectation of it are that it's going to be like super bad, and then they end up being like, you know, like pleasantly surprised in like how much they were actually enjoying it in the grand scheme of things. Which in some ways is a good thing, but like not necessarily, not even remotely necessarily. Because shit-talking the start of a video game and saying, like, yeah, get through that 20 hours to get to the good stuff is not a way to sell the video game to people. That's 100% sure.
Man, speaking of wacky sound effects, I don't know if it can really be heard on stream or not, but the sound effect of this boss's auto attacks, it sounds like someone hitting a frying pan with something made of metal. I've never noticed that before. That's a goofy sound effect.
Alright, 4 more to go. 4 more to go.
No. The last 3 are going to be much closer to 10 minutes than the like 15, 18-ish those ones are. I'll be honest, I wasn't exactly paying attention to the time, but it's roughly going to be my guess.
Yeah, I started to have significantly more fun in my original Realm Reborn playthrough, and I started playing it in patch 2.5, so this was still like during the Realm Reborn like expansion, re-release, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it was still full of all of that super rough stuff, right? I started having so much more fun with it when I started to just voice act even to myself. Because, like, you heard me earlier, I did the Gaius monologue voice acting. Like, when you take those unvoiced cutscenes and you start voicing them yourself, it's very fun. Like, even if you're not necessarily the most experienced voice actor, like, it can be fun to do it. It genuinely can. The other reason is I turned the voice acting off after a certain point in A Realm Reborn because it's not good in English. It really isn't. I don't normally say things are outright bad when it comes to voice acting a lot, but the voice acting in A Realm Reborn is pretty much exclusively bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, though, I powered through because I was starting to enjoy certain aspects, and like this was the first MMO that I really sank my teeth into. I had done a little bit of World of Warcraft in the past, you know, a little bit of different MMOs here and there, but this is the first one I really sank my teeth into. And like, for all my grievances about current state, you know, Final Fantasy 14, you know, for all of the I wish healers didn't get gutted in Shadowbringers, for all of the I miss, you know, Stormblood Bard, for all the stuff that I could say. I miss Heavensward, monk type of deal. You know, for all that stuff that I can say, there is a reason I've put 10,000 hours into this game.
Same.
Also, you may have noticed that I turned the voices off at the start of this dungeon. That's a personal thing. Hearing the voices in this dungeon, the voiceover in this dungeon, it kind of gives me a bit of anxiety that I don't like to repeat on a daily basis. So whenever I get the dead ends, I just turn the voice acting off for my own sake. So apologies if anyone did want to continue to hear any voice acting that was in this, but I'm doing it for my own sake, basically. Arianje had Balthair's voice actor in 1.0, so it wasn't all bad. You know what? That's a fair point. Anyway, have y'all heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial that includes all of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward with no restrictions on playtime?
Wow, tell me more!
That's it. That's all I got.
Well, kinda front-loaded your pitch there a little bit.
Listen, bud, I'm too tired to go beyond the meme at this point. Also, I haven't said the full thing in this entire almost 11-hour stream at this point, so I figured it was time.
Yeah, that's fair. It's the final MSQ dungeon. Perfect place for it.
Food check.
Oh yeah. Wait, I think I already used mine. Yeah, I did. That might be the last food we need, honestly.
I think we might.
Not, we might
more.
need 10 minutes on. Yeah.
Wait, did
we
I?
might need another like 10 minutes.
Did I never activate Meat and
No,
Meat
we don't.
too?
No,
I
you
didn't.
No.
I never activated Meat and Meat too. Well,
if you did,
you know
definitely
what?
wouldn't need another food at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, I definitely planned for this speedrun. I apparently did not plan enough.
I mean, I'd say you have everything you needed. Then you just didn't use it.
Yeah. Basically, bud. I still haven't been potting. I'd give up. I'm just gonna sell.
I've potted some dungeons. I've potted some bosses.
I've potted when I remembered.
Could always
So.
give me some free pots. Smile.
You're gonna come in underestimate and got a world record. I suppose that's true.
That is true.
Yeah, I'll probably just distribute a lot of these pots I have. There's no way I'm gonna go through 400 strength, dex, and intelligence pots by the time.
Wait, you crafted 400 of each?
Yes.
Why?
Because I've lost control of my life, but also I could do it while I was doing video editing, so...
You know, that's fair.
Where are my buffs right now? Why am I putting them where they are? Which means you have room for improvement next time. That's implying that I do this again. If I do this again, it's going to be even longer, because I'm going to definitely have more runs, more dungeons at this point.
True.
Knowing me, it's going to be really, really long-a-thon 7. I'm going to submit all dungeons, and then, like, it's going to have every single dungeon that's going to be out for Endwalker at that point, too.
My lord. You absolute mad lad.
I didn't pot! I'm potting now, fuck! Man. Boy howdy, I have dropped quite a few F-bombs this entire 10 hours, let me tell you something. My apologies, though. I'm not technically supposed to do that.
Come on, Fluffy, don't you know you only get one of those in a PG-13 movie? Gotta use it sparingly.
I'm dead. I looked away for half a second because my eyes wandered. That's fair enough. That's not the right button. I don't... Yeah, that's lovely to hear. Honestly, internally, I was like a little bit worried. It's like, all right, I've dropped at least like six F-bombs over the course of this. Am I gonna be good?
I don't know if that was a good call.
That's fine.
Well,
oh,
good, because we're gonna need it. We need everything.
Well,
we must needs bring our all to bear, Fluffy. Was that another raid wide? Well, shoot.
All right, we got this. We can do it. Easy. You know what? Not the right time to LB.
No, God, no.
I hit
you
LB
will
and,
and it will be painful.
I hit LB and immediately saw the cast bar say no future, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I have.
I'm gonna die.
Can...
Yeah, I just died. I messed it up.
Monka.
It's fine. It's time loss, but you'll clear the boss.
Alright.
I made a real big brain fart there. What I thought was going to be a safe spot was not, in fact, a safe spot, and then I panicked.
Unfortunate.
Indeed. I think I'll probably get there right about when you kill the boss. Nope, just kidding. Gonna be quite a bit behind.
Why didn't you just
Borderline should have just waited at the start.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I thought you'd take longer to kill it. I'll be honest.
Fair enough. You did it, bud. You killed them all. Round of applause for that guy. He killed them all.
You sure did.
You know
well, mistakes have been made.
Yep.
Multiple mistakes by multiple people. Included mostly by myself.
Hello, everybody. Here's a fun fact for you. If you type / if you have the dance and you type /2legit in chat, you will do a dance. It's a paid-for dance on the Modsnog station, but for some reason they also applied /2legit as a way to trigger that dance to do the box step.
Huh, I didn't know that.
I blame Koji Fox for everything.
That's probably reasonable.
Koji Fox being the lead translator for this game up until recently, where I think he's like a supervisor translator now, and he's focusing mostly on
more on 16.
Yeah. You know what? That's definitely fair, Eve.
Yeah, same. I die very often on that boss for no good reason, and I hate it.
I was about to say, well, I didn't die, but I definitely did. I definitely died. There's like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Localization is different than just a translator. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true, actually.
Just pretend I'm definitely attacking here. Definitely not just running forward. Definitely not decent thing right now. In the middle of a speed run. I would never, ever do such a thing.
Oh, I'm almost there, K-Man.
Yeah?
Almost there.
Done well.
Oh my god. I'm going to stand up. My legs are going to crumple. My arms are going to, like, they're going to drop from exhaustion. My hands are going to, like, scream at me in pain, and I'm going to sit there and say to myself, I signed up for this. I have no reason to complain.
Sure did. You volunteered, you signed the waiver.
I mean, no waiver was signed. I just signed up for this.
It's funny.
I guessed wrong. Thank heavens I have a Mudra and Raju. Healer down.
Oh dear.
Ready your heals.
Honestly, we might still be able to do it. Spots doesn't have that much untargetable damage or
it has
raid
a
wide
bit more
damage.
than you think.
Oh, you're right. Okay, well, I shouldn't have tried to hit Crest for that.
I should be able to live fairly decently as long as Ellie is keeping us alive with what she can. We should be fine.
Here's Owen. Yeah, she did just give me Heart of Corundrum.
I've also gotta dodge this prance like it's like nobody's business.
I was standing in the first one like a stupid idiot. Not the second one like I thought I was. I'm so bad.
Shaking my head, I just rabbited twice in a row because I'm panicking.
Understandable. Yeah, I don't know about this one anymore. Ellie's taking very low.
Maybe. I have Bloodbath back up. Shouldn't have used that Shade Shift yet. Okay, well I guess the Raid Y is next, so it worked out.
Sure did. Another one. Uh-oh, I think that might be it.
Monka.
390, okay. You might actually be able to finish it.
Oh, you better Super Bowl-eyed that.
She's not Super Bowl-lighting.
Oh, no.
Okay, well. That's what you probably already used it.
Rippy-dippy.
Well, that's awkward. It's all falling apart, Fluffy. Falling apart at the very end.
Nah! My 12 hours! Alright. Well, honestly,
Oh, that's awkward.
yeah, it's just a little bit awkward. Honestly, I don't think I would have been satisfied if everything went perfectly. So you know what? Blood for the blood god. I'm ready.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna do front flips. Yeah. Woo.
Well, aren't you fancy?
Woo. Woo.
Teleports behind you.
Nothing personnel, kid. Alright. Take 2. First take didn't happen. We got this.
Yeah.
Hello, Eve. I eat my onigiri while we wait. You know what? That would have probably saved a lot of time, having done that, Eve.
Oh yeah, didn't even think about that. That's true. That's okay, we're merely slightly delaying the end of the run, so the next runner has a little bit more time to be ready. It's definitely the plan.
I know that because of technical issues, the last Guardian went a little bit overestimate, but I don't know.
I don't think
might
it was
be, like,
2 hours overestimate, though.
Well, thanks for giving me more prep time. Hell yeah, dude. You're welcome.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's all according to plan.
All according to Keikaku.
Because honestly, the next 3 dungeons are probably gonna take about a total of 20 minutes, or not 20, sorry, 40 minutes.
Maybe, yeah. Because that's when we reach the point where, like, we're not item level synced anymore or anything like that.
Yep.
Yell it. Alright, before we leave, the bird did not drop. Today is a sad day. A sad day indeed. Alright, everybody. It's time for jazz. Time for
You
jazz. You like jazz?
Also, one of the best named bosses in the entire game. At the end of this dungeon. I'm just gonna pop one more food right now. That'll probably be all we need.
Probably, yeah. Alright, welcome to Smileton, the second of 2 original, like 6.0 endgame dungeons. Our first of 2. Because we are no longer item level synced here, we can go in with our maximum possible item levels that we do have, meaning that we're no longer restricted necessarily on our damage in relation to the gear levels that we have. So, thankfully, that means K-Mans can start absolutely popping off as a basically best in the slot Reaper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, whereas the other dungeons we were kind of restricted because of our gear, like limiting the amount of damage that we could really do. That restriction is now like basically completely gone.
And
Yeah,
the
our
funny
melt-
part that's less funny and significantly more annoying is once the next round of gear comes out, this dungeon, at least if they keep up the trend, this dungeon will actually be capped to a lower item level than we have in it right now.
No, it'll be capped to 600.
Is it not this one? There's a point where dungeons get capped to lower item level than they were. Is it not the
No.
first one?
No.
There definitely is.
It's just the first one. I'm pretty sure on that.
Is it?
I'm like
Okay.
99% certain on that. When's your buff?
20 seconds.
Okay.
Going out now. I like how we all went the color no one ever goes first. Oh no, we all did blue first. Never mind. I did. I normally go red first because everyone else goes blue first. But I just didn't this time for some reason.
By the way, in case you haven't noticed, this boss is a giant face, and its name is Face. Very creatively designed.
I forgot this is also another boss who has a pretty good name. Still not as good
yeah.
as the final boss though.
He got tenderized. Oh yeah, I guess the face does also appear in the Excitotron 9000.
That version of the boss is way cooler though.
You know what? You
My
have a
opinion.
point there. The Loprits aren't exactly like phenomenal with their naming systems, so. I love the Loprits.
Oh, I'm not kidding when I say the last boss is an amazing name. It's a very good name. Face is good in its own way, but the final boss is like good. Probably shouldn't have used that. Oh well. Yeah.
By the way, WodyB, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from the WodyB stream. My name is LordFluffy, and you are watching Really Their Choice, a marathon in port of ACLU. There we go. That's the right one. I aggroed the enemies. Oh no. I'm about to get smacked. They smacked me.
Maybe a little.
It done. It hurted a little bit. So if you don't know what this is Final Fantasy XIV All Dungeons, where I complete every single dungeon currently available up to patch 6.1, which is the current patch. I did every single dungeon up to the Endwalker expansion solo, and I'm doing the remaining few Endwalker dungeons with a preformed party. Number one, because you can't enter, you can't enter these dungeons solo anyway. And number two, I might as well use a preformed party to maximize speed instead of relying on Duty Finder randoms, which could be very good, but has a higher chance of being not that good. When's your buff?
Not for a while. I just used it. 70 seconds.
No, well, fine then.
I wasn't gonna hold at the start of an AoE pull.
This run does not include 1.0 because it cannot include 1.0. 1.0 is not even playable at this point.
Nope. And from the devs' reactions, probably never will be.
Nightmare. Yeah, when WoW Classic was being released, the producer-director of the game, Naoki Yoshida, aka Yoshi P, was asked about a Final Fantasy XIV Classic, and his one immediate response was to give a look of pure despair on his face and just say in the most, like, Japanese man accent I've ever heard, Nightmare. It was so funny. Just, man's understood immediately. Like, this is not a good idea.
I should save that.
I have so much inventory cleaning to do after this. I'm in pain.
I need to even keep your inventory clear for this stuff here that's actually good and useful. You know what we needed, Fluffy? We needed a scholar for expedience.
True. The expedience would have certainly helped.
That would have been fun for the memes.
Yeah. I wish Wheat's power wasn't, like, forced out at this point, though.
Yeah, that really sucks.
Yeah, I had another friend lined up to help us by the name of Ice Cream Wheat. Yeah, the name is Ice Cream, not spelt how you think it's spelt. But, like, a few days beforehand, he told me, like, hey, so I won't be able to do it. I've been informed by the power company that there's going to be a forced power outage, and I was very sad. Thankfully, Eve stepped in to give me a fourth person. So, very appreciative of that.
I don't know what your burst is looking right, but I'm gonna have burst ready at the start of the boss.
Same.
Okay. Guess it all works out in the end then. And the wonderfully named the Big Cheese.
I messed up my order of buttons. I put Trick Attack first instead of Mug.
Well, that's just unfortunate.
It's okay, I got Hyosho under Rug at the very least. I definitely just said Rug, by the way.
You sure did.
Anyway, like Kevin said, this dungeon boss is literally called the Big Cheese.
That's a very good name.
Yeah, when it says, like, right laser, whatever the heck, and it comes out on, like, the left side of the arena, you suddenly realize, oh, I have to reverse things in my head. That ain't good.
Yeah. This is the boss's right and left.
I dropped Futon. Oh. So many silly mistakes. It's actually so hard to focus on ironically.
It's understandable. It's been a very long day for you, to say the least.
Oh boy, time to abuse the safe spot. Eve! You fool!
Well, that's unfortunate.
The melees. Ah yes, time to abuse this tiny safe spot for uptime. Eve, exactly into the explosion. Little tiny Lalafell bomb went off.
Might be a little too late to matter, but whatever.
That's good. Minion here? Nope.
What's even the minion in Spiled?
It's like a mini Lunatender.
Oh, that's where you get that one from. That's a good one.
Alright, 2 more to go, everybody. This is the Stigma Dreamscape, and this music. Get your cat gems. I want a wall of cat gems. Right now. What I like to see. Cat jam wall. Cat jam pyramid. You 100% win. You did it.
Excellent.
I just wanna throw out, if you have not yet done Omega Beyond the Rift, the extra little side story that was added this patch 6.15, if you're holding out for any reason, do not hold out. Omega Beyond the Rift is fantastic. Like, as a conclusion to the Omega storyline and the follow-up stuff that we did get in Endwalker, it is extremely good. 100% get that done ASAP. Yeah, I just want to hope that the quests that the Stigma Dreamscape is a part of, I want to hope that leads into like a crafter or gatherer. K-Man said this to me earlier, and I totally agreed with him. That I really hope that this quest line leads into what the crafter or gatherer tribal quest for next patch.
It'll be an absolute travesty if it does not.
My buffs are all over the place.
A little bit.
That's not arm's length. My arm's length got wasted. No.
Correct.
Oh, you're 100% right on that, Zell. It is perfect for that.
Okay, watch out.
Can't run into it anyway, it's fine.
Oh, you can't? That's weird. Imagine having to do mechanics. Imagine.
It's fine. I had Phantom Kamaitachi and then Shikuchi. No uptime lost. Yeah, the Loprits or Crafters makes a lot of sense, for sure. But, like, there is a Loprit that is a part of that that group of people in Ultima Thule. So
that is true. What would the third tribe even be, though, for this expansion? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Is there an obvious one I'm missing?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, the Omicron, that's... Oh, and you said the Loporits, duh. Yeah, the Loporits would make sense for the third one.
I'm so close. I'm so close to done, Cayman.
Yeah,
it's almost
we are.
done.
It is. The end is nearly in sight.
You know what? That checks out. I remember that dialogue with the NPCs in Labyrinthos. Yeah, I think Garlemald restoration will probably be a thing.
I hope so. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of upsetty that all that happened in Garlemald, and then it's just like, that sucks to be you, and we just run off on a new adventure. So I also said it to Fluffy the other day that I think what the MSQ is kind of leading into with this patch is probably going to be those Praetorium dungeons they talked about.
Give me that uptime spot. Hell yeah. No damage. Safety. Oh yeah, that 6.1 role quest is very good for some sort of element of closure in Garlemald. I will give it that.
I still don't have a caster.
Simply Revel Red Mage. Yeah, Revel.
But I don't want to level Red Mage.
Let the revel begin! Want to see me do it again?
Oh, this is going to be painful.
You're good.
Thank God I didn't die. No, no more mechanics for you.
Yeah, I don't think at this point I have any job below 80. All my jobs are 80 or higher.
Yeah, my lowest jobs are still in the 50s. I only, just at the end of Shadowbringers even tried to start leveling jobs. And I still had Dark Knight, and Ninja not even unlocked yet when I started.
Yeah, I didn't unlock I didn't unlock Ninja until literally the beginning of this patch.
Jeez.
Speaking of Ninja, the high APM of Ninja is... I can feel it, dude. This one dungeon that's left after this needs to end ASAP. I need to stretch. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, I thought you were going to just take some sort of a break during the Endwalker dungeons and just let us do it by ourselves for a little bit.
You know, that was my plan. I was going to just, like, AFK in one of the boss fights on purpose. But I honestly forgot about it because I got to play Ninja.
Nice.
My brain just said, but what if instead of doing that, you just decided to play it? Plus, like, although I expected myself to want a bathroom break, I'm only just, like, right now starting to feel the need to go for a bathroom break. Like, an actual big need. Which is, I'll be honest with you, wasn't expecting that. I was fully expecting to want to take a bathroom break by the time I got to the Endwalker portion. Brain go brr. Honestly, shoutouts to anybody that can sit and do, like... Shoutouts to anybody and everybody that can do, like, 10, 12, like, 20-hour speedruns in one sitting. Y'all are monsters. Straight up.
Hey, yo, catch me doing that Skies of Arcadia speedrun soon, TM.
Hey, Hazel, you hear that? That's K-Man's next run for really, really long-a-thon.
Someday.
Finale is a 20+ hour speedrun.
My god, I shouldn't even bother trying to go for the other enemies. You keep killing them before I even get there.
They will fall to my blade.
Okay, I'm getting hit here a lot for no reason. Should probably stop that.
I never personally saw any groups ignore the ads. All the groups that I were a part of just killed the ads, but like they wouldn't blow their... I just opened Microsoft.
Can you? I thought self-destruct would deal like a lot of damage.
Yeah, I know if you ignore them, they like blow up, right? But
I've never risked seeing if that's like a survivable amount of damage or not.
What's my PB? I can tell you that I've never done all of the all the Final Fantasy XIV dungeons in one sitting before. I can tell you my PB for A Realm Reborn is a 1 hour 58 minute. For Heavensward, it's like 1 hour 16 minute. For Stormblood, it's like 1 hour 51 minutes. And then it's 4 hours 16 minutes for Shadowbringers. But I haven't done all of them together, including the Endwalker dungeons that are currently available. So yes, this is in fact a PB. Alright, K-Man. We might get this sub 12. We might actually sub 12 this.
Oh, weird. Might. We are. Easily. I'm in low
Who's ready to go an hour?
Okay.
Who's ready to go an hour and a half underestimate? Who's ready, chat? Are you all ready? This is the last dungeon. It's been 11 hours and 41 minutes. The last dungeon. The very last one. This is Alzadal's Legacy. And it's a goodie. This one's got
goodie.
one of my favorite mechanics as the last mechanic, so.
Hey, did you miss those underwater themed levels? Well, have I got the level for you? It's not quite as open water, but still definitely going to be underwater.
took you too long to figure out the weave mechanic. Oh, I got that instantly, and I was just like, oh, I love that. That's my favorite mechanic now. You can't tell me otherwise. I thought the aesthetic of this looked familiar. I don't know a super large amount of FF11, but that definitely sounds familiar.
That's neat.
I am forgetting Doton. Whoopsie daisies.
Pro tip, don't. Your AoE's garbage without it. Fluffy, help. I can't use all this gauge.
I'm helping.
No, you're not. You're doing too much damage. That's the opposite of helping.
Oh, so you didn't want me to deal damage.
But I want you to deal damage so it's faster. It's a real catch-22. You either deal less damage and I don't overcap, but we go slower. Or I just overcap. Those are our options. Neither of which are particularly great.
That's unfortunate.
Indeed. Wow, that bleed is incredibly weak. That didn't even break my Arcane Crest.
Hey, we synced our buffs for once. Let's go.
Yay. I mean, to be honest, it would have been pretty hard to not to. Just not been very much to use them on.
Alright. So I'll go ahead and say it ahead of time for handling the stream and whatnot. Timing will end when the final boss of this dungeon dies. So I will call that ahead of time. But we've still got at least another 10 minutes or so before we reach that point.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit less than that. Probably closer to 8.
I'm ready to go an hour and a half underestimate. Screw it. My estimate was pretty generous. It was not stupidly generous at first, but then when I improved Shadowbringers by a huge margin by adding DPS in, then it started being generous. And I guess I've just performed really well. Not a whole lot has actually gone wrong in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think
the dead ends is the worst things have gone.
Yeah.
Aside from your purposefully memeing Peglathon.
Yeah, the purposeful meme in Lunar Bahamut.
Yeah.
Bahamut. I mean, yeah, when you literally get a new world record for all dungeons Shadowbringers, I suppose that'll do it.
Oh,
yeah, I guess I also did die once in the Armadillo as well. The Armadillo is definitely...
did you?
Like,
I must have missed that.
Yeah, the Armadillo is, like, pretty hard in that regard. My Hollow Nozuchi.
Okay, come on. You shouldn't be dropping it right on that thing anyway. That thing's so fat. Enemies can't really stand on top of it. Alright, bud. I think the only reason this portal starts calling for reinforcements way earlier than the other one is purely to make sure you can't kill it before it spawns Clawtrap Alzadal the 14th.
You're absolutely right on that front, and I don't think I would ever want to skip Clawtrap Alzadal the 14th.
Honestly.
Look at this man's swagger. Look at that crown. Look at this man's swagger around as he attacks us. What an absolute legend.
Honestly. And now he's dead.
I just Katon on single target. Ask me anything.
Yes. Fluffy, I have a question for you. Why are you bad?
Because it's been almost 12 straight hours of playing a video game.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Speaking of being bad, for a long time I didn't realize there was the electricity under the boss in this part. Until one time I was just accidentally in it. I was like, what? Why did I die? Someone else in the party had to tell me. I just literally had no idea.
I don't think that I can particularly blame you for that one. It is somewhat hard to see. This boss does one thing, and that one thing is in fact lasers. And those lasers are in fact very good.
Yeah, pretty much.
More lasers.
I'll limit break as soon as we get it. Any second now. Okay, just kidding. I'm actually gonna bullet me first.
Yeah, that's fine. My trick's down anyway, so I'll just do it.
Oh, fair.
I'm gonna